there's no other way of saying it, not much of the front left. The front left is actually not there. It's got a big chunk ripped out the bumper, which I hadn't noticed before. It's a fully black car, so it was a bit difficult to spot the damage amongst all the other cars that was around. But yeah, it's certainly got some damage. But what would you think the difference between mist and fog would be then, Adam? Let's go for this. Let's bite. Let's take the bait and let's run with it.
I feel like mist might be more in line with condensation.
Yeah. See, I feel like mist would be like, it would sit quite low against the surface and it wouldn't be very thick. You'd just see it as a thin layer. But fog is like, it fills the air and you can't see through it.
Riveting.
I think I've potentially taken that too seriously and just killed the subject dead, really. But
I have no idea. I not a meteorologist, certainly.
Yeah, I don't think I'm anywhere near qualified.
I think the conversation probably started that Matt James would have said something, a comment in commentary like, "Oh, it's getting pretty misty,"
yes.
and then I would have said, "Are you sure? Are you sure
Yeah.
that's not foggy?" And then the question came. So I don't know. The jury is out and will be out forever. Meteorologists, we are not.
No, indeed.
Just want to highlight, actually, I believe they're going to come by me in just a minute, so I'm watching closely for the battle for the last spot in the top 20. Venus Motorsport and On the Edge Motorsports, cars 463 and 361 respectively, were just 0.6 apart last time across the line, and sure enough, they now appear in my line of sight with a couple of cars ahead of them. In the midst of a pack of 4 going through Maggots and Beckett's, it looks as though the Venus cars maybe, yes, just managed to avoid getting bottled up behind the back markers as they headed down the hangar straight. But that gap went down from a second to 0.6 with the driver of the On the Edge car, the 361, looking like he's pushing it very hard indeed. Just set the fastest lap of the race for the car, in fact, last time by, a 3:02.1, so I feel like someone's in his ear making him very aware of the fact that he's fighting for a slot in the top 20. It's Charlie Knight at the wheel of the 361. Meanwhile, the 463, I believe, is currently being driven by James Cannings. So a good battle for position there, a little further down the order, but slots like that to be able to get into the top 20 is quite a coveted position among the teams in the mid-pack.
Yeah, definitely. That's some good bragging rights, that is, because you could say you've done a top 20, or anything after that is you're in the top 30. So you've definitely got bragging rights for that one. Now, the Venus Motorsport car is actually one of the cars that I think I picture it right in my head. Is it white and black?
Venus Motorsport is kind of almost a throwback to Citroën WRC cars, in that it's red, black and white, yes.
Okay.
And then the blackened grey and silver On the Edge, which is a highly nerdy point of reference from me, but there's a McLaren F1 GTR that ran in that livery at Le Mans in the mid-90s, and that's what it reminds me of.
Right.
They run down the Wellington straight now, still line astern, still with the Venus Motorsport car in the lead, in the 20th position. They head towards Brooklands with a little bit of a gap between them and some traffic, and you should see them from your commentary position at Woodcote now, Chaz.
We've just got a car going into the pits, just flashing the lights as if to say goodbye to its competitor there. The 420 going through, the 432 on its way into the pits. But yes, I have the Venus Motorsport and On the Edge Motorsports cars right in front of me now. And the Venus car is right behind them, but it's not what they want, because obviously the position changed on that lap. So On the Edge Motorsports now into the top 20, but a good slipstream down the straight there from Cannings as they go in towards Copse. They lean through there. It looks like Cannings ran a little bit wider there, Adam, as they come back to you.
Okay, so keeping my eyes peeled, and I think they might be about to do the Pitzonia split, Ricardo Zonta split, I should say, that Hakkinen and Schumacher achieved at Spa back in 1998. Didn't do that, actually. They withdrew from that moment, going around the 445 Emax Motorsport car, but it is still the On the Edge Motorsports car in the 20th position, so it looks like, even though possibly running a bit wide, managed to carry the speed and keep the place. So Charlie Knight's done a good job there. His next target, should he wish to consider it, is 42 seconds further up the road, the 19th place car, which is Team Tivoli, the 317, currently being piloted by Johnny Kent.
And on that lap as well, with I believe a pit stop for one of them, Hills Motorsport have gone past JDC Motorsport inside the top 10. Progressive Motorsport are in the pits as well, so they'll make a progressive move down the order, I think, if Hybrid Tune get their finger out for this lap. I'm going to keep an eye out for the Hybrid Tune car coming through, although they have come through previously on this lap, actually, so they'll still be about halfway round.
This is so cool. I'm at the back of the garages. I'm looking at the 449 car, retirement, and there is a piece of A4 paper underneath the windscreen wiper that just says, list any parts taken off this car.
Yes.
I think that's very cool.
That's awesome. It's almost like a buffet that you've got to then note down what you've taken.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
It's getting driven home.
You're joking.
Right, so yeah, it's quite important. So a donor car that will then drive home. Yeah, you do need all the bits back, don't you? Yeah.
That's the plan. That's why we've left the list there, so we know what's got to go back on.
That's brilliant.
No, you don't want it falling off on the M6. You're quite right.
That's amazing, that though. But again, you know, as much as if your car had some of the issues that these cars have in a race on the road, you know, it wouldn't be as easy a fix, and it wouldn't be anywhere near as, it'd be more of an inconvenience, let's face it. But it just shows how sturdy these little cars are, doesn't it? They're right little tanks.
Yes, absolutely. They do manage to go the distance. They're fairly durable little machines. Yes, they will need some parts in certain instances over the course of the race. I think everyone more or less will switch out the brakes, but nonetheless, they are very, very sturdy little cars, and quite apart from what some people would jokingly say, most of these cars will get to the finish. It's certainly not a matter of he who survives wins.
Have I dreamt this, or did they do a 24-hour race for smart cars? Did I dream that?
I think you may have dreamed that one.
No, I think they've done that.
Yeah,
I think it's either in Belgium or the Netherlands.
In Belgium,
Really?
is what I. Well,
yeah,
is what
I think Zolder. Is it Zolder?
It may well be Zolder. Yeah.
It's the first I've heard.
I'm a smart car owner, and I've had more than one, and I absolutely love them. When I was young, when I was little, it used to be a thing that if you know, your dad was driving along in whatever car you were driving, if you saw another car of that type, you would wave at the other.
I do that now.
Or flash lights. Well, I found that the smart car is the only genre of car that regularly happens on. Whenever you see another smart car,
Yes.
you do get an acknowledgement from a fellow owner.
I love that though. Yeah, it's always a nice thing to make a journey pleasant.
It's really good, and a smart car makes you smile anyway. So particularly if you've got a Brabus, because it goes quite well.
I was going to say, yeah, they go like absolute something off a short.
It does go really well.
Rather important point to pick up on here. The 511 car has just come past me, but it's not come past me on track. It's come past me on service road. Now that car, currently registered in 11th place, was well in the top 10. So the JDC Motorsport Car Care Centre entry, car number 511. Has obviously had some kind of issue. Doesn't look to be in too bad of a condition, so I'm wondering if it may actually be what we spoke about, maybe another issue of fuel. Ian Duggan, come what may, has had to pull the car over and return under tow power.
Oh heck, so that's a strong performance so far that's now dropped down the pan. So Silver Lake have gone up into the top 10. Race leader just comes past me here then, the hybrid tune car, and AB Motorsport have started to take a bit of a chunk out of that gap. You know, they were over 21 seconds away earlier. It's now, it was last time under 19 seconds, I think maybe even 17. They're just coming through now. We need to keep an eye on this, actually, of how close they manage to get. What's the gap as they cross the line? 18.3, so it's not a massive gap now compared to what it was, so they're putting in a really good effort here.
Absolutely, and we are seeing some stellar efforts up and down the order, even in cars where maybe their chances of achieving the performance there, or achieving the result their performance would have given them on the right day is long gone. Drivers out of the top 20, out of the top 30, which should be right up there in the top 10. Even some of them are really still, wringing the neck of the car and trying their absolute best. And we are seeing some of them work their way back up. We detailed the issues for Roll Centre. They're actually back into the top 30, having been on the fringes of the top 40 when I woke up this morning at about 5 in the morning. So they're making their way up. I think WRC Developments are starting to pick away a few cars as well further back in the order. And in general, I think we must remember, as we've just gone over the 8 hours to go mark, still a third of this motor race left. And push on with good reason, chaps, because you never know when opportunity may come around.
Well, that's it. If you're in, say, like 8th place, for example, and you just push on thinking, oh, we're a few laps down on the leaders, all it takes is for 3 of them to have an issue in the next 8 hours. We're now into the final 8 hours, but even still, it's so likely that it can happen. That's a long time in a race to have issues happen. If you think about a championship that does, say, like 20 to 30-minute sprint races over the course of a season, do they even race for 8 hours in an entire championship?
Yes.
These guys are doing 3 times that today. So the likelihood of just any sort of mechanical failure with the punishment these cars take happening in that time is very likely. In as savage as that sounds, in fairness, and as negative as that may sound towards some of the teams, it may happen, and it's very likely that it will.
Well, this is the thing. I think you catch yourself, or certainly I do sometimes, kind of minimising the last 4 or 5 hours because we've done so much racing already. But in reality, with 4 hours to go in a 24-hour race, there is still a lot that could happen, and a lot that often does. Speaking of things that may happen, I think that the Dsc Motorsport car and its driver James Cannings are fairly determined to get back into the top 20, because I've been watching them go past lap on lap, and at no point have they been more than a second apart. They were 3/10 apart at the line, and I hazard a guess it's not going to be much more when they come past you next time. They are just heading towards Brooklands now. Again, yes, it is only a battle for 20th position, but it is great to see quite an intense on-track scrap this deep into the race, and we're going to see plenty more throughout the day as the pit stops unfold and other factors come in. And at the moment, it's advantage to On the Edge and Knight. However, Dsc Motorsport's hard-charging
they are.
James Cannings is right there with him.
Now the 345 is right behind them as well. That's one of the Emax Motorsport cars. Now they're actually going through some traffic here, and the On the Edge car is going to be on the edge of getting this done. He's actually gone 3 wide into Cox. He's gone down the inside, and that is the sort of traffic management you need. That was really committed stuff, and he manages to get in front now. So the Wieners car might not even get past them before Maggots and Beckett says they get to you, Adam.
Yes, just looking for them, and well, we've got a car now between the 361 and the 463. Dsc Motorsport still behind, and they have the 395 car for company. That's the troubled 395 car, which is the exit 13 entry, all the way down in 50th place. The other exit 13 car, must be said, is running in 12th place at the moment. That's the 555 entry. The 555 car has had an absolutely wonderful run to this point. They haven't been setting the world light on pace in the slightest, but all 5 of those drivers just keeping the car clean, keeping the car in one piece. And with Andre Marot at the moment behind the wheel. They're up there in the top dozen and could yet progress much further.
Can I have one of my little chats down in
Go
pit
ahead.
lane?
Go
Because
ahead.
I did promise yesterday that I would talk to a star of Legends racing in the UK, and this weekend working on the spanners, John Higgins. First of all, morning, John. How are we?
I'm very well, Alan. How are you?
Have you slept?
I had a couple hours from about 5 till 7. So, yeah, it's been a bit of a long night, but team's doing well. So we had a bit of an issue about 1 a.m.
The car you're working on is, which car number?
It's 538.
538, yeah.
Hills Motorsport. So obviously raced Darren, who owns the team, and his son, Aidan. So we got the call last week. Do you want to come down and help crew on the 24-hour C1 race? And here we are. So.
And why not is the question, I guess. There's a little pile of glass down here. It reminds me of when my Honda Integra was broken into and the JVC stereo was stolen, which was a horrible day in my history. Is this part of your car or not?
No, that's the team that's sharing the garage. So, yeah, it looks as though they just got back after a good night at Cowden Beath. So, yeah, it's a bit beat up for them. So, yeah, 8 hours with no driver's window. It's going to be fun for those guys today. So.
I can't believe that you haven't raced since 2010. That's remarkable. I mean, in fairness, it did give everyone else a go, because in UK Legends you were a bit dominant, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, you know, I'm probably one of the few people in the UK, Alan, that has, or can look back and say that I had more good days motorsport than I had bad days. So, you know, to win the UK Championship 3 times, you know, I walked away from it in 2010 with 2 rounds to go, and I think we would have won it for the 4th time, so we were leading with 2 rounds to go, and then obviously winning the World Championship over in America in 2003 was a pinnacle. So, yeah, 165 career wins in a Legend car. I haven't raced for 12 years, and I still don't think anybody's near that number yet.
Do you not miss it? Be honest.
I miss the driving side of it, to be fair. Eyesight's not quite the same. Obviously put a bit of weight on since then. You know, I was meticulous with racing weight back in the day and stuff. So
the BTCC, we'd call that a success ballast, you know.
yeah, when you look at some of the guys in there, but not when you look at Turkington and Shedden and that. They're like
racing snakes.
So, but no, you know, my lad's obviously growing up now. He was about the racing with me as a young boy, so he doesn't remember too much, but he's big into the sim racing at the moment. And then we've been talking this weekend about getting him out in a track car, and then possibly getting his arts license and getting him out and see what.
The experience of working on the spanners on this car, just describe it for me, John, because you know a pit lane, you know a paddock, you know a garage very well from a different perspective, really.
Yeah, there's not too much to do. You know, the cars look after themselves, really. You know, we've got 5 fantastic drivers in it. They've looked after it. What, we're in 12, 15 hours now. So all it is we're changing front tyres every other pit stop. And on the pit stop where we're not changing tyres, it's just fuel in the driver change. So we're kind of hoping, if everything rolls our way, we may end up with a free pit stop here that catapults us up. You know, we've done well to come back from 18th to 1 this morning to, I think we're running 7th, 8th, I think. So, you know, Gary's out in the car and he's not the fastest one with it. We have no disrespect to him, but he's really steady. So, yeah.
Steady is the key to a race like this, isn't it?
Yeah, 24 hours. You know, to finish first you've got to finish. So, as long as it's still running after 24 hours, then, yeah, we'll be where we'll be. So.
It's great to catch up with you, John, and really nice to see you. I think we should try and coerce you into getting into one of these cars at some stage.
I think you might see an oldies team put together for a C1.
It would be really cool.
Me and Darren, and possibly Ian Sturt, Gary Thomas, Tick Stewart maybe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we're talking about all getting his licenses back. He'd probably need a bigger garage for all the wheelchairs we'll need, but yeah, who knows? You know, it's a bit of fun. They look good fun to drive. So
it would be awesome fun. And the final question, are you enjoying this weekend?
I've had a fabulous time. It's just nice to be doing something semi-normal with obviously what's been going on with COVID. So yeah, to be out and about and see some faces. It's been really nice. Some of the marshals I've not seen for 12 years have been up talking to me, and it has absolutely blown me away, because you think you've forgotten about. So yeah, and it's great to see you.
It's lovely to see you as well, John. And well, you made your mark. You see, people won't forget you. John Higgins, everybody down in the pit lane. Great to catch up with him.
Excellent to hear from John there. Just while we were listening to that, on the last time by, the 463 of Wieners Motorsport actually leapfrogged once again the On the Edge Motorsports car. So that ongoing discussion or exchange of positions has taken another twist. Of course, this time by, they'll actually both be promoted to 19th and 20th place, because they're now on the same lap as the JD Motorsport Car Care Centre entry, which has of course come in on tow power, having been running well in the top 10. And in fact, Alan, if you're able to find car 511, the JDC Motorsport Car Centre entry, that would be interesting to know exactly what's gone wrong and what's caused that car to have to be towed back in, having run such a clean race to this point. But nonetheless, the racing continuing on. We do have a fair number of cars kind of grouping together here. Quite a few of the quick drivers seem to have all found each other at once as well. The 312, the 394 and the 388, that's the second of the hybrid tune cars. The second place AB Motorsport entry, and of course the third place fake Shake and Bake with Team Gaz Shocks entry.
You asked me a question, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
I was talking to someone else.
Apologies, I was just going to say, Alan, if you would be able to do some sleuthing potentially and find out what's happened to the 511 car. It was pulled into the paddock on tow power about a quarter of an hour ago, and it's fallen out of the top 10 as a consequence.
Yes, I had a look for it. I don't know where it is. I've no idea.
I'll see if I can find the garage.
Garage plan would be helpful. Then you can point me in the. See, I'm like a remote control commentator.
Yes.
You tell me where to go and what to say, and I'll do it. So,
I think I might be the same. I think I just might have some malfunctioning hardware, because sometimes I get a little bit lost. Apparently 511 would be in garage 11A.
11A.
Yes.
I shall go there forthwith.
Thank you, kind sir. We have a car in the pit lane from the top 5, Team Crossacres 483 into the pits. So that's the car out of 4th position. Of course, the Crossacre boys were well up there in the early stages of the motor race, embroiled in battle, and doing a very good job hustling and bustling for the lead, as a great many cars did before the first round of pit stops. That does tend to be the pattern in all of these C1 endurance races. The first 2.5 hours are essentially a sprint, and then the first pit stops tend to finally fan out the field, and then it starts to feel a bit like an endurance race. But certainly the first 2 hours are seemingly regarded as a mini sprint.
Yeah, they really were. I mean, there was cars all over the shop when we were. I mean, even when we had our first, well, not the like a short break, but when we went off the air last night, you know, everybody was still incredibly close together, and then the pit stops really broke it up as we were discussing through the evening. So it's still very lively out there though on track. Considering it's, I just can't believe that we're 16 hours into a race this long, and that we have our leaders on the same lap as one another within 20 seconds, and AB Motorsport still making that gap ever smaller. But there's the odd few battles which could still develop here, isn't there, Adam? And it'll be the same until the very last minute.
Well, absolutely, and we were just talking about how the battle for what was 20th and is now 19th is ever evolving. On this lap, actually, having been overtaken the lap previous, the 361 managed to get back ahead of Wieners Motorsport. So no sooner did the 463 of James Canning's pass than the number 361, driven by Charlie Knight, reply in turn. So they're switching position lap on lap out there at the moment, which is absolutely awesome to see. They're clearly aware of the battle they're having. You do get the impression sometimes in these long distance races that sometimes maybe the drivers don't realise they're about to have to fight for position, or maybe think the gap in pace is too much to bother putting up the fight. But in this instance, these are certainly two teams that have been on the radio and said, right, you're fighting for position. And on this lap, actually, they come past my commentary position once again, and would you know it, they've changed again. The 463 is back through. So there goes James Cannings once again in 19th place, and once again leading the on the edge car.
Absolutely.
I've got up to the garage. I'm looking at the 511 car, and it is not as simple. If only it were as simple as running out of fuel. What seems to be the trouble?
It looks as though we've got a clutch issue, unfortunately.
Oh no.
So they're replacing it now.
Clutch issue is not good news. Estimated time for this?
20 minutes? Let's go with that.
20 minutes? You were in the car at the time, were you?
Oh, yeah.
Right, okay. And you had to pull off. There are a couple of little signs of, little bits of evidence of contact here and there. Are they legacies of...
From the Ferrari, actually.
Right, okay, so nothing to do with that?
No, it just went, maggots and beckets, it just went bang.
Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, well, I'll hold you to that. I'll be back at 10:25, and I expect it to be long gone by then. Good luck, guys. Thank you very much. So that's the answer for 511.
Excellent. Thank you for the little bit of detective work there. A shame that they've had a clutch issue. Not uncommon. We've seen a few of those. We do have a car missing out there on circuit. It's the car number 531. And when I say it's missing, what I actually mean is I can see what's happened to it. It looks as though just coming out of Abbey and into Farm, the 531 has come into grief. Is it in the gravel? Can you see it?
No, it's not in the gravel, no. Let me just... I'm on the CCTV. It's leaning down on the left-hand side. I can tell you that.
Yes,
much,
it does look like it's at an angle, so potentially maybe shed a wheel. I've seen that before.
Maybe even just a puncture. I mean, there was a car that came in during the night with just the rim left on it, no tyres, sparks flying all the way down the pit lane, but they do lean over quite a lot because they're quite high-profile tyres for the because obviously they're very small wheels on these cars, so they are quite high-profile tyres, and it does make quite the height difference when they lose one. So I'll keep an eye on that and see whether it gets
Safety
going.
car has just been declared,
okay,
which would suggest it's not about to move of its own accord. So that's unfortunate for the team of the 531 car.
It's important that they get that done though, because at the end of the day, you know, it's not in the gravel or anything. So if anybody else goes off through the really fast right-hander of Abbey and they flick it the other way if they overdo it or something, the car is not in a place where they're going to slow down before they go near it. So.
Of course. So that is Dsc Motorsport, who were running well into the top 30. Have already fallen, I think, the better part of 10 positions down the order just since the car went missing. Has unfortunately, and there is quite a gaggle of cars all on the same kind of time frame, as it were. If you look at 26th place, the Roll Centre car, it's 18 laps off the lead on lap 267. If you look at 34th place, the Emax Motorsport car 445, is on lap 265. So there's 2 laps between 26th and 34th. So if you have an issue in that particular not pack, as it were, but if you're in that part of the order, any slip up is going to cost you quite a few positions very quickly.
And we've got a few cars on lap 272 as well, actually.
Yes.
Tivoli, Weenus on the edge and Performance Preparation, although 2 of them in the pits at the moment. On the edge, actually in the pits now, so I think that battle might have been put to bed temporarily. We've got numerous cars coming in the pits.
Yeah, quite a few teams were scrambled from the back of the garages when the safety car came out, so it's the perfect moment to service a car and change a driver.
Taking advantage of it.
Well, it is
bustly down here.
It is about that time, because I think most of the stints would have started at about 7:35, 7:40 in the morning, when a safety car that lasted effectively 2 hours due to the fog was lifted. I think that's where quite a lot of the drivers' stints, a lot of the pit stops, or the last pit stops, were made. About 2.5 hours ago, so this is almost perfect timing for a lot of these teams. Do you think many of
the drivers just did the stint behind the safety car?
Well, I know that Roll Centre were disappointed because Morgan Short, who has actually consistently been the quickest of the drivers in the car this weekend, they were very disappointed because they put him out, and then sure enough, most of the stint was behind the safety car.
Came out,
Yeah. Which, of
See,
course,
I could do that. I could be a super sub for a team, and I'd just do stints behind the safety car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've got a 5-minute lap in a C1 in me. I think I can do that. There has often been discussion among a couple of different little group chats I'm in among a few commentators of somehow funding a C1 and trying to hook up a mobile a broadcast link to have a chat down the Hanger Straight while we're racing, and then hop in the commentary boxes when we're free.
That'd be absolutely
I'd
awesome.
feel too guilty. I'd feel way too guilty. I remember years ago in Power Tour, we had a.
Oh, that's bringing it back.
We had a live link, 2000, 2001, something like that. So the British F3, British GT package, and we had live links, and there was one occasion I think I was chatting to Colin Stankham, I think it was, and then he had an incident on track, and then I told myself off, and I felt awful because I worried that I'd distracted him from what was happening on track while we were having a discussion. So I don't endorse that. There's plenty of time to have a chat to drivers before and after, but not during.
Yes. Well, no, I was talking actually to Patrick Watts in the paddock on Friday, and he was reminiscing with me about Dick Johnson in the early 90s in the very trick Ford Sierras that the DJR team used to run over in Australia. And there's some brilliant footage of Dick Johnson talking to the commentators during green flag with one arm on the door, driving at full speed, which is one of the most bizarrely laid back stances I've ever seen a multitasking man take. It's just absolutely perplexing to watch for me, someone who can barely look out of the window while doing maths. You know, it's quite something.
Yeah, they're just
behold.
made of something else, some drivers, aren't they?
Yes, indeed.
Absolutely made of something
Well,
else.
especially the Aussie drivers in that Group A era before the V8 supercars were brought in. Like so many of them, Peter Brock, another one. They just had the most laid-back stances behind the wheel that I've ever seen. It's like, it looks like you're going down the M25 in the fast lane at 75 mile an hour, but in reality you're driving over the mountain at Bathurst, and you'd think maybe it would look a bit more hectic.
397 and 394 both in pit lane at the moment.
So the top two both in. They were only split by about 12 seconds. The gap went out to 20 seconds after that spin for AB Motorsport about an hour ago. It's now shrunk to 1.3 under safety car. Now they're in the pit lane. This could be a change of lead if AB Motorsport are particularly quick with the pit stop, and it could bring them right back into an overall lead battle with over 18 hours of the race complete.
So I'm standing by
60.
the 397 car. It's Sam Weller that's standing by to get into the car. So he's just watching the fuel plug in.
Now my good friend James Harvey, who races in these sorts of cars, has sent me a tweet saying a lot of the drivers will have their radios on listening to the commentary because the regs say that you need to still have the radio in the car. So some of them will tune into that. Now I don't know if either of you know Stu Lane, but there's footage of Stu Lane who does all sorts of motorsport media. He's a fantastic bloke, and he did the C1 24 hours. I think they did one at Snetterton, did they?
C1?
I'm pretty sure it was a C1, or he was racing in these cars somewhere at Snetterton. I'm not sure if it was for maybe a 3-hour race or a 6-hour race or something instead, but he basically, there's a video of him online where the transponder had stopped working early on, which had put them out of contention and a long way down the order. So he just got back in the car, and there's footage of him driving along, and he's turned the radio on, and he's got the music blasting out in the car, and he's bobbing along with his head as he's going down the straight.
Actually,
it's brilliant.
The rules on the radio being in also, I believe, applied to the V8 Utes back in the 2000s over in Australia. And there was one lad and dad team that were interviewed for the pre-race show, and the father kind of says, I spend every waking moment preparing this car, and then sometimes I I catch him listening to, you know, hard rock music in the middle of the race, and I go, well, what
I've got something to say on this, because I would not be listening to the commentary. I would have a playlist worked out that would inspire me to go more quickly.
Yeah.
And this is a scientifically proven fact, because some years ago, for an article in Motorsport News, my good friend Matt James sent Ian Flux out around the circuit here at Silverstone and played, before he went out, various different types of music. So the least effective, according to subsequent lap time, was classical music. That was not a good way to go. The best way to go, AC/DC.
Oh, yeah.
You see?
Oh, yeah.
It was worth a couple of tenths on a lap.
Lights are off on the safety car, so it will be going to green flag.
397 down pit lane.
Yep, so 397, is that exiting before the 394?
Unless
yeah,
394
looks like
is, that came in afterwards.
Okay, so
Yeah, I can see the
397
394 garage from where I am, and it's
Still
definitely
there?
still there. Yeah.
well, they only came in a few seconds apart, so potentially the 397 team has had a quicker turnaround there in the pits. We are just coming back to a green flag though, Chaz, and the long Snaker C1s should be with you.
They are indeed, and it is just as majestic as it was at just before 6 p.m. yesterday. Round Woodcote they go, foot hard down, and it's the 445 machine that leads them away, 467 following on, and one of the Silver Lake cars has got a wonderful run, so has the Burton Power car, the 337, absolutely rocketing past most of them in the train there, but they all get back underway, and we are back at racing speed. They all make their way around Copse as well, leaning as fantastically as they do. It's an off-camber corner anyways, Copse, so you get horrendous understeer in any sort of car there, but it's certainly entertaining from where I'm sat here at Woodcote, watching them really lean their way into that corner.
Yes, a swarming gaggle of French fries, French flies, but that works too, all arrive at Beckett's and Maggots here, and about 3-4 wide, trying to get through one of the trickiest corners in UK motorsport, which is always fun to see. Everyone has made it through cleanly, thankfully. We'll also measure the gap between Hybrid Tune and AB Motorsport next time they're across the line. But one point I will make for the Hybrid Tune car, the 397, as Alan Hyde reported there in pit lane, they put Sam Weller at the wheel, and it was Sam at the wheel when the 258.511 was set last night. So Sam is their quickest driver, at least so far.
Yeah, so he's going to be absolutely on a mission, although AB Motorsport have recently come into the 258s as well, 258.8 on lap 284.
Yes.
So they had their clearly their quickest driver in the car last time out. That's fantastic, really fantastic pace. And another team, the other Hybrid Tune car, obviously also in the 258s, 258.9 they managed as well now. So even though that the track may be warming up just to that perfect operating temperature, because while it does get too cold, it sometimes doesn't help get temperature in the tyres, so they don't operate as well as they could.
It's getting warmer now.
Yeah, the sun's coming out, isn't it?
The sun did peek out a few moments ago. It's trying to burn through the cloud. I'm going to take my jacket off because ambiently the temperature is rising. So yeah, it's changeable, and hopefully by the end of today we'll have this sunshine that we've been promised.
Well, it's certainly interesting that it still changes even at this point of the race. You know, we've always got something going on here, and that just makes it even the more interesting for drivers, because while the sun is trying to come out, you never know what one of these clouds could suddenly unleash weather-wise. It could very quickly change, so we'll keep an eye on it. Now we've got the Hybrid Tune car just coming past me here. Now this is perfect for them because the car is in an absolute bit of no man's land here.
Yes, I think that they managed to get out in front of the safety car queue, and the 394 may have been held, because the 394 is right in amongst the safety car queue as they come towards you now at Woodcote and Luffield, Chaz.
Yes, it is.
Yes, so I think they've just carved their way through to the front now, but they've ended up losing a fair bit of time on that pit stop.
Yeah, they're fourth in the queue now, and importantly, the cars around them are one of the Silver Lake cars, the 398 which is currently quite a way down the order, isn't it? 398 cars outside the top 40, yeah, 44th. But the other car in there is the 388, which is the other hybrid tune car in the top 10. Crossacre are now ahead of PrepTech UK with CEX as well. We'll have to see what the gap is when they come across the line. There's 3 wide actually, which is the Trimite car, the 312, and I believe the 395 exit 13 car. It's good to see them still out there, albeit 77 laps down. In terms of liveries now, I'm coming back to my my spotter's guide. Now, the hybrid tune cars, I've got both of them, but one of them goes across both pages, so I haven't bothered to colour it in. The only other car that I don't have that is still running is the Progressive Motorsport Limited machine, because obviously JW Bird was out of the race, the 347. I've got a rough idea of what that looks like, but yeah, I've not got 521 yet, and I'm quite surprised at that, because they're in the top 10.
Yes, that's clearly the sign of an anonymous motor race for them, isn't it? They have just been kind of, they weren't towards the sharp end in the early going. They were, you know, kind of in the mid-pack, but they've kept their nose clean overnight and have emerged in the morning in quite the prime position. And that's a great example of what you can do just by minding your P's and Q's out there on circuit. And just want to highlight as well, clearly the hybrid tune guys had a very, very efficient pit stop. The outlaps 7:07 for Sam Weller and the hybrid tune guys. The AB Motorsport team, the 7:33. The gap now between them is out to 27 seconds. So indeed the pit stop or maybe being held at pit lane may have affected AB Motorsport there, but whatever the circumstances may be, the gap before they came in was about 12 seconds, and they've lost 15 seconds, the AB Motorsport team, with that pit stop sequence under safety car.
Yeah, it can very quickly go one way or the other, but really good strategic stuff is what you need in this race. You just need to be able to pick apart an opportunity to open up a gap and just get that clear air, because while we've seen cars be really quick in the slipstream, we've seen so many of them go really, really well when they've got nothing around them at all, and this hybrid tune car is now on its own to put the solid laps in. They don't need to negotiate other cars or, you know, worry about getting held up or anything like that. He can just chuck the car around at his best ability, and fair play, because the second car in the train now is the other hybrid tune car, then the 394. So they're both at the very front of this humongous train, but whether the hybrid tune car can hold them up or not is another story. It's not really the done thing, and I imagine that they'll just go through if they can in the 394 AB Motorsport machine, but you never know. Strength in numbers and all that.
Absolutely, yes. Certainly gamesmanship not necessarily encouraged, and what is also not encouraged is a spin for the race leader. The 397 car has done a full loop at Maggots Beckett's, carries on without meeting any barriers, but will have lost time there, and well, clearly testing the limits early in the going is Sam Weller, but he pushed that too far.
I was going to say, I just caught it on the CCTV then, and it was the typical thing with a spin in one of these cars where it sort of goes around, and then as soon as the fronts get traction again, it just spits it round in a very, very quick spin with the short wheelbase.
I think the car had a spin during the night as well.
Yes.
I think it was tapped into a spin during the night.
I think I heard of that one as well. It was interesting, that incident that we just had there. I'm very accustomed to hearing tyre squeal from behind me here at Maggots Beckett's, and on that occasion it's just, that sounds a little more intense than usual. Thankfully I cranked my neck at the right moment. We do have another car off circuit. That's, I believe, the orange Peril, the Team Dynamics car, yes, the General Lee, just having a bit of an off track, but thankfully getting back onto the circuit without any issues. That's Will Neal now at the wheel of the 439.
It's been a very Dukes of Hazzard performance by that car. It's been involved in just about every issue you could have in a motor race.
Yes,
but it still goes. They can't kill that car with a stick, as Charlie Cox would say.
Absolutely right. Yeah, just skimming across the grass. An alternative line onto the hangar straight, let's say, lost them time, so they don't need a track limits pen if anyone from upstairs is listening. But yes, they they will live to fight another day, but never nice to have that break in your rhythm, especially when you've got so many cars around you as they have. They're part of what is effectively the former safety car train, where they're all still very much together, and yeah, it's just never comfortable to have that moment in amongst so many other cars. It'll be interesting to see exactly how much time Hybrid Tune have lost then with Sam Weller's error there. It's 27.6 seconds the gap between the lead and second place last time they crossed the line. So let's look at the gap as Sam Weller crosses the line, and then is followed by Trott in second place, just coming across the line now, I think.
Yes, yeah, just about to cross the line now, so we'll get a little bit of a delay before it goes on to TSL, but 27.601 was the gap before.
Yes.
So this is going to be crunch time now, because the thing is, that spin may have got in his head a little bit, and he might rein it in here, so if the 394 car can push, now is the time to do it. And will we see any sort of help from his teammate? 17.7, so about 10 seconds he's lost there.
Yes, I thought it might be somewhere in that region, and sure enough, suddenly the closing up upon the back of the 397 will look a little more likely for Brian Trott. He'll be getting some words of encouragement, I'm sure.
I trot on.
That's his first of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll see how his pace matches up. He's been doing 301s, low 301s, fairly consistently over the last couple of laps. And before the spin, Sam Weller wasn't looking to be that much quicker. So I don't think that we're going to see Brian Trott lose touch with Sam Weller. I think he's more than able to at least match or come close to the pace of Sam, who is currently our quickest man of the day at the wheel of the C1s.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable lap time, that as well. It's fantastic stuff, but it's good to see that AB have been able to respond slightly.
Definitely, and we have a penalty meanwhile. The 373 car receiving a 30-second stop and go for speeding in the pit lane, which is one of the bigger no-nos. If you want to avoid a slap on the wrist, don't mess with pit lane. That's certainly one that is always looked down upon harshly. That's a Midway Motorsport car, car number 373. That has been found to be the guilty party there. Nigel Rata at the wheel at the moment. And of course the I suppose interesting subplot when it comes to a pit lane infringement of that nature is it's often not the driver in the car that's responsible for that particular issue. Oftentimes it's a very eager driver, maybe wanting a bacon butty or a lie down at the end of his long stint, that hurries into pit lane, and then driver number 2 then finds out that he has to sit around the pit lane for a little bit, disrupting the early parts of his stint.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's very difficult for drivers in a race like this, is that you've got not just the responsibility of your own race going down the pan slightly if you have any issues, but it's the other drivers, it's all the team members as well that could potentially have a knock-on effect. Obviously, we saw your friend, is it Jarrett before that we were talking to?
Jarrett Venables, yeah.
Jarrett Venables, who obviously he said he's not actually been able to set foot in the car. We've had somebody have a wiggle at Brooklands, come back across the grass into Luffield. He's okay. He's managed to keep it out of the way. I think that's one of the Silver Lake cars potentially. I'll just wait and see who it is when they come past me here. The sun is now beaming into the commentary box. I'll get my sunglasses on.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's wonderful. It was
really
very
nice.
suddenly warm there, and it was one of the Silver Lake cars that was off. It was the 458.
So yeah, the probably the most identically liveried teammates on the grid, the 458 and the 498.
You've also got the 308 and the the 445, the Emax Motorsport cars.
Yes,
They're identical.
They are also the black and orange. At least it's a very distinctive livery.
Oh yeah.
So it's fairly easy to tell that it's one of them, but often which is a more difficult question.
Yeah. You find out when they get right next to you.
Yeah, exactly right.
But yeah, it's I imagine it's nice and toasty down there now, Alan, and maybe a little bit of a breeze to help go with it.
I've just experienced one of the most bizarre pit lane incidents I've ever known.
Okay.
And it is the donor car at the back of the Patrick Watts racing garage.
Okay.
And it is jacked up at the front, just sort of held about maybe half a foot in the air. And the rear windscreen, as I was walking past, just exploded.
Oh.
On its own.
Are you okay?
Oh, I'm absolutely fine.
Yeah?
Yeah, I heard the noise. I was just walking past the garage next door. But
this isn't some like old vengeance you've got for Patrick Watts, is it? Where you just fancied chucking a brick through his window or something?
Far from it. I mean, the thing that worried me the most is I'm rather hoping that none of these little shards of glass have made their way into the Jaffa Cake bowl, because that would be potentially
I was going to say that'd be not quite the soft, gooey orange centre of a Jaffa cake.
No,
crunchy.
Without the smashing orangey bit in the centre. Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah. They say it's got a sharp orange flavour, but that's a bit exaggerated.
But and obviously, as you know, when a window pops like that, the little cubes of glass go absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, it's like when a kid kicks over a box of Lego.
Yes, it is.
It goes everywhere, and you really don't want to stand on it.
Yes, it is. I was burgled a couple of years ago, which is a horrible experience. And
yeah.
They get in through the patio doors at the rear of the house, and they pop the window. That's how they got into the house, and I was still finding those little cubes of glass.
Oh, heck.
A huge way away from the back door. Probably 6 months later, you just find a little cube. Makes quite a mess. But no one was hurt. They're sweeping up the glass now.
Good stuff.
Just bizarre.
Yeah. The 388 hybrid tune car is just in, by the way. They've just made their way into pit lane now, so they lose a spot to Progressive Motorsport as they cross the line. The 521 car, which I now have the livery for, it's one of the sort of squiggly dazzle camo liveried cars. It almost looks grey from a distance, but it's like someone's just chucked a black spray can at it, to be fair. It's quite an interesting design, though. The 337 Burton Power car is also in the pits as well now, so a few pit stops to maybe get some of these guys out of the traffic a bit, get a bit of clear air here.
Yes, absolutely right. So 388 is, as you say, that's come in, and Progressive Motorsport. Yep, good. We got that livery. It is the kind of the BMW Nordschleife camo almost, isn't it? The I don't want you to see this car colour scheme. And well, sure enough, it was one of the last ones we noticed. So I suppose it worked. Hybrid tune, full circle racing the lead car, the 397, getting some support actually over on the YouTube live stream chat. Hybrid tune themselves have started cheerleading the two cars. Come on, guys, you're flying. And we are seeing more of that. I think some more of the teams and immediate personnel in the paddock getting involved, which is awesome to have a mix of interested observers from around the world and those in the paddock all in conversation. And if you are looking for a couple more vantage points, certainly once the camera directors are all back up to speed as the day goes on, it would be a good companion. So many different ways to follow a race now from the spectator banks, aren't there, in this modern era. More often than not, there's a live stream. There's always TSL timing, which is invaluable. And obviously, what you can see from your vantage point.
A couple of pit stops taking place, guys. One is the 337 car, which is directly in front of me. That requires a bit of pressure released from the coolant system and a bit of steam being let off by the car while it's being refueled. That steam is now dissipating, and there's a little pool of water underneath the car, and so two 2-litre bottles of water are standing by to replenish the water in cooling system, but 337.
Yeah, the Burton Power Racing entry with, I believe, Andy Burton at the wheel at the moment, or at least it was before he came in.
388 is having its stop as well, and the chap that's just filled it up with fuel says that's the very limit of fuel in there, so presumably he saw it coming up to the brim. And the car just having a little top up of fluids. Can't see what they're topping up. Is that engine oil? I think it might be. Little top up there. And the driver change being affected. Bonnet closed down. A livery reminiscent of Jenson Button's World Championship winning Brawl.
Yes. Oh, now there's a car. There's a car. What a gorgeous machine that was, and what a fantastic story as well behind that car.
The championship year that nearly never happened.
Yeah, they just, you know, 3 months before the season started, even less than that, it was about 2 months, wasn't it? They didn't even have a team, and there wasn't even hope of them being on the grid, and then they go and get a 1-2 in the first race, which I don't think I've screamed louder at a TV more in my life than I did when Kubica and Vettel came together in that one near the end.
A couple of years ago, I produced a podcast for the Royal Automobile Club, and it was a sit-down chat with Ross Brawn and Nick Fry.
Oh, yes.
About that very year.
Oh,
and,
fantastic.
Probably half of it was dedicated to the build-up and the chances that the year wouldn't happen in the first place. So,
wasn't it bought for like £1 or something?
It was something ridiculous.
Yeah, and then it went on to do what it did.
But to hear Nick Fry and Ross Brawn talking about it and the lead up to the championship year and
I can imagine
the eventual result, it's brilliant. It's on the Royal Automobile Club YouTube channel. Well,
I'll give that a listen when I'm on my way back up, because I'm travelling back up to Donington Park this evening. I'm commentating there tomorrow, so that's a bit of a drive for me.
You are keen.
I am.
That's very good.
And it's another BARC event as well.
That's very impressive.
It's the Thunder Saloons and Touring Cars tomorrow.
Wow.
It's going to be fantastic.
Absolutely great entry list planned for that one.
Yeah.
So the fake shake and bake with Team Gaz Shock's car. They're in the pits, and that is going to cost them dearly. The 312 car, Matt Maxted has brought it in. Of course, even though we went to green flag as the top two wrapped their pit stops, they did largely perform the service under safety car, whereas now on its outlap, the fake shake and bake car, still with Maxted at the wheel by the looks of it.
It's a clever team name, that. I mean, I know you're both young guys. Do you know who the fake shake was?
No.
I don't know who the fake shake was.
Oh,
I know the shake and bake reference, of course.
Right, okay. But the fake shake was a sort of an undercover journalist who represented one of the tabloid newspapers, and he used to try and trick sort of a celebrity or a well-known character or somebody that they thought might be slightly dubious in their morals, into doing some kind of deal, and he was believable because he was a sheikh. I'm not going to mention any names as to who was caught out, but quite a few people were caught out over the years. And
oh wow!
I think it ended up in a high court battle. I don't think the fake shake came off particularly well, but I could be completely wrong. But there is a legacy to the play on words that forms the title of the team. So it's quite a clever team.
Yeah, no, that is really cool. It's good of them to sort of tie in more than one pun, because some of them you often get the individual puns, but that's a kill two birds with one stone situation.
Yeah. Obviously, shake is spelled differently.
Yes. Yeah. I was going to say it might even confuse me more in that respect. then I'd really wonder what the story was behind it. Hills Motorsport, by the way, have gone ahead of the 388 hybrid tune car that's obviously been into the pits. That's now been confirmed on TSL. I think said car is just about to come across the line. It is now the 388, just ahead of the Petters car on track, but the Team Petters machine is 28th overall, 18 laps off the lead, 17 laps off the lead actually. But still very impressive by all these teams that are still going. And again, these little cars are such tanks. It's brilliant. I absolutely love it.
Absolutely, it's a very very exciting form of motor racing, and part of the excitement is seeing in just how far some of these teams can and consistently do push their little cars. So Maxted is still just 1 lap down. It says on the TSL timing at this very moment that he's 2 laps down, but he's just coming around the final corner and towards the start-finish line now. But he is effectively 1 3/4 laps back from the lead, so it has cost them a little bit of time at the fake shake and bake. 3:12.
We're here in the pits. It's a little bit cloudy, but it is daylight, which I'd imagine for you is a sweet relief, Brian. You're currently sat in second place as a team. Obviously a very ambitious team. Give us a bit of a summary of the 16 or so hours we've had so far.
Well, starting with qualifying, we qualified front row, so we were well prepared for this race, which was nice considering that the last time we were here, where we made a few rookie mistakes a couple of years ago. But we came here to try and win. We've had not that many issues through the race so far. We've been just trying to keep a good pace, run with the leaders, and so far that's been we've done that without any issues whatsoever. The only issues we do have are weight, really. We're so imbalanced in our team in weight that we are carrying more than we should be. So that's an extra hurdle to climb, but so far everything's been going really well.
So I know everybody watching this live stream is a fan of 24-hour racing, so they know what it's like in those wee small hours of the morning, but I'm always fascinated to talk to drivers about it. Firstly, what hours did you keep sort of between midnight and 8 this morning?
5 on 1.
I did a 2.5-hour stint, starting about, I think it was about 2:30. And I actually like those conditions. I was praying for rain actually, because I enjoyed it dark and wet even better. But we were setting some really quick times overnight, and we were actually nose to tail for most of that 2 hours in the lead. So in the lead battle. So it was pretty intense, and there was a few safety cars. I think it was about 4 with it. We started and then stopped and had about a 5-minute gap where we went again, and then another safety car, and then a long probably an hour and 10 or something like that at the end, where we were just absolutely flat out. We couldn't go any faster. And yeah, we're all just so happy that the car at the moment is hanging together, and it's obviously still 8 hours to go yet. There's a long way to go.
You're a sucker for punishment. I'd love to take a straw poll of all the drivers and see which ones really want to race in the cold, dark and wet at 2 o'clock in the morning. Tell me about the team then, because I can see some guys getting some rest there. I can see you've got some supplies, some fruit and some donuts, obviously trying to close the gap with the weight of your drivers as well. So who have you got here behind you supporting you, trying to get you to the top of that podium today?
Well, we've got, as Dsc Motorsport, we run in the Mazda MX-5 Championship, so we've got all our mechanics from that. A few other helpers with a bit of muscle in case needed. But yeah, as a team, that's our bread and butter effectively, and we all race at the front of the Mark 1 Championship. So this is just something a bit on the side that we decided to do a couple of years ago, and we've been refining it. We've only done 2 24 hours before the first one. 2 years ago here we didn't finish, but we did Spa in October 2019, and we finished second in class. So yeah, I would say we're still probably learning. There's teams up and down the pit lane here that are so much more experienced in running these cars for 24 hours than we are, but we're making a good fist of it.
So far, so good. I'm always fascinated by the rest setup as well. I can see a very comfortable looking inflatable bed over there. How much rest have you had before you get behind the wheel? When are you next? Sort of 45 minutes to an hour away?
45 minutes to an hour away. I don't literally sleep. I shut my eyes, try and sleep, but it's impossible really. So as long as I feel rested, which I do, then that's good enough for me. I think that my 2 other drivers, they're exactly the same. The mechanics are kind of on a schedule of time. So as long as someone's got their eyes on the car, knows what's happening, it allows some of the others just to take a break, get a few hours, just shut the eyes. But of course, anything happens and they're back on start, they're back in the action again. So yeah, again, it's run like that.
Well, 8 hours to go. You're currently in second spot. Obviously very ambitious. Great driver, great team behind you. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
faster time, a 3:01.457 relative to the 3:01.765 for Sam Weller. So the gap is staying about equidistant at 20-ish seconds at the moment. Of course, it was down to 17 after Sam had a brief spinning top moment here at Beckett's. So the gap has ever so slightly extended over the last 20-25 minutes. However, certainly keeping him honest is Brian Trott.
I'm a bit upset because I think the stream might have missed that, because I believe Ian was doing an interview.
Yes.
While I said that, I'm afraid.
Yes, that was. I had noticed there was an interview ongoing. I wasn't sure if it would be to your grace or your downfall. But yeah.
No. I might have to still put it in the chat just so.
Oh dear.
Unless I just repeat myself, but I don't want to risk doing that.
Oh dear.
But either way, thanks for all the comments that are coming in, guys. We aren't actively always responding and always checking on them. We are obviously doing the PA commentary here, so we are looking out of the window and commentating on what we have in front of us here. But thank you very much, everyone that is still watching, and thank you to those of you around the circuit as well that are attending. And I can see a few of the grandstands here are packed with fresh air at the moment. But there are a few fans dotted about, which is great to see. It's absolutely lovely that we are getting towards some sort of normality again. And it means that Alan can go on a walk, can't you, mate? It's always good to be back in a paddock and just get in the hustle and bustle. And
in my natural habitat, you see?
Yes, exactly that.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
And the sun's out on a bank holiday weekend. What walk could you want?
It's turning into a really nice day now, which is what the weather forecast was. The griddles have gone cold now for a little while. They were some of the catering setups at the back of the garage are incredibly impressive. I've been offered food by a number of outlets, but I elected to go to the Pit Stop Cafe this morning, and as is my way here at Silverstone, they're very friendly in there, and always a good little visit, and they've got it all socially distanced and well worked out. So I have declined the offers of free food this morning.
Fair play to you. Supporting the circuit. That's what
exactly
it is.
That. 414 is in, 450 is in. 2 pit stops taking place at the moment. Fuel going in. I noticed there was a penalty applied for a car with a fueling infringement.
Yeah, there was.
What that would be.
There's 3 stop-go penalties. One of them a 30-second stop-go. 398 and 337 both have a stop-go to their name for safety car infringement. The 398, of course, being the Silver Lake Racing entry, the 337 being the Burton Power Racing car.
What would be the refueling infringement?
That would, well, I'm not certain about that one, because the 375 has got a 30-second stop go for speeding in pit lane, so it seems like we have a multitude of naughty boys at the moment.
You've got the Cock Endurance car on its way to you as well in the pits now, Alan. Okay. But I think the fuel infringement may be that when the car is being fueled, nobody's allowed to work on it, so they have to have somebody fueling it, and the driver has to get out and man the fire extinguisher.
Well, maybe I did notice that then, because was that the car that was overheating?
Potentially, if they were working under the bonnet while it was being fueled.
Well, they were letting off steam from the, and I did wonder if that was the thing to do. Maybe there was a sort of a segue between those two things happening.
Yeah. Well, last night when we were in the pit lane, we noticed that they'd be fueled and everybody would literally be waiting on standby, ready to pounce. And as soon as they'd lifted the can away and it wasn't being fueled anymore, and the fuel can was clear, then they shout and they get to work.
Open season and you can get to work.
It was amazing to see that you can fit so many people around one of these little cars, to be honest. But the thorough work over that they get in the pit stops. I mean, you can hear all the workings going on in the background, wrenches, spanners and all sorts from your microphone, Alan, and it just sounds like the perfect hustle and bustle that you want.
It's the 414 car that we're hearing. The trolley jack has just been pulled away. It's got new tyre or tyres at the front of the car, which have just been popped on. The car is fired up, the doors are closed, and at the wheel of 414 I can tell you Simon Byrne at the wheel of that car as the car leaves pit lane now.
The Trimite Racing entry.
I honestly, from up here then watching that thing go back, I've been playing a lot of airport simulators recently. I almost cleared it for pushback as he exited the pit lane there, but it's interesting that they are still changing tyres, because you've got to think at some point you can gain an advantage by changing the rubber a bit earlier than other teams, but it's the extra time it takes, because it's not a simple air gun to get one bolt off. You've got to manually do it all, and I think they're 5 studs, aren't they?
Yes, I believe it is 5, yeah. We do have a car being towed back past me, which is always the sign of bad things having just happened. It's the 452 car that has gone astray on this occasion. So 452 is PT Motorsport, already down in 46th position, unfortunately, but they're being carried away. And the 421 is driving around under its own steam on the service road. It's currently weaving up and down the service road. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. As if it was going to drive itself back to paddock, and maybe now the driver is going to go back out onto the circuit. I'm watching this one ongoing. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there.
It was the 337 car that I described on its pit stop, wasn't it? It has just done its stop-go penalty.
Yeah, the Burton Power car.
And gesticulation from the cockpit would suggest, well, what was that for?
Yeah.
So, well, the officials on duty know what it was for, and those discussions can take place later.
Yes, indeed. Well, they don't have radio in these cars either for the teams. A lot of them last night were communicating with the team, saying we're going to come in next time round by just beeping the horn as they went down the straight.
Yeah, I noticed that, yeah.
And I was actually speaking to some of the roll centre team, which, considering they gave me a bacon roll, actually, the roll centre is actually a very applicable name for them.
That's what the Patrick Watts guys said, yeah.
Yeah. So it's quite ironic they call it the roll centre and you get bacon butties from them. The 342, was that the one you mentioned before, Adam, that's going very slowly, the 342?
As in the one that was on the on the service road.
Yeah.
No, that was the 421, and I was correct. Okay. They have actually peeled back out onto the circuit, onto the Hanger Straight.
Are you allowed to do that?
Well, I don't know, but it was picked up on the live stream cameras for everyone to see.
Oh no!
So
you're on
there's very little they can do to avoid reprimand if they are not allowed to, but they did. They were coming towards me here on the service road between the wing and the Heritage pit lane.
And 452 has just arrived into the paddock, being towed back by a recovery vehicle.
452.
Yes, that was the one I mentioned. The PT Motorsport car was the other car I mentioned. 2 cars in quick succession came past me. Then one of them decided to do a U-turn and head back out onto the circuit, which is something I've never seen. It's not going at full speed, I must add. It's creeping around very slowly, and in fact it looks like it may be struggling for power at all as it comes just through Aintree and then down the Wellington Straight now. Just looking for any visual signs of obvious damage, and yes, there is plenty, but I think most of that has been there for a while.
I'll have to have a look then.
Yes, so we'll see whether or not it goes into pit lane. There's nothing obvious that would cause its current status.
Yeah.
But we'll see whether or not they bring it back in. Obviously, I suppose if they were to drive it down to the paddock, it may still count as a towback, which is why maybe the driver elected to turn around and go back out onto the circuit. But I think question marks will remain for a little while as to whether or not that can happen without reprimand, deciding to peel off into the service roads and behind the barriers, only to go back out there.
I think he's just coming into the pits, actually.
Yes, I thought so. He's going very slow.
I just want to quickly, while it's in my head as well, the 432, Alan, can you see that? The red and white car in the pit lane? Rab Sport Racing 432?
Possibly.
That was the car that it came in very, very slowly not too long ago.
I can't see it, I have to say, because I'm at entry end, so the 421 car is just coming past me now.
Okay.
Regulatory speed limit, so...
Yeah. The 432 just came in incredibly slowly. It was creeping around Luffield. I'm not sure whether he just slowed it down early for the pit entry.
Maybe it's in garage, but
yes,
I can't see it as I look down pit lane.
If you do wish to explore that further, it's
432.
Garage 6B.
6B 432. Yeah. Okay, I'm on my way.
How do you know that, Adam? That's fantastic.
I have the garage.
Okay.
I have the garage.
No, never mind, Alan. He's just gone past me out on track. He's just gone past me out on track. So maybe hang on, I think I've got confused here because there's very similar liveries between 342 and 432. Whoever did that is evil. Whoever numbered those two cars, which are identical liveries, 432 and 342, you are
342 is SF Racing and 12C.
Oh, that's a long way away.
Oh, don't worry about it, Alan. We'll find out.
Abandoned
I'll
mission.
borrow one of those electric scooters for that one. I've only just walked down
Go and get
here.
Martin. Oh, love it. Absolutely love it.
Dear.
So our lead battle, by the way, 22.7 seconds now. So it's gone back up from the last time I spoke about it. Anyway,
On Radio Le Mans some years ago, we used to have an intrepid pit lane reporter called Janice Minton. Sadly no longer with us. And Gary Champion, who is a very good friend of mine, the breakfast show presenter here at Radio Silverstone, used to take great delight in setting very difficult little questions to ask. But he would make sure that those questions were at opposite ends of the pit lane.
Oh, no.
And he would set these to Janice during the night. And she was intrepid, and she would dutifully go about her duties, and to the great amusement of Radio Le Mans listeners, and to the great amusement of Gary Champion. And Janice, bless her, was doing her job brilliantly well, and would go and find out the answers to the questions, and have no idea that she was really being sent on an errand that wasn't necessary.
Like being asked to go and get some tartan paint.
Exactly that. Exactly that.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
So we do have a car slow coming down towards Brooklands at the moment, and that is car number 414. That's the Trimite Racing car yet again. That's only just been sent back out there.
Oh no. I'll have to see if there's anything visual on that. No smoke or anything from it.
Nothing.
Oh yeah, I've got it now.
Yes.
He's indicating, and oh, this is going to get sketchy. He's indicated to the right, but he's been on the inside of Brooklands. Obviously indicated right because he knows he needs to pull off right after Luffield.
I think I know what's gone wrong. There is at the very least a carcass of a tyre.
Oh yeah, it's leaning front
on the
left.
approach to Aintree.
Yeah, it's leaning front left. There is definitely an issue there. Let me just try and see. I'm going to buy some binoculars. That's what I'm going to do when I get home. I'm going to just see whether, it's not hard to tell actually. I don't need binoculars. It's definitely that the front left has got an issue. So yeah, it's definitely shed a tyre. Now, an interesting development here is that the 344 has just come rattling in behind him in the pit lane and is now going to get held up before they get to the 40 km/h board, because the 414 is taking it nice and steady. But they're both in the pit safely, and they will now have to get that jacked up and get it changed.
Yes, so that's unfortunate because they were only sent out a few moments ago, weren't they, from pit stop. Alan called the car returning out there onto circuit.
Left front, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so there is a tyre carcass now sat on the approach to to Aintree, I should say. So
One
whether
of
or
my
not.
favourite words.
What's that?
Carcass.
Carcass, okay.
Fantastic word.
Excellent, and I was going to suggest that might cause a pause in the action, and sure enough, a safety car has been called to retrieve the errant rubber from the circuit.
Where did you say that was, sorry?
That is just on the approach to Aintree, so that's just at the end of the new loop, effectively, before they go onto the Wellington Straight.
I'll try and see that on the CCTV as well, because that's one of the smaller. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, it's sort of in the middle of the road as they're going to the left, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is on what is effectively the racing line. So there was no way you're going to be able to just let that one pass.
No,
and the field is too spread at this point to send a man out there. So
yeah, definitely. That's it. It's better to just neutralise the situation, get a safety car out there. I've actually lost count of the safety cars because unfortunately I couldn't count through the evening, but I'd imagine we're up to nearly 10 by now.
One would expect so. Well, actually, I can tell you, 18.
Oh, flipping heck, Chaz was the understatement of the year. Flipping heck. Wow, that shows how bad my math is.
The current tally for safety cars with 17 hours complete. Of the 17 hours, the safety car has been out there for almost 5 hours.
Wow.
So safety car tally is fairly significant. We may end up with 1 per hour at the end of this if we don't clean up our act.
Well, we'll have to see. But at the end of the day, you know, safety is the priority here. You know, we all want to have a very, very good race and a competitive race that goes for as green as possible for as long as possible. But at the end of the day, safety is of the utmost priority. So
I'm just in the garage. Actually, the Mclaren Garage. We call it the Mclaren Garage because many years ago for the British Grand Prix, McLaren had these 2 garages, and Ron Dennis, being Ron Dennis, decided that the concrete floor was not good enough
is
for
it tiled?
McLaren. So it is tiled with the most treacherous, shiny tiles when it's raining that you could ever hope to imagine.
I did wonder about that, you know, because when I stepped in those garages, obviously they're very, very modernised and updated garages, and I was amazed at them. And then I suddenly found myself on this tiled floor, and I thought, hang on, am I in the wrong pit lane?
It was a Ron Dennis thing. These 2 garages were tiled some 2 or 3 weeks before the Grand Prix.
Wow.
And in Ron's favourite colour, grey, and every shade of grey. 316 is the car that I'm looking at. That very pretty sort of powder yellow coloured car.
The mellow yellow racing entry.
Oh no, I don't think it's a very pretty colour.
You see, now I had a 406 coupe in that colour.
What a car, Alan. My dad had one of them.
Because Paul Radisich had one, so I set my sights on having one as well. And it was, so I have a very affectionate memory of this pale colour.
Am I thinking the same 406 model that they had the touring car of in about 2001?
Yeah, the Pininfarina design car.
Yes.
Beautiful car.
Amazing.
Had a couple of them.
Sorry, I interrupted.
No, only to say there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys working on the car at the moment. It's jacked up. It's having a new radiator, and it's a messy business. It has to be said. So
I think they've been working on that car for a while because it was the cause of the safety car that's occurred just before we went live, actually, about 8:50 in the morning.
So they're still working on
it. It does actually say their lap has been 4 hours, 21 minutes.
There you go.
Well, I think they're coming to, in which case, I have chanced to, I just slipped on the floor. I told you, it's really treacherous. It's really bad when it's raining. Can you imagine a bit of oil on the ground and then a bit of water as well?
We will be going to green flag this time.
Well, what I have chanced upon here is the fact that they are reassembling the car then. So the radiator has just gone back in. So maybe this lengthy pit stop is coming to its conclusion sometime soon.
We have an interesting situation here. The 445 Emax car is really crawling along as the safety car train gets ready to go back to green. And a number of cars are stuck behind as they cannot overtake. Chief among them, the 394, the car in second place.
No.
Brian Trott is being held up and very patiently waiting. And I'd keep an eye on that if I were you, Chaz, because if he does go past, he may find himself making a visit to pit lane with an infringement.
He will indeed. They get back underway then now as they go back down the straight. Green flag in the air, and everybody gets on with it. The 397 goes past me here. He's actually just been sort of unlapped by the 375.
And is the 394 still behind the 445?
You know what? He's not even crossed the line, and he's right with him. He's right behind him, and he's got the Silver Lake car behind. As soon as they cross the line, he pulls out to the right and gets on with it. So good patience there. Really good patience to do that, because it's so easy to just get frustrated and just go, oh, stuff it. Like this, you know, why are you holding me up? But that's really good stuff from Trott there. The field is really spread out behind the safety car there. You know, they haven't really been too vigilant in catching up. We've got the 377 on its way down the pit lane now, which has got the yellow checkers on the roof, the red car. That's the Badger. There it is. That's the Badger. So he'll be on his way in there now. That's driven by Dave Messenger, Philip Giles, Zachary Arthur, and John Tortolani. And he's going all the way down. One thing I love here about being over at Woodcote is you can see the reflective windows above the pit lane, so you can see the car in that the very famous shot that you see in a lot of motorsport productions, where you see the reflection of the car as it's going down the pit lane from above. I absolutely love that. To witness that in person after seeing it on TV for so many years, is just brilliant. And I was lucky enough to witness that at Monza actually a few years ago as well when I was there with GT3 cars, and that was just phenomenal. But even here at Silverstone with the sun out as well, it just looks just as good.
Absolutely, and we are firmly into a sunny portion of the day now.
It's nice, isn't it?
Yes, having started off very chilly with all the windows firmly shut here in the very small little Maggots Beckett's box, I might soon have to consider shedding the jumper. We are getting to that point for me, and I know that Alan, you've already got out of the winter clothes and.
I took the winter jacket off,
yes.
but it's back on.
Oh no! Okay.
Yeah, I was too enthusiastic to take the jacket off. It's still pretty chilly in the shade of the garages.
Absolutely right. So the leading car in amongst it as they come through the village loop for the first time back under green flag conditions. Where is it in the queue? It's the 6th car. Oh no, it's the 7th car in the queue. It's got 6 in front of it. Sam Weller will head about picking them off, I am sure. Despite being held up somewhat by the 445 as they came down the Wellington straight, the safety car will have benefited Brian Trott and the AB Motorsport 3914. The gap is down to 10.3 seconds. Of course, it was 20 seconds last time we commented on them, and it actually stretched out to about 24 seconds by the time the safety, or just before the safety car came out. So they will have gained in effect on that one.
Go on, sorry.
Sorry, very quickly, Adam. Was that a Mercedes AMG that's just gone past you?
Yes, it was. Well done.
Carry on.
Yes, it goes past me routinely, as does one of those SXS vehicles, the kind of multi-purpose buggies. And also we've had one of the Silverstone Formula cars driving around on the service road today as well. So my service road is very busy today, and some of it's quite loud as well, as you heard.
It is indeed. Really good sounding V8, them things. Really good stuff. 6.3 litre, or 6.2 as I was told recently, despite Mercedes saying it's 6.3, but
yes.
Oh well. The wing mirror is still hanging off the side of the 522 car as it comes past me here, but it's not like he needs to look down his left-hand side when he's going down the older straight here towards Copse. Looks to me like the brake lights are stuck on that car.
On which car, sorry?
The 522.
Okay.
They were on all the way down the straight, and then when he got to Copse, they went off and then on again.
That would be cause for a black and orange, surely.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yes.
They were definitely on because he got to Copse. I thought it might just be because he's got his headlights on. You know, the rears come on as well. But when he got to Copse, they came off and then went back on again. So I'm not sure whether he's just resting his foot on the brake down the straight or something, maybe.
522 car comes past me. Brake lights go on and off as they should, coming through Maggots and Beckett's. Did see last week in the Enduro category a couple of drivers suffering with stuck brake pedals. Had to pop in a couple of times to rectify that issue. I don't think we've seen any of that today, or yesterday for that matter, in the C1 24 hour.
You know evolution?
Yes.
You know, with human beings and things. And
not the Mitsubishi.
No, not the Evo 8 or 9. No, human evolution. I wonder if in some years' time we'll be sort of born with filters on our noses and mouths. Because everyone,
I think I need one.
Everyone obviously is yes, a mouth filter. No, not that sort of thing. You know, like a particulate filter. Because we're all wearing in the pit lane and garages, and it's not easy for everyone. And it does bear mentioning that for a 24-hour race, everyone that's working in these garages is having to wear a face mask.
Yes,
it's not easy. But the reason I ask if eventually we'll evolve into having a sort of a built-in face mask and just take out the filter once a week and change it, pop a new one in. Because I've gone now 18 months without a cold. So I think these things are great.
Yeah.
They're not easy.
True.
They're not easy on a 24-hour race for the teams to be wearing these.
No, I know that in the US, the number of flu cases and casualties went down massively in 2020.
It goes to nothing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They really do work. The proof of the face mask for me was some years ago, a road trip to Knock Hill for touring cars, sharing the car with Alan Gow and another friend in the back of the car. And the day before the scheduled road trip, I came down with a streaming cold. 490s in, by the way, a streaming cold, and I phoned up Alan Gow and said, "You're not going to want me in the car, are you? I'm going to have to book a flight." So he said, "No, absolutely fine, but you will have to wear a face mask." So I had to travel 8 hours up to Dunfermline in the car with a streaming cold with a face mask on. However, an N95 face mask. However, the 2 other people in the car didn't get a cold. Now, what are the chances of that if, had I not been wearing a face mask, of course I'd have spread my germs and everyone would have been poorly. So there is proof to this, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it has been a bit of a revelation, to be fair. And I mean, we were saying last night that, you know, if you would have gone in a shop with one of these on before, it would have looked a bit sort of suspect in a way. But
well, you used to get in trouble for going in a bank with a motorcycle helmet on.
Yeah.
Now you get told off if you go into a bank without a face mask on.
Indeed.
So there's the way the world has changed.
Oh, it certainly is.
So just to cut in there, sorry, 536 cars got a 30-second stop-go penalty for speeding in pit lane. Now that's quite important. That's Progressive Motorsport entry, car number 536. With that 30-second stop and go, they're at risk of losing a few positions because 13th through 15th places are all on the same lap as the Progressive Motorsport Limited entry. Are any of them within that 30-second, or once they've trundled down the pit lane at 24 miles an hour, 40 kilometers an hour, that'll probably be about 55 to 60 seconds that they'll lose. I'm not sure if anyone's quite within that range. I think they might have been at opposite ends of the safety car queue, the Progressive crew and the others, but they're certainly going to lose a lot of time, and that's going to mean that we're going to have quite a solid battle potentially for 12th place. We already have 13th under contest, in fact, the Midway Motorsport 373 and the 308 Emax Motorsport cars, 1.2 seconds apart last time they crossed the line, and they're fighting for 13th overall.
So still fantastic battles going on all the way through. And this is what we really hoped that we'd get today, and it's not a letdown at all, is it? It's absolutely brilliant stuff. Always keeping us entertained. The CEX car comes past me now, the 367, which is PrepTech UK with CEX. There's then a bit of a train behind. The 394, of course, second place overall at the moment, has just gone past the, as he looks for his liveries, that is the MLP Developments car. He's just put another lap on the 451 there. The other hybrid tune car is, well up the road now, really. Actually, 11 seconds though. That's come down more than I thought.
And it was 10 seconds after the safety car, and so
okay.
Brian Trott has managed to stay just about there. I don't think he's lost a second yet. It was about 10.6 after the first flying lap under safety car. So he's done a solid job since we went back to green, certainly.
Yeah, I think I mixed my numbers up there. I apologise, but easy to do in this situation because, much as we had with the Caterham races yesterday, there is a constant stream of cars past the windows here. We had we've got 58 cars in this race, and in the Caterham sprint races we had yesterday, which were half an hour, we had 53 cars in those. That was just absolutely bonkers. But all of these cars, you know, still impressing me massively. We still have, SF Racing is still going, Fighting Talk is still out there. I think we've only got 5 cars that aren't running.
Yes, well, there's always a spirit to get to the finish in these races, and I'm sure we're going to see an overwhelming majority of cars try and take the finish.
5-3-1 into the pit lane with a lock-up, just coming up towards there's a squeal of tyres just coming up to the white line. I think maybe remember the pit lane speed limit at the last minute.
Let's hope that doesn't result in an infringement. That's
No, it didn't go over the line. He was
okay.
slowed down in time.
That's good. So Dsc Motorsport, that is, the 531 car. They've had a fairly tumultuous race to this point as well, but running in 39th position, 38 laps off the lead, and about 6 laps off of the car ahead of them. So it's a lonely time for the DSC team, although they do have that's the Badger crew a lap behind them as well. So even down there in the lower remnants of the top 30, well into the 40s as well, they'll all be battling. I think once you get through the first 12 or so hours of this race, once day breaks in the morning here at Silverstone, I think it becomes, okay, where are we on track? Who's around us? Who are we going to be fighting for the rest of the race? I think that's the mentality a lot of them come into the morning with. And we're seeing some of that here now. I've seen some fisticuffs among cars very far down the order here at Beckett's in particular. And it is great to see, I think, some very controlled but feisty driving among some of the teams and crews here, and a lot of them having a lot of fun while doing it.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, the drivers can get the real sort of tin-top racing experience, a bit of argy-bargy here and there, door-to-door contact, folded wing mirrors, and a little bit of a quarter panel to quarter panel shunt here and there, but, you know, the cars stay strong, and because of the nature of them, you know, they don't end up in massive accidents because of that. They'll just have a little knock together, maybe run a little bit wide, even through corners like Maggots and Beckett's. You know, they'll just go on the grass for a second, collect themselves together a little bit, and just manage to come back on and continue as they were, you know, maybe a little bit further back, but they'll do what they do. I'm just trying to have a look what was on the 4-3-2 just going by. It seemed to me like the driver had his hand out of the window. It looked like there was something on the driver's side. Maybe he's got the GoPro mounted up there or something, but it looked to me like just above, like perfectly to the right of where the driver sits, on top of the door, there was something black just at the top. I didn't know whether he just had his hand out to say he's coming in or something. But
okay, I'll keep my eyes out for 4-3-2 as it
red and white
comes
car.
past. Yeah. Yeah, I can see what you mean. It looks like it might be a cam, because I could still see it when it came up to me, which would suggest it's not a hand signal.
Oh, we've got a car slow into the pits again as well. I think this may be the car that came in earlier on, which was the 421, and it is.
Yes.
It is the 421 machine. Very slow down pit lane, I'm afraid. And that's the second time they've done pretty much that exact same thing so far. I think maybe the driver just taking it cautiously down the pit lane, though, because the car looks fine. I think he's just slowing down a lot earlier than needed, because it looks like he's doing 40 kilometres an hour from the moment he hits the dotted line on the exit of Luffield. So potentially just that. Obviously, a lot of these drivers do have those novice stickers on the back, so some of them not really wanting to push their luck with, you know, getting close to the speed limits all the way down the pit lane until they get to the line. So it's completely understandable, but yeah, potentially something with the car, but hopefully not for their sake.
Yes, fingers crossed for them. Never want to see a team have to fight every inch of the way just to get to the finish, but most of those teams in that paddock very much up for the fight. I've seen some very, very hefty repair jobs, more than your average MOT, let's put it that way, done in the paddock during the C1 24-hour race. Sometimes some slightly more primitive techniques as well than we'd see in your average MOT. Think sledgehammers and other heavy artillery being used to get the cars back into shape or back into working order in extreme cases. So certainly that is, again, as we've said, part of the spirit of the event is trying to get as many of the cars to the finish as possible. And in one of the Rockingham 24 hours that we had, they had 2 of them in 2018 for the Citroen C1s, and in one of them every single car crossed the line, one of which was pushed across the line with a merciful assist after it ran out of fuel just before the finish.
Ah, yes, that was when it got pushed as well. That was absolutely awesome, that is. But again, just really, really does show the reliability of these things and how easy they are to work on. You know, they're not just being driven like daily cars as they would be in the outside world on the around the edges of Silverstone, but you know, they're having their necks wrung all the way through this entire race. They're being pushed to their very limits of what these cars can do.
The 511 car is back into pit lane.
Oh, heck.
Now, it wasn't long ago that we dispatched that with a replaced clutch, wasn't it?
Ah,
Correct,
yes, it was that car,
it's
yeah.
the 511 car that, of course, was running in the top 10.
So it has just so I shall make my pilgrimage to the top end of the pit lane, and hopefully that's an unrelated problem for that car.
Yes, I dare suggest it might not be a serious issue, because the driver in the 511, the JDC Motorsport Car Care Centre, has been there a while.
Yeah, didn't you say that he came in when the clutch was done? And then
So just now a
it
regular change.
I think it might be.
Yeah.
Might
it
have
could
hit the
be
timer
more
on
to
his,
it, but it
Yeah,
might
but
be
it's
3
taking
hour
on fuel. I think you're absolutely right. So the car hasn't gone into garage. This is perhaps more a regulation pit stop.
Yes. An Ian Duggan removal rather than anything more significant.
Good.
That's all good then, that's
Yes.
what you want.
That is good for them, because they had been having an immaculate race up to that point, well in the top 10 when the car let go, and they are now outside of the top 30. But
And fair play for a clutch change in half an hour.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really good work.
Yeah, great running, or great work from them to do that. I think some of the teams have lost a lot more time to a clutch overnight than that. But they are still, you know, they're a quick team. I think they can still chip their way down into the 20s on the TSL sheet before the end of this one, if they keep their noses clean. And they've got a good lineup to do it as well. I'm interested to see who gets in that car to replace Ian Duggan.
Well, the fuel is still going in, so the driver change will not have been affected yet. So I'm in time to be able to tell you who's getting into that car. 421 is in the garage, and they were just trying to turn the car over, and it wasn't playing. But
they've had a bit of a recent nightmare in that car by the look of it.
But they're still smiling, which is good news.
Yeah, definitely. Well, again, the spirit of the drivers and teams is just awesome. You know, they're 86 laps down, and they're still happy enough to continue as they are. I'm just looking out the window here. Plenty of beautiful sunshine bathing the circuit now. Looks absolutely wonderful.
James Townsend is the driver that will be getting into the 511 car.
Okay, so we'll see how he fares and whether he can start to make some headway to try and reclaim some of the positions they lost. Some word from the paddock by way of the YouTube live stream. PT Motorsport, whom we saw towed in not so long ago. A note from them: just installing our third engine, determined to get to the finish.
Which car is this?
452.
452.
The PT Motorsport car. So
I'll pay a visit.
Yes, they're on engine number 3 and they're loving it, seemingly.
Fair play to them. Fair play to them indeed. Takes a lot to...
Which garage would they be in?
Just give me a few seconds and I will let you know. 452 are in garage 12E.
Bye, Alan.
Thank you very much. Well, no, I'm going to send 511 on its way. I'm not going to go straight away. So it's pushed back, spins up the wheels.
That was spirited.
And out into the sunshine. Oh, hang on. Why has it stopped at the end of pit lane?
Oh, no.
It's got a green light.
Uh-oh.
And hand out the window. And now it's on its way. That was peculiar. So maybe that was an Alan Gow final lap of the 2CV 24-hour race in Mondello Park, just popping in to say happy birthday to someone.
Or maybe to ask one of the teams that's in the garage, do you want a lift?
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Oh, he's found the audio setup again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We went and visited that gentleman yesterday.
I know so this is another garage. This is garage 12B.
Careful of the copyright strikes.
Let me
on the YouTube.
let me rate the music equipment. I have to be perfectly honest. I'm not happy with the speakers. But the kit, very good. Yeah, MacBook Pro. Twin decks. I think the speakers are okay, but maybe they need a sub woofer going on there. Add a bit of bass. But I've got a very, very happy DJ doing. So, goodness me. There's quite a few garages that are playing radio stations and all that kind of thing. I would urge them to tune into the wireless at 1 o'clock until 3 o'clock this afternoon for the 80s throwback.
Alan loves a good plug there, doesn't he? You've got to love that. We've just got there's quite a pack of them coming past here, which involves the CEX car and the Wieners car as well. The Trimite car back up to full pace again now, which is really good to see. The next one coming through is the 451, just ahead of the mellow, not quite yellow machine. They've got blue bumpers front and back now after, I think, damage earlier on. And then one of the Silver Lake cars as well, the number 458 machine in the race. They're currently just inside the top 10, actually, 10th overall as things stand. And those Silver Lake cars, actually, Adam, they've sort of been floating in and around the top 10, but one of them had a bit of a drop down the order earlier on, didn't it?
Yes, so Silver Lake found themselves, well, in the case of, hold on, let me just find my notes. It was the 398 Silver Lake car that was actually right up there, kind of in the leading scrum in the early stages of the race. Clutch issues, again, much like the 511 car that we've been talking about in more recent times. It was clutch issues that dropped them down the order in the 398 car. So that was unfortunate. But yeah, the Silver Lake team, a team with a lot of experience of these C1s. Of course, they're the title sponsor for the Silver Lake C1 Challenge as well. They know their way around the cars, but unfortunately they've had to test their mettle quite a lot here. They've had to do a not insignificant amount of repairs.
Adam, do you know much about the Silver Lake company?
I believe they're a spares firm, aren't they?
So automotive recycling is the legend, because they've got their merchandise on sale
yes,
here. And
yes.
I thought it might be a nice idea, which I will endeavour to do before the end of our race at the end of this afternoon, to have a chat with someone from Silver Lake, because clearly they are hugely valued supporters of this event, and it would be well worth knowing a bit more about the company.
Yeah, that'd be good. I'd be up for that as well.
When it comes to cars out there on circuit with, let's say, war wounds, I think the most impressive of them at the moment is the JDC car, number 490, just coming down the Wellington Straight now.
Oh, is that with the front left missing?
With the front left missing, and as you noted before, about an hour ago, Chaz, it did used to run sans a fair bit of its front bumper. It now runs with, I think, the entire of Northamptonshire's supply of yellow gaffer tape sat on the left front, which is quite impressive, if probably slightly flappy down the Wellington Straight.
I'll wait for it to come into view now. I've just had the 394 go past me, second place overall at the moment. Gap to the race leaders is currently 15.6 seconds. So they're still well in touch, and yes, I do see the 490 now. That's absolutely fantastic. It's like someone spilt the inside of a highlighter down the front of it, as if it's been running out of the headlight. There's another little train of 5 coming across here as well. I believe one of them in said group of 5 is the 538. It is. That's the car in second place in that little train there, the Hills Motorsport car. And then the mellow yellow and one of the other Silver Lake cars involved in that as well. I think that's actually the same car train.
We have a car stopped here at the approach to Maggots Beckett, and it's the 439, the Team Dynamics car, has come to a halt. So the 01 on the side, the 439, the actual number on the window, but unfortunately no power seemingly for the car. I don't think it's been involved in an accident as such. It's just ground to a halt. Marshall's now running toward it to respond to the car's issues. Is Alan there with something in the pits?
Just a little update from the hard-working team on my mellow yellow machine.
Ah, yes.
Because I thought they were getting close. Well, close is a relative concept, isn't it?
Yes.
There's still a few final touches to go on the 316 car, but second engine change on this car is being completed, and battery just going in, so I think we're fairly close to getting this car back out. It reminds me of the Opel Manta at the Nürburgring 24-hour race, which is
what a car.
Such a huge crowd favourite. And a few years ago, because of the nature of the Nürburgring 24-hour race, the garages, they share. So you might find the likes of number 421 busy working on a second engine change, sharing with the Works BMW team. And we had that a couple of years ago with the Works BMW team sharing the garage with the Opel Manta. And the Opel Manta came in with considerable problems, and they just were trying to get the car back out to take the finish. And because things were going swimmingly well for the BMW team, it was all hands to the pump. So the BMW Motorsport team ended up
I remember this.
all over the Manta to get it out, along with its lucky tail, and get it out to take the end of the race.
And I think it extended further than just the garage as well. I think there were factory technicians from quite a few places that ended up helping that car, which has become a legend in its own right. One car that may become a legend in its own right here today, unfortunately, is the green and white Citroën DS3 safety car. It's making what I believe might be its 20th appearance out there on the circuit now. We are under safety car. It's the 19th. I do apologies. I do apologies. Yes, that's English. I do apologise.
Okay, so does that take into account the fact that there was a substitution of the safety car?
Oh, that's a good question.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, yes, because there was indeed. So it may actually only be 18 in actuality, but yes, in the early stages of this morning, as we kind of greeted the sun decided it wasn't dressed yet and sent us some fog instead. And the DS3 actually ran low on diesel. And I believe David Whedon had to go and fill the car up while a BMW M2 substituted a safety car for a few laps.
Not a bad substitute,
It's as it goes, no. So that was one of many dramas that occurred in the wee early hours. But yes, the 439 car, unfortunately, the Team Dynamics entry, it's been a little bit troubled. It's only been with the team for this week. It arrived from James Kay just a few days ago and has been recommissioned, but it has been experiencing some teething issues with its new owners, and well, hopefully this isn't anything too terminal and they can get the car back out in timely fashion. But they will of course lose a further 3 laps because this is looking like a towback.
I've just seen a comment on the YouTube stream by a Mr. Ash Hobson, who says 24 hours in a C1, beautifully insane.
Yes.
Which is a very good way of putting it as well. Mark Redford, a good mate of mine, is on the chat as well. Thanks very much, mate. Hope you are well. But it's nice now to just get these drivers all sort of bunched back up again. We get a little bit more pack racing. But, you know, again, in complete contrast to that, when we've not had the safety car out for a while, they do just sort of culminate into these little groups, don't they? And they just start fighting amongst themselves. So there's never a shortage of cars overtaking one another.
Absolutely. One treat, if you are a statistician here at the circuit, if you can access it, is the statistics tab on the TSL timing page, where you can see some nuggets of information, such as an ongoing counter of how long the safety car has been out there. Another thing you can see is the fastest lap history across the race, and it provides a very good illustration of just how on the money Sam Weller was earlier on in the early stages of the morning. The fastest lap history goes as follows: 1:10 a.m. Sam Weller 2:59.274, 1:28 a.m. Sam Weller 2:59.256, 1:31 a.m. Sam Weller 2:59.116, and then he chipped away into the 2:58 with a 7:15 at about 2:30 in the morning.
Wow.
And then it's just a shade before 3, I think not long before he was extracted from the car, a 2:58.511, which still stands as our fastest lap. And in these sunny conditions that we have now, with the temperatures not all the way up, but a considerable amount of the way there, we are going to see that time stand, unless someone finds something particularly like pixie dust out there on the track.
Yeah, I was going to say, as much as it's nice for the circuit to get warmer, and in some ways closer to its better operating temperature, it can very quickly get too warm, and the drivers can overwork the tyres. And you know, even on these road tyres, on the Nankangs that they run on, they can sometimes just completely overwork them. You know, they still get affected by temperature, just because they're not your usual sort of racing slick or semi-slick. They really do get overworked by temperature if you push them too hard. So the drivers do still need to be careful of that. Now, I'm trying to see. I can't see generally on the CCTV. Can you see what's happened to it?
It's currently being towed, and you'll like this, by a Land Rover Defender. It's being pulled just now onto the grass, and should be clear of being an obstacle in about 30 seconds time. So I think we'll have one more lap behind the safety car.
Can I have my little chat about Silver Lake, please?
Oh yes, go ahead.
Because in the sunshine here, I bumped into Alan Preble, who is the CEO of the company, and also a driver. So first question, first things first, most importantly, how's it going in the race?
Yeah, well, we're doing our number 2 car's doing very well. Unfortunately, our other car with a clutch problem, but I think everybody's enjoying it, and embracing the fabulous event this is.
I mean, the reason I wanted to have a little chat about Silver Lake, obviously you've put a lot into this race and this series, and it might be a nice idea to find out a bit more about the company and what you do, and a bit of the background about the company. So first and foremost, an automotive parts company. Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, my father started it in 1948, so we've been done 75 years. I left from school when I was 16, so a long time ago, sort of 40 odd years ago. So we progressively improved the company and around automotive recycling. You know, we sell a lot of parts, we buy a lot of cars, we sell cars, we do export, we do quite a broad range, but it's all around affordable things and saving money for people, and we thought this was a very good fit for us, the C1 series, and some really good guys, like Philip and Carol and all the people who started off. So I thought, it's good for us to be involved and support everybody here. It's just a great atmosphere. That's really the main reason we've got involved.
It was great foresight for your father starting the company all that time back, because really motoring was in its infancy back then, wasn't it?
Oh yes, definitely. Yeah, we were dealing with older Austins and all the Cambridges and all the old cars. Yes,
parts were a bit easier then, weren't they?
Oh yeah, very much less complicated than they are today. So no, it's been quite a journey for us all, and it's just lovely to come along and be part of this great event.
So Alan, can you kind of provide a part for any car? Is that too tall an order?
Yeah, we have about 3,500 cars on a 10-acre facility. We can't guarantee we've got every part, but we've always a good chance to save everybody money if we've got the part in stock. So we have a big online eBay shop and stuff with 30,000 parts on. Yeah, we do a nationwide delivery to all the body shops and mechanical garages anywhere in the country. So by our own vans. So, we just try and support the best way we can, and try and improve and learn from our mistakes that everybody does today, so.
And you've got a great presence here. You've got merch on sale.
Yeah, definitely. We've done a lot of talks with Carol and Philip and Robin to try and support this great series. To try and bring some professional to it. I went to Le Mans when I was in my 15s with my brother-in-law Peter Stride. It's here today and sort of inspired me, and I just really think it's got the same atmosphere, to see everybody enjoying himself. It's just fantastic.
Lovely, isn't it? It's lovely to be part of. You're quite right. Are you back in the car before the end of the race? Yes.
Yeah, they're trying to get me back in for the last 45 minutes, so hopefully I can keep it clean and tidy. So, great, and look forward to the end, and wish everybody the best of luck.
Excellent, Alan. Thank you so much. Great to find out a bit more about the company, and thanks for having a chat. That's absolutely brilliant.
So safety car in this lap then. Great to hear a little more about the Silver Lake company. I'd just say before we go back to green, I recently met someone in my local area down in Gosport, just across the harbour from Portsmouth, who had a Japanese market S15 Silvia Nissan, and he'd actually obtained some parts through Silver Lake. So if that doesn't tell you how expansive the parts list can be there, the fact they had a Japanese market set of spares tells you a lot. We are back to green flag conditions now then, Chaz. The train is with you.
They are indeed, and they come flying around Woodcote and Luffield, looking absolutely phenomenal in the sunshine here. It's the 312 leading the train, but of course the 397 now just about to put them another lap down here, which is not really what the 312 will want, but still they're fighting strong in third place overall at the moment. We've got a car here holding up quite the train as they come to the line. Is that the TRS machine? Is it TRS? Sorry, TSR, apologies. The 315 has got Burton Power, Tivoli, and the 342, and then that's the Badger just behind them as well. I think, you know, yeah, some of them maybe are riding the brake just to sort of say, don't get too close to the back of me down this straight, you know, before they go into turn one, because there definitely is a bit of brake light action most of the way down the straight by quite a lot of them here.
Yeah, I think it's also just a matter of just making sure the brakes are effectively still there, having cruised around on safety car conditions and everything's cooled down. I think that's also a factor in play. Oh, and there's a bit of a moment. We've got a spinner in the pack as they the tail end of the traffic goes through the Maggots-Beckett section. Miraculously, it must be said, not collected. Just trying to figure out.
Oh, that's the TSR car that I mentioned before.
Oh no. Okay, so yeah, the TSR car is around. Very lucky to not be collected there. About 6 cars came across it full bore sideways, and thankfully they all managed to pick the right way around the machine. So that was a stroke of luck, one would have to suggest.
Yeah, definitely. It's never easy there because, as I said before, you know, once those cars have a bit of a spin and the fronts sort of regain traction and the momentum and the weight shift all changes, the car can very quickly pivot on its own axis and then just point in a completely different direction. So they're very hard to judge when these things go around. You know, they're not carrying the normal momentum where they just spit off in one direction. They can very quickly snake one way or the other and spin around on the spot. So you really need to have your wits about you when you're coming up to a spin with these things. But there's a big train of them now going back with you, mate.
There is a big train, and it includes the battle for a lead, and also a bit of a flashback to about 18 hours ago. The Crossacre car, the Fake Shake and Bake, and the Hybrid Tune 397 are the 3 cars leading the way, which was often the case during the opening salvo of the motor race all that time ago. But critically, the 3...
So Auto Farm currently running in 8th place. I've got 2 gentlemen who currently aren't in the driver's seat, but we've just pitted and they're back out at it. How's it gone? What are we, 16 hours in now?
Yeah, 16 hours in. We've had a fairly good run. We had one issue, we had a puncture and a broken wheel in the sort of second stint, which had put us behind a little bit. But, you know, now we're sort of, you know, just sort of holding our own, but it's going to be tough to sort of pull it back.
It's a rough old game, isn't it, talking about all of the damages you've got there. We had a bit of a safety car out in the wee small hours, which is usually a lot more fun, and you were behind the wheel for that. Just talk us through that session.
Quite boring. So yeah, I put the Radio 1 on and just listened to the chill music. I tried it, but it wasn't on at the time because it was at probably about 5 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, it was just go around for 2 hours and waiting.
commute to work, couldn't you? So talk to me about the situation then. You're currently running in 8th place, a lot of racing to go. How does that sort of sit with your ambitions coming into the race?
I'd like to, I mean, there's a long way to go yet. You know, anything can happen in the last hour, half an hour. I'd like to think we can make some more spaces up, but I think we may be a lap down now. We have got a slight engine issue. The engine light comes on and it goes into limp mode, so we have to shut the engine down and restart it. So that is hindering us a little bit in straight line.
That could be any Citroen C1 on the planet, to be honest. Talk to me about rest, because you look full of energy, even though you've been up for most of the night. Have you managed to get any sleep?
Probably about 3 hours. Lots of sweets and cake. Sugar intake. So, yes.
Sounds amazing, the motor racer's diet. And have you both got, like, how much more driving have you got? And are you going to get any rest now before you get back behind the wheel?
Yeah, I'll just go into the motorhome, have a shower, sort of get my head down for a couple of hours, and then sort of get up, sort of, you know, third hour, ready to go, really. I feel quite good, actually.
Good, I'm glad. That's what I like to...
More stints each, I reckon.
Yeah.
You certainly get your racing in, don't you? So let's look, I know you're racing as a team, but I know that every driver is incredibly competitive. So out of the three of you, who's the quickest in the team?
We're actually all the same.
Oh, come on.
No, we are. I mean, he's a racing snake, I'm a little bit heavier, but we're actually all very similar on times.
And in terms of like the season, I spoke to some guys down there earlier. Some of them are talking about taking it very seriously. Others are talking about doing it as a side race. Where do you see yourselves?
So Mike Hughes in the car is my business partner at Auto Farm. So we've decided we're doing the next round at Snetterton. We're going to do Donington. May go to Proft, may go to Pembury, depending on how we feel. But I'd like to carry it on. And I think Robin's done a fantastic job getting this off the ground. I think he's done a sterling job.
Deadly serious question here. We saw some pictures from the pit before you went back out. Is it the best looking car on the start grid?
Yeah, best three.
No, ours is the best though.
Yeah.
Not at the moment because it's got a few dents in it, but yeah, no, I love the livery. I think it looks really good, and we got obviously Jota and the other progressive car, which all looks good.
None of you are claiming any kind of responsibility for the dents as well, and I respect that. Hey, get your heads down, and good luck with the rest of the race, boys. Thanks very much for having a chat.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
To that point, you know, they've not got to worry about catching traffic and negotiating that too much, so they can just get on with the job, really, can't they? That's one of the best bits about this film.
Yes, I suppose so, although I think that I don't think Sam Weller will be enjoying it particularly, because if Joe Wiggin launches one up the inside, causes him to check up, before he knows it, Sam Weller is going to end up with the second place car right on his bumper for the battle for the overall lead. As they come through the village loop once again for the 315th time in this motor race, it is still Sam Weller heading the pack. Wiggin is behind him, and then there is a little bit, maybe room for one extra Citroen C1 in the train between the 483 and the 312. But this quartet, of course, given their proven pace potential, are just starting to disappear up the road from the rest of the safety car train. And as they head toward you once again, Chaz, through to Brooklands, hopefully they're all staying in the straight and narrow. Maybe they're just being sensible, but it certainly looks like some of them are looking at maybe, speculatively, thinking of a move.
Yeah, one of the best things you can try and do in this situation as well is maybe just show your nose before a corner and just put the pressure on a bit, get in the mirrors and so on. But I suppose with the different closing speeds of these cars in corners being very, very small, there's not really much point. If you're going to show your nose anyway, you may as well just go for it. We've got the hybrid tune car actually staying right down the middle of the straight as they get out of Woodcote, just making sure that he does break the slipstream on the left-hand side of the circuit, maybe just gets the other guys to wash up a tiny bit of speed as they go over to the right-hand side again. We've got umpteen amount of cars coming into the pits. One of them's just made their way down. I think it's the 521 car on their way in, which is the Progressive Motorsport Limited, so he's going to progress down the pit lane. The 488 car slows down a little bit early. The 432 nearly goes into the back of him on the way into the pits. That was rather close. But they're both doing 40Ks now into the pits, and they will have their respective stops. Nobody else seemingly coming in yet. We've got the other hybrid tune car just coming past me now. Everyone else, though, there's a lot of duos out there, to be fair, fighting together. Oh, we've got the 531 off the circuit at Club, which is being dragged through the gravel. That's just come up on the CCTV. The 531 car is Dsc Motorsport, so they've really not had a good day, have they? It looks like a bit of damage on that thing, actually, on the bonnet. Maybe just some marks of where it's been worked on, but they're dragging it through the gravel, and it is not, the wheels aren't rolling really, it's just sort of skating across the gravel.
Never the best of signs. That car, as we said, has been in the wars fairly, not constantly, but repeatedly during this race. Hopefully it's not as bad as it seems. Maybe with the tow back that's now been announced on the TSL timing screen, they're going to have to tow the car back. But hopefully they can send it back out there quickly and not incur terribly much more penalty, except for the 3 laps that they will automatically be deducted for getting pulled back.
That's very true. Very true indeed.
So the leading quartet, the top 4 in the race, in the wrong order, coming through the village loop again. And he's still looking quite speculative, is Joe Wiggin in the Crossacre car. In the early stages of this race, he was, let's say, one of the more proactive in his advances of trying to make up positions in the initial sprint race before the first pit stops. And I think he's continued that now because, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Chaz, I don't think his front number plate was dislodged a lap ago. This time by, it has come past me with a dislodged number plate, so I think he may have tagged Sam Weller somewhere on that lap.
That's known as giving another driver encouragement.
Yes.
Let's have a look then. Oh yeah. To be fair, it's crazy how easily you can notice that from a mile off, because it just doesn't look right at all. It's almost like that slanted face emoji where he's not quite happy with something. But yeah, there definitely has been a little bit of a kiss there from the Crossacre car. And now,
thank you for explaining that, because I never really knew what that emoji meant.
Well, you know what? I'm going to go on a little rant here, because there's one that's very similar. That's kind of like a slanted face, like just sort of like unimpressed, like ugh. But there's also one that's like a smirk, like a look how well I've done sort of face.
Oh no, no, I know that one. That's the smug face.
But people do that one instead of thinking it's the slanted face one, and it really annoys me, because people will moan about something on Facebook and complain and say that they're unhappy, but then it's like this smirk, and it's like, well, no, that doesn't make sense.
Oh no, I get the smug face quite often from one particular friend of mine who is incredibly smug. So,
I was going to say, I don't text you that often, do I?
So no, and he's the first to admit it as well. So
well, that's always good though. If
yeah,
you know that
yeah. Oh, he enjoys that notoriety.
Fantastic stuff. We've got the 5. What number did I say it was? The 531. Was it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Billy Selly at the wheel. He's actually had the car towed behind the barrier now onto the grass, and I think he's going to be going back down the service road past you in about 3 to 5 working days, Adam.
Okay. Well, I'll keep you posted on that one then.
Danke. At the top of the field, then, the gap last time was 1.5 seconds.
It's like a disappointing Amazon order, isn't it?
Yeah.
3 to 5 working days.
Yeah, when the best option you can get is next day delivery. I'm actually like, I'm that much of an Amazon Prime snob now that when I can't get it same day, I'm actually kind of annoyed.
Yeah, you see, I can't do. They don't do same day where I live. Used to where I used to live.
Yeah.
But now it's the best you can get is next day, which isn't bad, really, is it?
Or the best you can get is Gillette, of course.
The 531 is not being towed back.
I'm sorry,
I'm not even acknowledging that. The 531 is not being towed back. It's actually going at full racing speed down the Wellington Straight at the moment.
Oh, right.
It was listed as a tow back, but I suddenly saw the number moving on the charts here, and suddenly it's back underway at full chat.
Sprung back into life.
There you go.
So fair play. But I apologise about it.
No, that's fine. I'm not offended by your plugging of your preferred grooming materials. That's okay.
A part of me today was really excited at the fact that Alan may be excited to work with me again, but I feel like he might have got to his wit's end with me by this point.
My problem really lay in the fact that have you looked in my Amazon shopping basket at the moment, because I have 8 Mark III blades in there. So
fantastic. Oh well, there you go. I must be a minor.
I fear I may have been hacked.
Call me Mystic Meg. Well, to be fair, actually, speaking of me being Mystic Meg, watch out for the Crossacre car at this point, Adam, because I don't think that number plate's going to hang on much further, because all it's going to take is for him to clip a curb with that, and it's going to come off, because it was on the floor when he came past me.
Yes, it's. I think Sam Weller's actually going defensive into Maggots Beckett's this time by. He's really having to fight the Crossacre guys. In spite of being several laps down, 4th place and 4 laps down is Joe Wiggin. And it makes for the most compelling lead battle when you've got the 3rd and 4th place cars sandwiched between the 1st and 2nd place cars. 3rd and 4th on different laps and kind of running their own race, and 1st and 2nd running right to the limits of adhesion, trying to retain their respective positions. Or in the case of Brian Trott, of course, he wants to catch and pass Sam Weller, which would be quite the scalp, because he will almost certainly go down as the fastest man of the 2021 Silver Lake C1 24-hour race, given his 2:58.5. So if you can make a move on him on track, clearly you're doing something right.
You are indeed.
Did we call the penalty for the 491 car? No. So 491 car, the 1 minute stop and go for the tag infringement. So must not have scanned the tag on the way out. For those who don't know what that is, all of the drivers essentially have like a glorified wristband on their wrists. Naturally, you wouldn't put the wristband on your elbow. And you use that to kind of check into the car on your way out of pit lane, and that allows us here in the commentary booth and everyone who needs to look at TSL timing to know who's in the car at any given time. It was an innovation brought into the C1 Challenge 24-hour after the first running here in the UK. The first one that they ran in Rockingham in 2018 did not have such a thing, so myself and Dave Goddard were having to go with team names and team names alone for that first edition. But when we went back for a second time that year, for a second Rockingham 24-hour, they had implemented the system, and it has been perfected since then. And it is a jolly useful little tool to have here in addition to the usual TSL timing screen. But unfortunately, one team has not done it right, and the Squadra Bedino Nero team, the 491, are going to have to serve a 1 minute stop and go.
Yeah, a bit of a nightmare. And I mean, even though 1 minute is a third of a lap, as we discussed before, it just feels like an age. Now, the top 4 are catching some traffic here. I think one of them is the 531 car. It's the Dsc Motorsport machine. So they're right with them now. And there was a car just in front of them as well, a solid black machine. I think that might be one of the JW Bird cars, potentially, that is right up there with them. One team I am wondering about was the WRC Developments car. They were right up there earlier on in this race, weren't they? And now they're down in 40th place.
Yep, that's one of the ones that hit troubles overnight.
Yeah.
The 318 WRC Developments dropped an hour and a half after a roll for George Smith.
That was the one that rolled, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah, that was one of the incidents I discovered I'd missed during my apparently very inopportunely timed 2 hours of sleep. Quite a lot happened in that 2 hours. I'm going to mute my mic briefly because there's a very, very spicy looking Lamborghini Aventador that I fear may be about to deafen.
Oh, I'd like to hear it.
No, it's now reversing away from me, so clearly it doesn't like you, Jazz.
It's gone, oh no, I'm trying to stay under the radar, which is the exact thing that Lamborghinis don't do. But, yeah, and I'm still quite a fan of an Aventador. Anyway, I'm currently a fan of the 7 C1s that are rattling their way towards me. We've got the 511, 467, 507, 369, 317, 555 and 499, easy for me to say. And they're all in Well, I say quite the train. It's a trio and the spread out quartet behind them, all sort of waiting in the wings for any potential opportunity. In terms of the closest cars on track, I'm pretty sure that it's actually our race leaders, which is unbelievable in itself after all this time.
Yes.
4.6 seconds between 12th and 13th place on that last lap. But yeah, our leaders are actually the closest two cars on track after what, nearly, well, we've done 18 hours now. We're into the last 6 hours of the race. We're into the last quarter now, gentlemen. 75% of the way through.
Yes.
Just watch. Sorry, I was just about to say, I'm just watching the pit stop for the 5:20.
Well, let's check in then with Ian Mockett from Hybrid Tune. You are literally fresh out of the saddle and you've just got your helmet off and I've shoved a microphone and a camera in your face. How was the session? We've got a bit of sun out. It certainly looks nice from a spectator's point of view. How is it out there on the track?
Well, we were sort of like second stint in on our tyres, so they were starting to sort of degrade towards the end of the stint, and the sun didn't really help. It would be a bit better if we kept it a little bit cooler. But the whole time we've sort of been dealing with like a power issue, like we seem to be a little bit down on power in the straight lines.
What has that meant in terms of qualifying then? Because you were, what, third on the grid, sort of 3 flats, but then you drifted outside of that. But you've posted a few sub-3s as well. So these weird and wonderful cars, what's going on?
We think what's happened is our cat might have collapsed, and it's basically rattling around inside the container, and it might have just started to turn again. But you sort of rattle over a few curbs and then you sort of get it back again, and then it sort of goes away.
Like the old days where you used to have to smack the side of the television to get the picture back.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of bump drafting going on. You're sort of using everyone as like a bit of a hammer to sort of try and jiggle it into the right place and sort of make a pass down the inside.
It's a full team effort here. You were literally straight out of the seat after your session there, on the jack, changing the tyres. You all look like you're having such a great time racing here though.
Yeah, I'm sort of like a mechanic, is sort of like a day job, so I think I was a bit more proficient on the wheels, so we're sort of calling it the motorsport triathlon. And next thing will be to change like a full set of tyres, I think, and then go back out yourself.
Proper busman's holiday. Well, talk to me about the sort of tyres and the fuel as well. How many tyres are you going to go through in this race? Sort of how much fuel are you going to use? Give us an idea of the sort of full racing picture.
I think sort of front tyres, we're basically doing 2 stints on those. So 2 drivers will use the same set of fronts. Rears, we're sort of like picking and choosing. So in the night we managed to run a bit longer on the rears. Now that it's sort of heating up, we might change to newer rears to sort of loosen the car up again. Because as the rears sort of bed in, you end up with loads of understeer, and then you can't get the car to rotate in the high speed stuff.
Your stints, how do you think you've driven personally?
We're doing all right. I'm sort of like keeping a consistent pace, but I'm not as quick as the 2 or 3 other guys in the car. Yeah, Ben Simmons and Tom Griffiths are properly smashing it, but they've got a bit more experience than me.
And you're currently running 9th as it stands. Obviously, you qualified a lot higher than that. How does your current performance fit with your expectations? What with all the troubles you've had with the car and everything?
I think we're doing quite well actually, because I think basically after Ben's first stint in the car when we had the issues, we dropped all the way down to like 25, 26 or something. I then jumped back in the car and sort of like spoke to it gently and eased it in, and we managed to get into the top 10 again.
So you're like the horse whisperer for this car. You're the secret to the success. Have you got another stint?
I might do, or we might just swap me out for a faster driver in the end, just to see if we can place any higher.
I think you're being incredibly modest. Thank you very much for having a chat. Good luck for the rest of the race. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you.
Far down actually in 55th place before their moment that they've had here now. They're currently 138 laps off the top spot.
Well, yes, I mean, lest we forget, they triggered the safety car just before we went live at 9, and they've barely been out on the circuit since, unfortunately, so that's
yeah,
half of the course, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's not been a smooth run for them.
Yeah, the number 450, incidentally, it was that car that was in the gravel, and thankfully it is back up and running at full speed with no new signs of turmoil. There are some signs of prior turmoils that have since been solved, but thankfully the car's still in the same shape as it was about 3 minutes ago, last time it passed my window. So thankfully just a quick visit to the beach at Maggots Beckett's, and no further issue for that.
So it was the mellow that brought out the yellow. Really, before 9 AM, which is not what you want to do. The aforementioned Amigo car, which is, to be fair, it does look like they've just raided the Silver Lake garage for spare parts now, because it's got a blue front bumper, blue rear bumper, and then it's got a green, white and black bonnet, and then the rest of the car's yellow.
Yes.
It looks like the livery hasn't quite loaded properly from the sim or something. Yes. I can hear Alan though, he's ready with somebody, are you, mate?
No, just to tell you, one of the Silver Lake cars has come in for a stop. It's the 3, it's a little bit too far away for me to...
Oh, if it's Silver Lake, that'll be
388?
Yes, 398.
398.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, the 458's just gone past me, as a matter of fact. So.
The other thing I do, if we're on the subject of evolution and human evolution, so apart from having the sort of interchangeable filters on your nasal passages and mouth, I'd also pop an eye on the end of one of your fingers, because it would stop all this peering underneath cars when they come in, which is what's happening with car 318. So if they want to check underneath the car, all they would have to do is just pop your finger underneath the front. No, it's fine.
You'd have to wear a thimble all the time.
Well, you would need some kind of protective cap.
A lens cap.
Admittedly, you'd need a cap, but that would evolve. So it'd be like an eyelid on the end of your finger.
I'd feel sorry for that. The eye on the end of my finger would see some terrible things.
It would be really helpful as well, because if you wanted to know if your friend was coming around the corner, you wouldn't have to move. You would literally just poke your finger around the corner. No, he's not coming. Right, okay.
I don't tend to wait for my friends around corners, Alan, I won't lie.
Do you not? Right.
Like some really bad villain in Scooby-Doo or something.
Is the 316 car just coming into pit lane, Chaz? Because it was coming towards, it just came past me very slowly about a minute ago.
That's a long finger you've got the eye on the end of there, because it is.
I've got the 318 car, which is having its pit stop at the moment. That's the car they've been checking underneath, but it's taking fuel on board at the moment.
Yes, 316 is just in there now, actually.
It is indeed.
And then the 315 and the 588 going through. What's the situation there then, Alan? Does it look beaten up at all, or does it just look a bit dusty?
What, with 316, it looks the same degree of grubby that it did when they were working on it, to be honest. So I'm not sure it's...
It's not really improved in condition.
I'm not sure it's damaged. In fairness, it is the correct colour to be neatly camouflaged and maybe avoid the gaze of people when it's in a gravel trap.
Yeah, looks like an old school sort of desert Land Rover or something.
I remember interviewing Tim Harvey years ago, the Peugeot in the BTCCs that was green and gold.
Oh, gorgeous thing.
And he said to me it was so coloured so that it could go off in the gravel trap or on the grass and stand every chance of not being seen.
Adaptive camouflage in the late 90s.
Exactly that.
Oh, you've got to love it. I tell you what, though, on the subject of those, though, they were fantastic cars then. They really did look the part. It was very Marmite for people.
One of the cars that Patrick Watts drove, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yes. Radicic as well, didn't he drive it?
Yes.
Well, Patrick Watts raced it over here in 1998, and then exported himself and the car over to the Australian Super Touring cars for the following year.
Oh right, I didn't know he went all the way over there.
Yeah,
that. I know that he wasn't the year before. He was in a Mondeo with Will Hoy, wasn't he?
Just to let you know that the 316 car it looks fine.
Okay.
It looks. I mean, dusty tyres, but this is a regulation pit stop after that excursion.
So it's like the Paris-Dakar version of the Citroën C1.
It is a bit, yeah. Yeah.
The 491 is also just about to join you as well. The Squadra, Bonito, Nero, Pitto, Speedo, Limito car. Just on its way in now with Paul and George Ingram, Chris. Oh, now there's Chris and Christopher Childs. Now that's interesting. And then Charles Agg. So there's a 5-man team behind that car. One of the most interesting team names, actually. It just sounds awesome. Squadra Budino Nero, I'm going to translate that just to see if it is anything rude, because you know what people like to get away with. But in terms of team names, I don't think we've got too many unbroadcastable ones. Just the two, I'd say, maybe.
Yes, I missed the.
The Wombles. Where are they?
I missed the Scuderia Polo Rosso, the Red Chickens. They were fun.
I think they've rebranded to Cock Endurance.
Yeah, probably.
For this season, they just thought, stuff it. We're not going to go with the fancy name this season. We're just going to crack on with it and be this.
So the gap between the top two has extended some, and it's now not just because of any delays from the cars ahead. AB Motorsport's Brian Trott has actually fallen off the back of Fake Shake and Bake's Matt Maxted in the last few moments. So it looks like the pace is maybe just starting to come out of Brian at this stage in the 394 car. We'll see whether or not he responds in the next couple of laps. Maybe it was just a bad break in the traffic, of course, that can often delay one in these races.
I'm really glad. I'm so glad that I translated Squadra Pedino Nero.
Oh, no.
Would you like to guess what it is? The Nero bit's probably the easiest bit to.
Is this Italian?
Yes.
Is it?
It's nothing offensive. It's perfectly broadcastable. The word Nero is probably the easiest one to guess.
Yeah, I don't want to guess.
It's Team Black Pudding. But they've made it sound so exotic and fantastic. You've got to absolutely. I want to go and shake their hand and just say, what? That's my favourite team name. I'm sorry to Cock Endurance and the Cock Wombles, but that is my favourite team name out there. Squadra Budino Nero, Black Pudding team. Absolutely phenomenal. But again, I revisit this by the minute at the moment, but the banter and the positive vibe and the attitude of everyone in this paddock, I've never really met anything that matches this. This is phenomenal, and you've got to enjoy it. I think the Cock Wombles are actually just coming my way now. Either that or it's the other, what are we going to call it, the euphemistically named team, and it's the other one. Yes, it's the 369 car, to avoid saying it too many times in a few minutes. But they're now side by side with the 555. The other hybrid tune car is actually in there with them, which is currently in 8th position. 7 laps off the top spot, 10 pit stops for them, and 10 pit stops for the Fake Shake and Bake with Team Gas Shocks. Now they're the only 2 cars in the top 15 that have done 10 stops so far. The next one in 16th place is on the Edge Motorsports. Other than that, everybody above them is only on single-digit stops, and the cars in 5th, 2nd and 1st, which is the very odd way of saying the Chaz, so try that again. Cars in 1st, 2nd and 5th, they've only done 7 stops, while the ones around them have done 9 and 10.
Yes, so they've been not taking as many opportunities, I think, under the safety cars to pit in, and I think they've also just had some lucky draws that safety cars have come out, especially in the case of a hybrid tune. Their pure pace also a massive factor as to why they are where they are on the timing sheets at the moment at the front of the pack. But they've also had a few lucky breaks where they were coming kind of towards the end of their natural stint anyway, and then they got the opportunity to pit under safety car, which is always a satisfying moment, I think, for a race strategist.
Yeah, that's the thing, when it goes to plan like that, because the thing is, you know, you can have a strategy in mind of how many stops you're going to do, or, you know, how often you're going to change drivers, or how often you're going to take fuel and tyres and whatever else, or, you know, even just plan what you're going to base the pit stops off. So, you know, what goes first? What are we going to decide to do first? The timer or the fuel? How can we stretch that? And so on. You can always make these plans, but you never know what the race is going to throw at you. So it's how the teams adapt to that and how quickly they figure out what they want to change. And there's a real art form to that, isn't there?
Absolutely, yeah. There is so much to the strategic and just general. The elements of this race are a lot more intensive than one may think. You know, a lot of these drivers, I think we used the term yesterday, a lot of the drivers, especially who come out from the professional ranks or the higher ranks of motorsport, you know, it's a bit of a busman's holiday, but it's not taken any less seriously, and there are quite a number of combustible elements to juggle, just in terms of strategy, and even small things like the tyre pressures can be adjusted, and even it was interesting listening to the Roll Centre boys earlier on. We had quite an intensive discussion about the temperature in the car this morning, mostly from Morgan and Marcus Short's mum, I must say, who was a bit concerned that it was going to be a bit chilly in the car. Yeah, it was actually quite a lengthy discussion about the heater in the car and X, Y, and Z, and it seems like there's a lot to juggle every time they get in and out of the car. And just I think juggling the wheel a bit there, the 312, which has actually got past the 483 on circuits. The Crossacre 483 car has been ahead of the 312, I think, for about 20 laps since the last safety car. And finally the 312 has got back through, so Matt Maxted has moved past the Crossacre 483. It's not for position, of course, but they have had a change of place. And just heading into Village last time, Maxted, I think, got a bit too much wheel on the curb as it unloaded, and didn't quite end up fully sideways, but certainly had to catch a slide. And trying to catch slides in these C1s when the wheels start to unload is, well, often the reason the cars end up spinning. It doesn't often end well with this almost comedy suspension and body roll. It does often lead to some issues, and if you want to see comedy suspension and body roll, I suppose one should probably point you in the direction of the predecessors, the two CVs, which were masters of the craft at some junctures.
I'm just watching something on the screen here, sorry, just trying to see whereabouts the Dsc Motorsport and On the Edge cars are again, because they were right together not too long ago in the race either. You know, they were right on it, and they had this fantastic battle, and I was worried that the pit stop would get rid of that battle, because we've seen such a variation in pit stop times, but they're still out there fighting. We've got a car on the way in. Is that the Midway car, 345? It's the Emax Motorsport machine, the white one. The Midway car's actually just gone through behind it.
Car off into the barriers at Maggots Beckett. Didn't see the number. I just saw a blur of Citroen C1 into the barrier. It's...
What colour is it, buddy?
It's white. Is it?
Okay, there's not many white cars, so I've just seen two of them.
442? Is there a 442?
Let me have a look.
No, there's not.
No, I've seen the cars I've just seen were the 373. That's a white car.
I think
and the 345.
402. It's the 402 car that's had the moment. It's the
JW Berg car.
Yes, the white, yellow, and grey. The car has gone heavy into the wall there at Maggots Beckett, and that's not going to be able to drive out under its own steam. It's quite firmly dug up into the gravel. Driver is out of the car, which is of course the most important thing. Out of the car under his own steam, hopped over the fence, so he's maybe a little shaken, but otherwise okay. And well, I think that is probably going to have to be a safety car with how heavily that's gone into the tyres. But it's a very unfortunate blow for the 402 car.
Yeah, it looks like he's actually put it into the wall and it sort of bounced off and spun back around in the gravel there.
Yeah, so I mean that is an unlucky break for them. They haven't had the most trouble-free race, but they have been there or thereabouts for most of the day. But unfortunately, I think it's probably repairable. They can get it on the flatbed and maybe get it back out there. But they were running well in the top 20 by largely going trouble-free, and that's a streak that's now at its end for the JW Bird Motorsport team.
Yeah, it's a real shame that. A real shame. We've got to just wait to see whether they do call a safety car for that, of course, but it's not particularly in the way like we had with the car that was off at Abbey earlier on. You know, it was just sat in the middle of the runoff area. It was somewhere that if a car was going to go wayward on its way into there, then it would sort of not have a chance to slow down. So with that being well in the gravel out of the way near the wall, in somewhere that the cars rarely end up, let's face it, it might not require a safety car, but we'll have to see. Because I think based on what we saw last night when we went down there about midnight, Adam, it's not surprising that we've seen that happen to at least one car over this 24-hour race, because they really do lean on it around there, and the back end can break away.
Well, I think it comes down to effectively what I was talking about a few moments ago, correcting slides while the wheels are as unloaded as they are.
Yeah.
And if you're, correcting a slide and the whole car pitches to one side where it was going the other, a slow, say, for example, I imagine what happened here, tipping into Maggots Beckett's, was the front, the rear right unloaded, slowed down a little bit, then suddenly made contact with the track again and caused a spin, effectively. It can bite, and well, we've seen how, as you said rightly, just how raggedy they are, especially with the combination of the night time and the glorified Christmas lights a lot of these cars wear. It made for a spectacular visual in the depths of darkness at about midnight when we were back up here in the box and taking in the sights and sounds. Yes, the sounds largely squealing, but they are still sounds to take in. And it does look like we are going to go without the safety car, as you correctly said. Flatbed is just making its way towards the car, and the digger has made its way into the gravel trap and has already begun the process of removing it from immediate harm's way. So we are going to keep this one going without the need for safety car intervention, but an unfortunate blow, as we said, for the 402 team. Still 19th at the moment, but obviously going to fall down the order in short order.
I've just been informed that there's a supercar festival going on in Northampton at the moment.
Oh yes, would that explain why I'm seeing so many of them here?
Yeah, there's a few friends of mine have sort of asked how my weekend is going, and in just replying to a quick message for a second there, I've been informed that there's a supercar festival down the road, and there's a lot of very, very potent machinery there. And the Lamborghini that you saw earlier, it turns out that I was being a bit of a nerd when the picture came through. It is the normal Performante wing that Lamborghini had on it.
Well, I mean, so it's actually been, I haven't mentioned it on commentary because I didn't feel it was...
Oh, sorry mate, I'm sorry, we're going to have to divert, but the Crossacre car and the fake shake Gaz Shocks car is now back into the pits, both of them together, both chasing each other very playfully down the pit lane, and now they're in for stops.
That is critical for the AB Motorsport team and Brian Trotz, because Brian had closed up to them once again, and now finally he is free to chase down Sam Weller, and for the first time we get to see whether he can do that in the clean air, whether he can match or surpass the pace of Sam Weller and give us an on-track overall scrap for the lead. It's only 4.5 seconds still between the leaders out there on circuit. It hasn't been more than a 30-second gap between the top two since we went on air at 9 o'clock this morning, which is
it's amazing,
an incredible statistic for a 24-hour race. That's largely thanks to the fact that they decided to pit in at the same time under safety car a little while ago, but that is the statistic as it stands. But yes, just to continue the point I was going to make to you there, just to pick up on that before we move on. This little area that I'm sat in has become a 3-point turn haven for supercars. I think people keep going the wrong way, ending up trying to come into our paddock here for the C1s and getting turned away by a diligent marshal. and so I've seen the Performante, a 911 GT3 RS, among others, all getting turned away, and then drivers very nervously backing up their 200,000 plus pound car onto the loose gravel here by my commentary position.
Love it, absolutely love it. And it's the fact that one of those supercars, not to devalue what we're seeing today, one of those supercars probably worth more than the entire field of cars here in terms of how much was paid originally for each car. It's just crazy, but these are a lot more entertaining as the day goes. The other hybrid tune car just comes through here. He's got what's that red car in front of him? Oh yeah, that's the Badger, just in front of him there, and then he's got the 432 just behind. So he's got red mist front and back at the moment. But then everybody else just sort of basking in the sunshine at the moment and enjoying themselves. Looks like the Tivoli car has got itself involved in a scrap. That's one of the best looking cars on the grid, that I must say. That Tivoli livery looks absolutely gorgeous. Very, very pretty machine. He is chasing down. Just in front of him there is the 467 car, the CAT driver training machine, and there's another car just ahead of them. Didn't quite catch that. Good to see Team Dynamics still going as well. And the race leaders are now in my sight.
I'm wondering if Brian Trott might be on his way into pit lane, because he's been dropping the better part of a second each split of this lap.
He's continuing. He did look like he was going to turn it in there, because he was really on the lock, as much as they are already. He was even more on the lock than normal round Luffield, and he really chucked the car to the right, so maybe he's just pushing a little bit too hard, not smoothing it out as much on the corner exit.
But potentially it may have more to do with Sam Weller's pace than Brian Trott's on reflection, because there's a 2:59.
Wow.
0.954, which is, you know, a sub 3 minutes in these warm conditions in the prime of daylight is quite something. That's quicker than they did on qualifying day in the dark.
Yeah, it is, because in qualifying he
3 minute .1.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. Well, I've got 3 minute .4.
Oh, for that car, yes.
Oh.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. No,
I'm with you.
No, I've got pole position 3 minutes .4.
Oh, was it?
Shake, bacon.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. I'm giving more credit than is due. Friday.
Even so, you know, it's only a few tenths
of
between
course,
friends,
yes,
of course. But that's just ridiculous pace to do that. And like you say, with the conditions being hotter now, the track has had time to heat up properly. There's not too much wind.
No.
The BRDC clubhouse flag giving me that indication, but yeah, this is just an insane run by Weller.
And either way, we're very pleased that we didn't take Adam's bet.
Yes.
Very good news.
Yes, indeed, mate.
Yes.
Yeah, because otherwise I wouldn't have had that tenner in the wallet still. It's been firmly in the wallet still. You'll be glad to know, Alan.
Quite right too. Yes.
It's not gone anywhere yet. It's not gone anywhere yet.
But yes, so the gap out to 7 seconds from 4.5 in that last lap alone. Everyone else on the circuit is in the 3:02s onwards, and then Sam Weller's last lap at 2:59.9. He's really pulled his finger out. I'm looking forward to seeing what his next lap is across the line. He's again making up tenths on tenths on tenths on this lap. He's made up over a second on this lap already. First sector split for Sam Weller, a 55.1 relative to a 55.8 for Trott, a 36.2 in split 2 relative to a 36.8 for Trott in the second sector. So he is, you know, shedding a whole second every half a lap at the moment in terms of building his advantage, which is absolutely spectacular driving from Sam Weller, who seemingly just has an extra gear, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's just, I don't know how he carries all the pace he does. He just seems to really have it lit up at the moment. It's great to watch, you know, because one thing about the body language of these cars I noticed when I was at Luffield this morning, just doing a little bit of footage and a few pictures. Some of them really do squeal a lot more loudly mid-corner than others. You know, you can really tell when somebody is ragging it on the door handles, but at the same time, some of the quicker guys weren't screeching the tyres too much because they weren't pushing it beyond the limit of adhesion. They were doing just what it needed to do, and the 394 is in the pits now. He's just turned off.
Okay. So it felt like it might be heading in that direction, and sure enough, Brian Trott has come into pit lane in car 394. So we'll pull into the garage, and hopefully it will be a fairly quick stop for them. They can get back out there in short order. They'll be hoping to well, they won't stay on the lead lap. I don't think that's quite possible, but they'll be hoping to stay clear of anyone else behind. And well, with them pitting now, it will be interesting to see when Sam Weller makes his next stop, because of course their last pit stops both happened on the same lap. So we'll see how long it's going to be before Sam Weller comes in, because you'd have to think they'll have to pull Sam in as well pretty soon if the AB Motorsport crew have figured out that their time is running out.
Yeah, potentially doing some sort of some sort of undercut potential maybe, but it depends on where you come back out in traffic, because there is traffic littering the whole circuit at the moment, so you could come out anywhere and with any amount of cars around you, depending on the pace differences, obviously how quickly you can get away from them. I'd be intrigued to see how close the AB Motorsport car comes out compared to the fake Shake and Bake and Prep Tech UK cars actually.
Yeah, I think it'll come out clear of them by a lap or so, but yeah, we never know, especially with the driver change on the horizon as well.
Oh yeah, just in terms of track position,
yeah,
just to see if he gets held up at all. We've got the 316 in pit lane again. Unfortunately, we've got a 20-second stop-go penalty for the 491. Sorry if you've already mentioned that. That's Squadra Bedino Nero speeding in pit lane. But the 316 mellow yellow car, unfortunately, back in. So their sort of very difficult race is getting even more difficult, I'm afraid. Still, the 402, which was obviously the other JW Bird car, it's obviously losing laps because it's had its incident, but it's incredible just to see how many laps there are between everybody, because it's not even dropped down outside, well, it's only just gone outside the top 30 now, but it's still in 31st place. It's not dropped down behind half of the rest of the field yet.
No, it's definitely interesting to see how this pans out, especially in the early stages with the pit stops. There's kind of more obvious pit windows. At this stage of the race, obviously the pit stops kind of happen constantly, almost. They're kind of all over the show and then maybe brought back into line by safety cars at opportune moments. So let's see how much longer AB are going to stay in the pits. So we've got both of the leaders in the pits now, as you say, the 397 or 394, both in there. So the answer to how much longer could Sam Weller stay out there than Trott was what? A lap? 2 laps, I think.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
No, 1 lap. 1 lap it was, actually. So just the 1 lap more for Sam Weller. And, well, we're going to have to wait with bated breath to see what kind of outlap can be offered up by AB Motorsport, because with that gap still being somewhere around the 10-second marker, they could come out right next to each other once again and resume battle.
Yeah, that's what we all want anyway.
Yes.
We want it to be nice and close. Of course, they don't. They want to be clear and away from it all. But I think that it's always good to have battles continue even after the pit stops, you know. But as I mentioned before, that can be the real tipping point of a battle, whether they stick together or whether they spread out ever further.
Come to that time in a Sunday afternoon of a 24-hour race now when mechanics and team members that have stayed up all night conk out in a deck chair. So
yeah.
So if we can keep the noise down now, there's a few of them.
Silence now. We have a car pulling over. I'm afraid it's
not
one of the. No, not quite. It's it is the car, the Cock Endurance machine. There you go. I said it. Is pulling up. A further penalty for the team on top of whatever repairs they're going to have to make. And I mean, they've had probably one of the most unlucky races of the entire 24-hour, haven't they, Chaz?
Yeah, they've had a really, really tough time so far. It's not been a smooth ride by any stretch of the imagination. We've got the Burton Power car just coming into pits now. 337.
And I'm just watching the pit stop for 397. So.
Ah, yes, race leader.
Yes, so the fuel has gone in, and then the word yelled from the front of the car that we can get the driver change effected as well, which is being done now think we're getting new tyre on the rear. So 4 wheel nuts involved in the tyre change. Sam Weller out of the car. Might be worth having a quick chat to Sam Weller about that early stint spin.
Yes, yeah, that would be good to know actually, because it could be just that the back end started to get away and it's over-corrected itself,
Well,
but you never know.
He's just taking down the... oh, no, he's going to do a live stream interview first of all. And once that's complete, then we'll dive in and have a chat. Actually, there's no point, is there? Because people that will... Oh, yes, well, there is for the people here at the circuit, but...
Well, let's check in with our race leaders then. Fresh out of the saddle, what was that, a 2 hour and something stint? How was it?
Yeah, I think it's about 2 hours 20. Difficult. Yeah, we were all battling together pretty much the whole time, so the focus and concentration level for that amount of time, it was pretty difficult, yeah. And you know, I think I had like 13-second gap at one point, and then the safety car came out, bumped us up, and I had to try and break that toe again. So yeah, it was really difficult, but I just about did the job, I think.
Well, I checked in maybe 3 or 4 hours ago. The first people we spoke to were the guys over at AB. They're very competitive, and they've said that they are here this weekend to win. Is that reflected in you and your team as well?
Yeah, of course we want to win. I don't think there's anyone here who doesn't want to win. But yeah, we've, you know, this is not our first 24-hour. We did Spa a couple of years ago, and we were leading that for quite a while until we had some dramas with the car. So it's just luck, isn't it, really? Cross our fingers, you know, we've got this far and we're still P1, I think, at the minute. So, yeah.
That last changeover then, pretty big one. All of the tyres went. What have we got, 5 or so hours now? Is that sort of the last big change? Do you think those rears will last you for the rest of the race now?
Yeah, the rears should. We just changed the rears then because the car was pretty understeery. I think there's quite a bit more time in the car on new rears, hopefully. Yeah, they should last. I don't think the fronts will quite make the end. Yeah, hopefully it's just fronts and a bit of fuel, and that should get us to the end, yeah.
One thing I have learned with these C1s is they're quite amazing, resilient cars. You can absolutely hammer them for 24 hours. Have you had any technical challenges over the last sort of 16, 17 hours or so?
We are having a bit of a technical challenge at the minute, to be honest, because every time I change gear quite aggressively or over a curb, the engine basically goes into limp mode. So I think I had like a couple of second lead onto the back on the GP straight. I think, is that the Lewis Hamilton straight now? Yeah. And I changed up to third, and they caught me instantly and bump drafted me. So trying to manage that and change gear quite smoothly at the minute. I've no idea what the issue is with that, but I'm just kind of hoping that doesn't rear its head too much more.
What do you enjoy about this style of racing? Because one of the amazing things about walking around the pits, whether it's, I don't know, 2 o'clock in the morning when it's mizzly and misty, everyone's loving it, or, you know, the time of day we are now, sort of lunchtime, the sun's shining, everyone's having a great time, there's smiles on faces. What is it that keeps you coming back and enjoying your racing here? Continuing with my new favourite hobby,
like a lot of these guys, I'm really
driver.
competitive, I want to win. But it's not just about getting the quickest lap, is it? It's about, you know, managing the car and just, you know, trying to stay out of trouble, picking your fights when when you should and shouldn't. You know, I think I had a spin after the safety car in the night when I got tagged going through cops, kicking myself because that was a back marker. I didn't need to do that, but yeah, it's the tactics. It's, you know, it's the raw, just driving the car as fast as you can sometimes. But you know, at the minute, the tactics are really coming in, because we're now kind of debating how long we're going to have on our last stint, and hopefully we can do it in less stops than the other guys. But yeah, you know, we'll see.
Getting much sleep?
I've had about an hour and a half.
Doesn't sound like much at all. Thankfully there's not a tachograph in these things. Is that the rest of the team behind you? Tell me who we've got here around the screens eating all the snacks.
Yeah, so we've obviously got car 397 and 388, both run by Hybrid Tune and Full Circle. That's basically the whole team there, apart from the drivers. Stephen James, David Meenan. Yeah, we've got everyone, you know, that isn't out in the cars. So it is a team effort. Like I said, there are some pretty important call on tactics and getting the pit stops done quickly. So yeah.
Well, thanks for having a chat. Best of luck for the rest of the race, and fingers crossed we see you on the podium. Thanks very much.
Yeah, hopefully the top step. Cheers, mate.
Broken adhesion, and they are just floating along the surface, and the back end's going to step out. So he says you have to listen for that pitch change and manage it on the absolute limit of the high-pitched squeal, and I think that's just an art form in itself. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
And that's the great insights we get by speaking to the drivers, isn't it?
And Ian Stinton, I think it's interesting, he's running, of course, with the Roll Centre team. It's the 3M Shorts and himself. And he actually owns one of Martin Short's old cars from British GT, the TVR Cerbera.
Oh, yes.
And that car also raced at the 2002 Spa 24 Hours. And yeah, I thought that was very interesting that he's got a piece of Roll Centre history.
You know, there is the obviously there is news apart from the actual racing on track, and that is how we look after the teams. Well, the Progressives teams, the two cars with Progressive, are very well looked after. I have to say they've got the best facility for catering. Very, very smart, proper bar area, that kind of thing. They are very soon to be served a full Sunday roast.
Oh, nice.
I know. They've got their own power supply, their own oven. I've just seen the roasties that are. I know they're in the oven. A mixed veg, and it's pork. Is that right? Slow cooked pork. Yeah. Oh. Very nice too.
Well, we're individually going to be taking our breaks soon, so I'd imagine that one of us will at least.
There won't be any left.
I was going to say,
they've got to look after the team and the bloke that mentioned them. So.
Continuing with my new favourite hobby, which is grabbing a driver as soon as they've come out of the seat after a long stint. We'll check in here with Jake from Emax. We were hoping to get the car in the background, but lo and behold, wheels spinning and straight back onto it. But you've just finished your stint. How long are you out there? How did it go?
Just over 2 hours, between 2 and 2.5, something like that. It was really, really good. We got hit in the middle of the night, unfortunately, so we had to change a wheel bearing, which lost us about 7 laps. So unfortunately, we dropped out of the top 10. But we're working our hardest to get as close as we can back up there. I got really lucky in that stint and was out with the Hill Speed car, I think, who was bumping me along the straights. So we were working together really well, which was really, really nice.
So was top 10 your aim going in at the start of the race?
Yeah, ideally. We did it 2 years ago and got to 11th, I think. But top 10 was what we were hoping for. Obviously pushing the podium, but we haven't quite got the speed yet for that.
Just hanging around the pits here, one of the things that's really obvious is how much of a team effort it was. There was a small problem there that everyone sort of rallied round to fix. It's you guys who are in the driver's seat putting the times in, but tell me about the team who you've got as part of your team, really, who are making it all happen.
Yeah, well, you know, without them we couldn't do it. I don't know how to spanner a car, so without them we wouldn't be able to change the wheel bearing that we had going in the middle of the night. They're up all the hours, chucking the fuel in, checking the car over.
Well, we're here in the pits. It's a little...
very soon, albeit just a bit further down the order.
Yeah, so many of the imminent on-track battles have died down with the most recent sequence of pit stops. As we know, it's at this stage of the race, or one of the stages of the race, where it really is a matter of waiting and seeing what the next action trigger, if you will, is. And certainly it's not comfortable viewing for the hybrid tune full circle racing team. They are gradually extending their advantage, or rather, to put it better, Mark James is extending the advantage for them. And so the gap is now out to 43.2 seconds over Simmons and the AB Motorsport car. But certainly that battle doesn't look as close. As I said, they've been 30 seconds or less for the last almost 4 hours. But I think we are going to see a run to the line here in some form or fashion between those two teams at the very front of the order.
Yeah, they don't seem too immediately challenged at the moment by anybody else. Looks like there was almost a bit of a moment there actually with the lead car just coming through Luffield now. Now the car that's with it is actually the one that spun earlier. So I'll see which one it was, and it was the 504 car that had that spin, which
so
is
BH
the
Motorsport.
BH Motorsport machine. I thought it was white, but that's just because mainly down the side of the car it is all white. It's just the blue design is on the front and the roof and the back and so on.
I couldn't see that either from
So
how I saw the accident. So.
Yeah, that's it. I thought it was a white car with a little bit of a design up the side, but no, it's a blue car with a white design down the side of it. So that's that. But
there you go.
yes, it's still very busy out there on track at the moment. The Crossacre car.
Did we ever discover who the owner of this beautiful blue Ferrari is?
Oh no, I don't know.
I keep walking past it. It's parked up at the front of a motorhome, and it just when the sunshine comes out, the colour, the car just pops. It's absolutely beautiful.
It is stunning. I said actually, Patrick Watts actually walked past us last night while I was doing a little shot of it for my vlog that I'm going to put up, and he said, "Do you know who that is?" And I was like, "No, not a clue." But
I asked him what it is.
Yeah. And then I just said I didn't know that I needed a blue Ferrari until right now, because that. We've all seen the odd blue Ferrari where they have it in really dark blue and it's quite understated, but
I've got a story about one of those.
Go on.
From many years ago, I've got a friend called Lenny, and he has always had a Ferrari. Whatever incarnation of Ferrari he's always had at least a Ferrari in the garage. Nice situation to be in.
Yeah.
And many years ago, he had the dark blue Dino.
Oh yeah.
And the beautiful Ferrari, sort of almost Prussian blue Dino, which had matching suede dashboard in dark blue, and it was something you were told quite specifically. Oh, thank you very much. I'm being brought a drink. Oh, that's an ice cream. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much indeed. How kind. Oh, it's a choc ice as well. I'll pop that in the fridge.
Oh.
So he had a new girlfriend, and Lenny is very fastidious about his cars. He looks after them. They always look as if they've just walked out of the showroom.
Yeah.
And it was said that if you had this particular Ferrari Dino with the blue suede dashboard, that it was not to go under a certain temperature, or it would damage the suede on the dashboard.
Oh, right.
And so he kept it in the garage at the certain temperature. He kept the room at the certain temperature to look after it. And the new girlfriend, decided one night that I will discover how much my new boyfriend loves me.
Oh.
Because it started to snow.
Oh, no.
And she said, "I really need you to come round tonight." And he only had the Ferrari as a car. Now there's the dilemma. What do you think he did?
Stay at home.
Exactly right. Yes.
Fantastic.
She was not the girl for him.
Fantastic. Absolutely amazing.
Just to home in on an incident that's been and gone at Maggots Beckett's. Some rally crossing from the 318 WRC Developments car. I suppose WRC, not a completely false statement when your car is going off track, and thankfully managed to collect it all up, but had a very hairy moment on the little strip of grass that remains on the inside of the second element of Maggots and Beckett's, and thankfully little more than a bit of counter steering and a deep breath required to correct that one, and no one else followed suit. So we are almost 19 hours. In fact, as I said that, we crossed the 19 hours complete marker here at the Silver Lake C1 Challenge. 24 hours here at Silverstone. We are well into the final quarter of the race. Let's run you through the order as it stands with some intervals and keep everything going. The 397 car is the hybrid tune full circle racing car, and that is the leader, of course, by 43.3 seconds at the moment over the 394 AB Motorsport entry. The 312 Fake Shake and Bake with Team Gaz Shocks is in P3. They are followed by the 483 Team Crossacre car running in fourth. The Fake Shake and Bake not on the lead lap, it's 2 laps down. Team Crossacre 4 laps down now, so those cars that do have the pace have just suffered little misfortunes, little errors here and there, and have lost time as a result. Fifth place is the PrepTech UK with CEX entry, the 367. They're 5 laps down on the lead, and they are not too far removed from the Progressive Motorsport Limited entry. That is the 521 car that is being driven at the moment in that P6. And now the 521 car currently being driven by one Howden Haynes, and Howden Haynes, a man with his fingerprints all over arguably the most successful sports car program of all time, that being Audi's onslaught on Le Mans through the 2000s and 2010s. Great to have him racing with us. The 388 hybrid tune full circle racing entry is in 7th place. That is the 388 car. They're running 6 laps down on the lead. 55 seconds back from them, also 6 laps off the lead, of course, is the Hills Motorsport car. They haven't mentioned them terribly often. They've kept their noses clean. As a rule, if you're not at the front and you haven't been mentioned terribly much on either the PA commentary or indeed the live stream, or in this case both, that tends to mean that you're probably doing something right, because if you're calling attention to yourself somewhere in the mid-30s in the pack, that probably means that things haven't quite gone right. The 538 Hills Motorsport car, as I said, running 7 laps off the lead, or 6 laps off the lead, I should say, and in 8th place. 9th place is the 522 Auto Farm Limited car, 9.6 seconds only back from the Hills Motorsport entry, so they're running at fairly close quarters, albeit with Auto Farm dropping off at the moment, lap on lap. And rounding out the top 10 is the title sponsors 458 car, the Silver Lake Racing 458 car, rounding out the top 10 at the moment, just ahead of the Exit 13 entry, the 555. The other Exit 13 car has, of course, suffered all manner of issues today, but the 555 car holding strong there in 11th place. Over to you in the pit lane.
The 337 car, the powered by Burton car,
yes,
is back out of the garage. There is now a lot of fluid underneath the car.
Ah, dear.
Which is, well, the car is being topped up. That may be by design. They might have known that that was going to happen. This has been an ongoing issue for the car, but they're topping it up with water at the moment. But at least it's out of the garage. I might have a quick word with the driver before the car goes. Is everything okay now?
I'm not sure yet. We're just trying to have a look at. We had a fluid problem. Not sure if it's a water pump or we're just taking the thermostat out now to try and see if we can do something with it. Try and get it started again.
Thank you very much indeed. There we go. So.
Okay, so yes, the Burton Power Boys have been busy just lately. did the 6-hour enduro car race at Cadwell Park just last week. They don't lack programs. They also do endurance karting among a plethora of Ford-based content or Ford-based programs as well. So one of the busier teams in the paddock.
And they're just finishing up topping that one up with water.
That's good. Hopefully the little engine that can not steam too much when it comes back in next time. Yeah, the 337 car though, being piloted by Ashley Davis, Mark Harris, Tommy Valentine and Andy Burton himself. So 4 cars at the wheel. I think for about the median average number of drivers that we have here. Some of Brave Souls are doing 3 driver lineups, as in Le Mans 24 Hours, and some of them, of course, recruiting as many as 6 drivers to largely to split the cost. And that's one of the beauties of this series and this set of rules, is that you can do that. You can run up to 6 drivers, and if you are splitting it between 6, you are having a rather cheap and an extremely fun weekend of motor racing. Is the 337 ready to go yet over there, Alan?
No, it's still having water poured into it. And
how quickly is it coming out of the bottom of it?
It doesn't appear to be. So I think the water underneath is legacy water.
Legacy water.
as opposed to a new entry.
That sounds like something you'd pay £8 a bottle for in central London, doesn't it?
Yeah, yes, it does indeed. So the 337 is still here. So too is 463. That's taking fuel on board at the moment. 2 cans of fuel go in these cars. And that's the point at which, when the final can has finished, which it's just about to do, I think, that's when they can do any other work on the car and also effect the driver change as well. So I'm just splitting between the 2 cars at the moment. I've got the 337 to one side, to my left, and the 463 to my right. 414 down pit lane. That's the Trimite Racing with Preptech UK car. Comes to a stop now, just to my right. Ready with the 463 car for a driver change. How are we doing with glugging in the water on 337? Well, I think it's pretty much finished, and now we're checking other fluids like engine oil. So all about the fluids this stop, unfortunately. But let's have a look and see if we're getting to a point that maybe the car is going to be dispatched out on track or not. No, just pouring in some engine oil. So a couple of moments left on 337, I think.
Okay, and they can continue on their way. It's not been the easiest of days for them. They were in the pit lane quite a lot overnight with, I think, largely quite small issues, but they add up if you keep coming back into pit lane. One of the closest battles out there on circuit at the moment is on the fringes of the top 10. It's one that I'm watching intently between the Hills Motorsport 538 and the Auto Farm 522. The 538 is Simmons at the wheel. Sorry, no, Sycamore at the wheel of the 538. I'm looking at the wrong car at the wrong point. Jack Sycamore in the 538 is being closed in ever so slightly. It's fractions and margins of a second that he's closing in on the or being closed in upon by the 522, which is being driven by Anthony Wilds. It's Anthony Wilds, a driver with a fair bit of experience behind him, and Steve Wood as well, if that's the Steve Wood that I am led to believe it is. Steve has driven all manner of different cars over the years, including, if memory serves me correctly, a Volkswagen Golf in the British GT Championship back in 2003 to some head scratches and controversy among the other Cup class runners, particularly when it did very well at Knock Hill that year. We are...
I do remember now you mention it. Yeah.
Yes, that was it him and Aaron Scott, was it? Or am I making up? It was a Scott. I can't remember if it was Aaron.
Aaron Scott, a famous motorcycle racer that came over and raced in the BTCC, yes.
Yes, and that was an interesting time for the touring cars with with the BTCT regulations coming in. And,
463 is leaving, by the way.
Excellent. So the 463 car, the Dsc Motorsport car. We spoke of their battle with the On the Edge Motorsports team at quite a length about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. That car was, well, those two cars were switching positions, yo-yoing between the two of them for quite a while. I don't think they're quite going to end up on the same piece of real estate right now. In fact, I think Dsc Motorsport may have the Crunchy Gears drivers for company, the 332 car, which has had a fairly good run of it in the last few hours. They're up into the top 20 as well. It's a good opportunity as we have a lull in on-track battles to shout out some of these teams that are having such a good run, keeping their nose clean and picking their way through the order. And the Crunchy Gears guys, a prime example of that. Andrew Muggeridge.
This is breaking news. So Steve Wood has come over and well, he had to take his mask off and say, "Do you remember me?" "Yes, of course I remember you." It wasn't Aaron Scott, of course, was it?
No, Stuart Scott owned the car, the Golf, and I drove it with him in British GT. Yeah, we still got it.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, we've been racing it in the Masters touring car race and that, and it's still going well.
Very good. I mean, this is a lovely event to be part of, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got the Alta Farm car. It's so much fun, well run. You know, and to do a 24-hour race, and it's not that expensive really when you think of a GT car. So
in the grand scheme of things, yeah, it's very inexpensive. One thing that has sort of shined down on us and blessed us this weekend is the weather, because this could be a miserable event if the weather was like it was last weekend.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think actually in 19 it was pretty poor. So we've been very lucky with the weather. I feel, you know, really privileged to be doing this, and obviously Robin is taking up the C1 thing. I'm pleased for him as well because it's been a success.
I chatted to him yesterday. Towards the end of this afternoon, I'll have a chat to him on the mic. But you're right, because this is new to him, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean he's obviously has been a competitor for years, and now he's taken on being the sort of the gamekeeper, I suppose. Yeah. So he knows all the tricks. So brilliant event. I hope it carries on. We're going to carry on doing the rest of the season as well. Yeah.
Full year.
Yeah. Fantastic.
So really getting back to enjoying motor racing, and that's the feel that I get around the paddock. You know, team back here have got a full Sunday roast already.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, no, you know, Progressive Motorsport, when they do racing, they do it well.
Do it properly, roughing it smoothly.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the way, Steve. Nice to see you. Lovely to see you. Thank you for coming over and saying hello. Yeah, you see, they were listening in the garage, and he bound over towards me.
Any opportunity to talk about that car, it is a very unique footnote in British GT history. I believe he actually ran that with Stuart Scott at 2017 in the Classic VWs. In the last 3 minutes or so, we've had 3 consecutive spins at the Maggots-Beckett section of the circuit, which leads me to believe, yes, incidents happen here fairly frequently, but it leads me to believe that maybe there's something more at play, whether or not maybe there's some fluid down here. But we've had the Dynamics General Lee, we've had the 395 Exit 13 car, and also the 414 car, all spinning here in the last few moments, within maybe 90 seconds or so of each other. And that would rather suggest to me that something could be amiss, or just a few people trying too hard in the lovely Sunday afternoon sunshine. Maybe they've been told they've got a Sunday roast waiting for them, who knows. But hopefully there isn't any oil down, because that would be a very treacherous place for that to make itself known. Some moves going on through the loop.
Hang on.
Oh, go on.
Just one sec, because I need to get involved in this conversation, because there is now an argument which has broken out in front of the 337 car, which is now having an engine replacement,
right?
Because they've got enough time to do it. But Mark Harris, the argument which is ensuing is who broke it.
I'm not going to get involved. It's easier.
No, okay. Well, certainly not on the microphone. But as you just said to me, you've got enough time to do this, and it's been a problem for a little while now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So hopefully, is this going to be an hour?
Well, these boys are on it. They've been kind enough to give us an engine, get it in there. So, in their hands at the minute, just stand back and watch.
All things being well. Okay, well, I'll keep my beady eye on it and wish you all good luck and keep out of the way. And hope you resolve the argument as to who broke it. It was all kicking off, Adam.
Okay, well, those arguments...
So I said to Mark, I said, I'll have a quick chat to you if that's all right. He said, well, I didn't break it, he broke it. And he said, well, I didn't break it, he broke it.
Oh dear, yes, that's never a particularly good sign.
Oh no, but terribly entertaining for me.
Oh, I'm certain,
Yeah.
yes. I think that one will probably go on in various forms for several days and then suddenly be brought up again in a couple of years, in maybe a more jovial context.
Have you ever met a beluga bed? Have you ever met a beluga bed?
I can't say I have.
It's a sort of an inflatable bed.
Is it anything to do with whales?
It looks terribly comfortable. I haven't seen anybody in it, but it is an inflatable bed in the middle of the inverted commas Mclaren Garage. But I just wondered if I find anybody that's actually slept in it, or indeed it is so voluptuous there might still be a person inside it. I don't know. It's very difficult to see.
I'm concerned about my own observational abilities. I've never noticed this Ron Dennis customised McLaren garage.
Are you serious?
The times I've worked there. No, I've never noticed it.
Garages 5A, 5B, and 5C.
No, okay. I must pay greater attention.
You would know
time.
all about it if you've ever been here in the horrible rain and tried to slip slide your way through the garage.
Yes, I think I've actually been blessed with sunshine every time I've worked the heritage or national pits, so I haven't had to worry about the treachery elements of it yet.
No, it's pretty slippy.
I'm sure I'll find out in due course where there's an opportunity
of course,
to fall
Ron
over.
would not know that because he would have been either outside or in the pit lane.
Of course, yes.
And presumably he would have gone from the back of the garage to the front of the garage via photosynthesis or time travel, I would imagine.
A unique man was Ron Dennis, certainly. I've always wondered if he made good on the promise to give Lewis Hamilton his McLaren F1 LM if he won 3 World Championships. But I do assume that had the caveat of 3 World Championships with McLaren.
With McLaren,
yes.
I would imagine. Yes, I would well imagine. Yeah.
Yes. But I'm sure Lewis could track down an alternative F1 LM and afford it at this point in his career. Such are his accolades. Sir Lewis Hamilton, of course, now. We do have the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight here in the shadow of the Silverstone wing these days. Great to see.
You know, the news broke that we were renaming the International Pit Straight the Hamilton Straight during December. And we were in the middle of Lapland.
Yes, you were, yes.
And the news was given to us that it was going to be renamed. So we were able to say over the airwaves on Radio Silverstone that the people that were doing Lapland in their road cars at the time were the first people to be driving down the Hamilton Straight.
I actually had a friend who was there that day, and
oh,
took
wow.
particular delight in that. Actually, it was her first ever visit to a racing circuit point blank.
Well, we asked people to honk their horns, and I'm sure they were very grateful of that in Whittlebury. But there was a lot of horn honking.
Yes, I wonder how the sheep just across the grandstands on the main straight felt about the honking of horns during the night.
Scared.
Yes.
Well, but they may be Lewis fans, so who knows? They might have been just very happy.
Yes, and well, we just looking there at a quartet of cars going through. One of them is the 414. That's the car that's had a few loop-de-doops in the last little while, the Trimite racing car. Which Smith is it at the wheel? It's Luke Smith at the wheel. We've got Luke and Nigel Smith alongside Andy Firth and Simon Byrne attributed to that car, and it is Luke Smith at the moment at the wheel. He's actually just moved up to 34th place on the timing screen, and that is by virtue of the dramas for the 337 car, the Burton Powell Racing entry, which is just struggling, as we know, with matters of fluids or lack thereof. And Hybrid Tune Full Circle Racing, meanwhile, is actually losing out lap on lap at the moment. The 397 car, the race leader, with Mark James at the wheel. Only 41.2 seconds clear on AB Motorsport's current driver Stuart Simmons, and that's gone down by about 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds actually, in the last 3 or 4 laps, and about 6/10 of that was peeled off on the most recent pass by the start-finish line. In fact, the leading car just now coming through Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight for what is the 341st time. We've covered a good number of laps here today. We didn't have to go under red flag, so that will no doubt help the overall lap count come the end of the race. We've had several races here fall to the fog in a full red flag scenario due to it does happen a lot, doesn't it? The early morning fog here at Silverstone is an ongoing thing. If you've ever seen the Top Gear feature on the Britcar 24-hour race in 2007, that race was stopped because of the fog. The 2018 Creventic 24 hours here at Silverstone was stopped because of fog, and I'm sure many more 24-hour races in the future will be. One driver being stopped by something more personal to them at the moment down the Wellington Straight is the 511 car, I'm sad to report, which has had its fair share of strife and heartache in the last few hours, having fallen out of the top 10 since we came on air this morning at 9 o'clock. The 511 driving with a right front puncture, unfortunately, so is limping back towards the pit lane and potentially towards the prying eyes of Alan Hyde as well. But that 511 car has had almost no luck to speak of since the sun came out here today at Silverstone Circuit. Just watching again some more of the cars come through the order. There's the other of the JDC cars, the 490, which as myself and Chaz Dragot have alluded to a few times, is wearing a majority of the yellow tape in the paddock, I think, on its left front fender. That car is being held together very tangentially, I would suggest, and thankfully it has held together, and they can continue to pound in some laps. That team's, I think, had most of its dramas early on, and has now been consistently chipping away up to 35th place now, as a matter of fact, so that's good going from them. It's 32nd place currently for the 511 car, which is now into the pit lane with its puncture, and 35th for the other JDC car, the 490. So they've both fallen down the order since the start.
Flailing rubber on the right front as the car plops its way down pit lane, turns right now. It's at the exit end of pit lane, so it has turned right. We're dispatching a couple of cars at the same time back out onto the circuit, but I'll make my way up to the tyre change. They're pretty quick with it. There's only 4 wheel nuts to deal with on the car.
Oh, it's 4, not 5. Ah,
it's 4.
Myself and Chaz were wrong earlier.
It's
okay.
4.
Right.
So I'm going to guess that that tyre change is probably going to be completed by the time I get there.
Quite possibly, yes. But at least the rubber is still there, albeit flailing. Of course, we had a puncture earlier on today, and that resulted in a safety car because the tyre carcass found itself on the...
I was hoping you were going to use that word.
I knew you were going to comment if I did, so I did it, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
on the approach to Aintree, ended up on the racing line, and as the field was quite so spread out, it wasn't safe for a marshal to be dispatched onto an active racetrack, so safety car conditions were needed. Speaking of, we haven't said this today, but we do need to make a point of saying it every day. A big thank you to the marshals, and particularly on this day. Marshals have, of course, been stationed on all the posts all day and all night long here, taking rotas, taking shifts, of course, but certainly this is one of the more labour-intensive meetings of the year. I understand more so in 2019 when we had 99 of the C1s going around. It's been a little more calm in the 2021 edition of the race, but nonetheless quite the quite the event to have to marshal, and they're doing it brilliantly as always. A big thank you to the volunteers in orange, and a great way to get involved with the sport as well. The British Motorsport Marshals Club can help you on your way if you're interested in becoming a marshal, as well as Motorsport UK. Both websites relevant to those organisations have the information you need if you're interested in becoming a marshal, and would greatly encourage it. I've done a little bit of marshalling myself on, albeit on Isle of Wight sprint events. Back when I was a fair bit younger and hadn't yet left the Solent, the warm embrace of the south coast, but it is a very good and very rewarding experience to help an event on its way and in some small capacity. So then we are just approaching the 4.5 hours to go mark. We've still got the entirety of a European Le Mans Series race plus change left to go here in the Citroën Silver Lake C1 Challenge event, or Silver Lake C1 Challenge crown jewel, I suppose we could say, the Silverstone 24 hours. And what a pleasure it has been to witness this event so far. Just checking up on some of the cars that suffered maladies earlier on. One car that worked very hard, or all of its drivers have worked very hard to claim a place back up the order, is the roll centre car. It's Morgan Short at the wheel, as he has been now for a little while. Morgan, who of course I think claimed his first wins in the MG class, in the MG Car Club categories just last weekend. He's been absolutely mega at the wheel of the 488.
Driver change about to be effected on the 511 car. We've now had the change of tyre, and with the smell of rubber hanging in the air from the journey down the pit lane. So just got, sorry about this, we've got Hadaway in the background.
Yes, I can.
You can hear it, can you?
Yes, I can, yes.
Oh, it's just reminded me, if anyone chose to tune into the wireless, it's the 80s throwback at the moment.
Yes. That's his love indeed, although that's the early 90s, I think.
Early 90s, yeah, yes. That wouldn't make it onto my show, that's for sure.
Yes.
So the 511 car has a driver change effected now, and I think, was it James Townsend that was at the wheel of that car?
It was Townsend, yes.
Yeah, I think he's there.
Ah.
James, let's have a quick little chat if we can. We'll go out of the garage, and I just thought I might have a chat to you and maybe talk about the fortunes of this car, because it had all been looking so jolly good, hadn't it?
Yeah, it was all right this morning. We had a great session overnight, and we came in 7th, and we were rolling around probably 9th, top 10 the whole time, really feeling great, and then suddenly the clutch went. So I've had about 40 minutes in the pits to do that, which is pretty rapid for doing a clutch.
It was good, really impressive that was.
Yeah, and it went out on another 2 hours, and unfortunately just got a tyre blowout. So
what happened? How did you feel it?
It just went on the straight, just suddenly popped and off it went. So yeah, we're back in. John's in the car, and we'll see if we can make up a few more places before the end.
The car is busy in the ensuing week or so, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah. I think,
yeah,
is it Notting Hill? No, Notting Hill.
Knockhill,
that's right. Yeah, but yeah, we were out at Snetterton next week in GT Cup as well. So yeah, busy week.
Busy week, isn't it? Thank you, James. Nice to have a chat to you. Thank you very much indeed.
I'll see him there at Snetterton, incidentally. Just to pick up on the lead battle again, the 397 car, the hybrid tune entry. 40.5 seconds now, the gap between hybrid tune and AB Motorsport. So it is going down again. It is fractions on fractions on fractions. And in fact, in the last lap, AB Motorsport's Stuart Simmons actually lost a wee bit of time in the ongoing battle for the lead of the race. But it is on an average going down just a little bit across the stint. It's only been about 3 seconds over 20-25 minutes. So two very evenly matched drivers at their respective wheels once again. I think of all the teams, the hybrid tune 397 and the 394 AB Motorsport have seemingly got the most evenly matched lineup out there on circuit. They're practically inseparable, certainly in the last half dozen or so hours since I woke up from my, albeit brief, slumber overnight. And also the fake shake and bake with Team Gazshock's car. That's 2 laps down, as I mentioned, at the top of the last hour, in the 3rd position. And they have Tommy Field at the wheel again now. Tommy was, of course, the driver who started that car. If you were here yesterday evening, you'll have heard his interview on the start line with Alan Hyde, and he sounded particularly laid back, and well, that didn't match his driving style. Once the green flag flew on the race, he was all arms and elbows, defending the lead or contesting for the lead in the early stages of the motor race. Those first 2 hours, 6 to 8 cars just broke away from the rest of the pack and had an absolutely wonderful battle for the lead. It was effectively a 2-hour Caterham race, albeit with 1-litre Citroens as opposed to 7s. The 439 car just coming through Maggots and Beckett's. They've had a couple of moments there, but they're no less spirited in their approach, in spite of it all. The car currently, of course, being driven by Jack Lemmer. Is that any relation, I wonder, to Mark Lemmer, who, if memory serves me correctly, used to race in the production class, did he not, in the touring cars many moons ago? One would wonder. But just seeing some of the cars starting, I think, more so now to run it wide at the loop, the second part of the new section of not so new section as it now is, of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. I'm seeing a few more cars take all 4 wheels off the track on the exit of the corner just lately, and that may well soon start being punished. We have seen some track limits black and white flags, some track limits penalties plastered to drivers and to the cars the drivers are in over the course of this race so far. So they do want to curb their enthusiasm for the curbs at a couple of points, I think, some of the drivers. 361 comes past my position. That is, of course, a car we mentioned quite heavily a couple of hours ago, as we said. That's the On the Edge Motorsports entry. It's another one of the Knights at the wheel now. Earlier on, it was Charlie Knight at the wheel. It's now Dave Knight that has taken over, and that is one of the cars that is being driven by no less than 6. Ryan Edgecombe, Alan Giblett, Keith Dalton, Dave and Charlie Knight, and Richard Harwood, all taking to the wheel at various points in this motor race.
Can I have a quick chat to Rob Gaffney?
Oh, of course.
And I can tell by looking in the eyes whether they've had sleep or not. And Rob, you've not had sleep, have you?
Not at all. No. Up all the time, obviously, make sure we obviously had a bit of a disastrous 24 with both cars, obviously both having an engine let go. Obviously, we had one let go in the warm-up on Saturday morning as well. So, yeah, we've done 3 engines already over the course of the past day, and obviously Ashley Davis's car is now broken, so we're changing the engine alignment for him.
Because at least you know where all the bits go. Have you got quicker as each engine change has taken place?
We've kind of got it pretty much down to a kind of a T anyway. Obviously, this one's a completely bare engine, so we're probably looking at hour and 20 minutes from kind of out to in and back on track kind of thing. So yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at. So obviously, if we can do it any quicker, we will.
And I've got bad news for you, Rob, as well. Your inflatable sofa is going down.
Yeah, deflated just like us.
I think you've got a puncture. Okay, Rob, I'll let you carry on and get on with the work. So they're helping out with an audience.
Yes, well, Rob Gaffney, unfortunately, him and his Amigo Motorsport crew have really been through the ringer.
They have, haven't they?
Yes, I mean, and unless we forget, they've had double the drama because they've got 2 cars. They only made that decision about 3 hours before they were meant to be going out for night qualifying. They entered the 450 on a whim, and it has been rather demanding their attention ever since.
I haven't updated on the 316 car either, have we?
Ah, yes.
Because it was here forever, and
the unpajamaed banana.
Oh, angle grinding going on.
That's never a good sound.
No.
That's known as an engineer's shortcut to weight saving.
It is a bit. So I always get a bit scared when there's an ankle grinder going on. Fortunately, it's now gone off. So the sparks have stopped. Modification to a bolt is what the ankle grinder was being used for. So I don't know what they're doing on this car. I'm not sure because it went out, didn't it? Oh, it's got a driver in it. Goodness me. Introduce yourself if you would, please.
Yep, sure. I'm Danny Wilkinson, Mellow Yellow Motorsports.
Right, so what's going on, Danny? Because this car was here for a while, wasn't it? Well, while is being kind. It was here for a very long time.
Yeah, so we had an engine go late last night. So we brought a spare car down, but we didn't get a chance to strip it. So we had to do basically 2 engine swaps. Early hours of the morning, we buzzed the second engine and the conrod went through side at case. So we managed to get a third engine, which was put in probably around ready for about 9, maybe 10 o'clock. But that was a bit of a rush job because we had to build it back up from a bare block. And we've now been shooting sparks out of the manifold as I've been going round. So they're just changing the cat in the manifold at the moment.
It's one thing after another, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a baptism of fire for endurance racing because I'm used to BMW sprint racing. So this is my first time in a 24-hour event.
So I have to ask the question: Are you endorsing the decision?
Let me check my bank balance at the end of the weekend.
Yes, it might have been a costly weekend, that's for sure. Why are you still in the car while they're working on it? Because you think it might be a fairly quick turnaround?
Yeah, we hopefully this is all going back together now, so I might be back out again. So before this hour, I'd only done 7 laps in the car.
Wow. Right. Okay.
So I was heavily involved in doing the engine swap as well because I've built a C1 for a different championship, which I won't name any names at the moment, but yeah, so I know the cars inside out. I've just never done endurance racing before, so this was an opportunity to span it and drive at the same time.
Well, don't look on the downside yet. You might have a wonderful trouble-free session now and thoroughly enjoy it.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed we will do. It's definitely fun out there. It's interesting racing a car with almost standard suspension because there are times when I'm looking at the side of the road and thinking I might be able to touch the tarmac with the amount of lean we have going through the corners. So it's definitely fun. I'm enjoying it. Definitely enjoying it. It's been a long day and a half, but we'll get there.
It's a long story. Thank you, Danny. Nice to have a chat to you. Good luck. We'll be rooting for you. Don't you worry. Easy car to identify. It's the powder yellow, mellow yellow car.
Absolutely, that car with a little bit of BMW heritage to it. Matt Swaffer also a part of the 6-man driver crew for the mellow yellow car. He's variously competed in Toyo Tyre's production BMW championship, claimed 2nd in the series back in 2015, so that's a name familiar to BMW circles. As is, of course, Danny Wilkinson, who we just heard from. Hopefully they get to see the flag and hopefully they get to put the angle grinder away definitively after that pit stop. But you heard there the sheer extent of the dramas they've had. Just to round back into the battle for race lead, gap is down again, 36.6 seconds. The driver of the 394, Stuart Simmons, is doing a jolly good job of slowly but surely chipping away on the gap that was 43 seconds maybe about a half an hour ago. No immediate need to sweat from the driver of the 397, Mark James, but good to see that fight isn't likely to dissipate anytime soon. So a switch, meanwhile, for 8th place. It's a battle I've been keeping an eye on the timing screen intermittently. They're together out there on circuit. The 522 car with Anthony Wilds at the wheel has actually just got past the 538 Hills Motorsport machine. Just looking to see if I can identify where they are out on circuit. In fact, here they come, right to me in my commentary position now, as if I planned it, and I promise you I didn't. The 522 car just ahead, and actually they've got the Amigo Motorsport entry. We did hear from Rob Gaffney just a few minutes ago, and the Amigo Motorsport car is right there with them on track, but many laps down, unfortunately. Sycamore in the 538 just dropping off the back now of Wilds. Of course, Jack Sycamore in the Hills Motorsport machine has kind of lost a 10-second advantage over the course of the last 35-40 minutes, and now finally on the last time by, Anthony Wilds found his way through into 9th place. Good fighting on the fringes of the top 10. We're also seeing the On The Edge Motorsports car come under some pressure from Team Tivoli. I know that car is decked out in one of Chaz Draycott's favourite liveries of the weekend, 317 machine. 3.7 seconds the gap between them, although actually Tivoli lost a fraction of time last time by. But there are still some close battles in that top 20 to be keeping an eye on, which is great to see at this stage of the motor race. And great to see so many of the cars still circulating as well. We've mentioned that these cars are reliable. We've alluded to the race at Rockingham where they all finished, albeit one with some bump draft assistance on the final lap. And there is, I think, a collective community spirit to see as many of the cars across the line as possible. We know we won't get all of them across the line, of course. The 506 car, the Ladybird entry, of course, only lasted 8 laps before having a very major blow to the back of the car. And I think we've also lost the wee guy entry, the 479. That's been registered as having completed 157 laps, I think, for about 10 hours. So I don't think that'll be out there again.
Yeah, that one's been stationary on that for quite a while. You're right, though, on the Ladybird car, obviously quitting very early. I don't want to say quitting, you know, it wasn't their choice. The car was just irreparable, unfortunately. They didn't want to risk putting a driver back out there, but even 8 laps is still nearly half an hour. You know, it's absolutely brilliant that they can still go that long even into a race, but unfortunately not quite the positive outcome for them. But you're right about these battles, Adam. There's some fantastically close cars within that top 20, and of course the Weenus Motorsport car last time they went through was within 20 seconds, so within 15 seconds of Crunchy Gears Motorsport. So hopefully, as I alluded to earlier, touch wood, no gearbox problems for them, which have been having fate tempted all race by the team name. The General Lee of Team Dynamics is back in for another stop. And one thing I was just when I just went to quickly grab a bit of food then on my break, just to have a quick chat with a few officials while I was stood around lingering like a yob. The conditions out there, while they are absolutely wonderful, this is the worst time for them to be like this, because it's hot, it's sweaty, it's just, it's really draining on somebody if you're out and about, and especially if you're really tired from the night before, especially in a 24-hour race, you get that sort of hungover feeling the following day.
I've just had a lovely conversation with Martin Short, and I just bumped into him in the paddock, and he was just walking through, and he said, I have decided that I'm not driving again. So I said, oh no, why? So he said, because I realised that I enjoy watching the pleasure of my offspring more than actually doing it myself.
Oh, so that's brilliant.
So he's been to watch the boys racing the car from the BRDC, and now he's just going to enjoy the rest of the day watching his sons enjoying it for the first time. And he said it reminds me of how I felt when I was experiencing all of those things for the first time. So it was a lovely conversation. So there's no hint of sadness that he's not going to be back in the car. In fact, quite the opposite. He's thoroughly endorsing it.
That's brilliant, though, to jump on board like that. It's a proper proud father moment. It's just lovely to hear that.
Yeah, it was really nice conversation. I'll talk to Martin later on in the afternoon.
Yeah, that would be really good. And I met Martin for the first time just last night when Adam introduced me, and he's just such a lovely bloke. You know, he's just properly one of the lads. You know, he's really embracing the event. He looks at all of it with a real positive as well. And he's just enjoying it and having a laugh, as everyone should be in the paddock, and as most people are. It's a very heartwarming place to be when you speak to all these drivers and teams.
Absolutely, and a family team like that as well. I mean, we've referenced, of course, the core short-based driver lineup of Morgan, Marcus, and of course Martin, and as well Ian Stinton as the fourth driver. But Martin's wife and countless other Roll Centre regulars who have kind of entered that family across the various capers and adventures they've had all across World Motorsport over the years, all still there. And the thing that really makes my my geek senses twitch is walking through their garage and seeing all of the different kind of artifacts from the old programs. One of the pit crew was wearing a jacket from the 2004 season, the first year with the Dallara. There was another, in fact, the race suit that Marcus is wearing is a hand-me-down from Martin, and that's the 2006 Radical race suit. And you know, there's a lot of that in that particular pit lane. Martin Short is still wearing his ABBA commercials gear from his most recent British GT campaign with Richard Neary as well.
Yeah, that was really cool. That actually, I noticed that when we
yes,
spoke to him. It was awesome. And
it's amazing, like the amount of history that Roll Centre have had. Of course, most famously associated with the Mosler MT 900Rs that Martin continues to upkeep and help maintain for various clients across Europe. But they have done so much, left such an imprint on the sport thus far, and both Morgan and Marcus have strutted their stuff in sim racing, a medium both myself and you can appreciate, Chaz.
Yeah, totally.
And looking at how they've performed today, especially Marcus in his debut race, I think there's a whole new future for Roll Centre, for the Short family in the sport. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what Morgan and Marcus can do. Morgan's definitely got aspirations to move up the racing ladder. Of course, he's regularly racing his MG ZS at the moment, and he does have aspirations. He's a sensible young man because he wants to put his university studies first.
Fair play.
Which is wise. But he's very much looking to climb the ladder a bit. Of course, Martin's already made it clear that he won't be funding any such movements up the ladder. But I think Morgan has his wits about him. He'll be able to find some sponsors and make that move up.
Well, no disrespect to him, but I think that's a very wise decision in itself by Martin, to be fair, because with that sort of potential on offer, you know, how quickly can you suddenly get into a top-tier championship before it gets really expensive?
And
so
first race?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's it. So we'll see. But yeah, like you say, it's been very interesting over the last sort of 18 months to see a lot of people that weren't really involved in sim racing before catch the bug for it, get involved in it, and then, you know, showcase their talents. But also it's opened the eyes of a lot of real world motorsport drivers and teams and organisers and so on. It's really helped open the eyes to people to see actually how good it is and how realistic it is and how it can be used as a training tool. You know, it wasn't just, you know, some drivers, I won't lie, from the real world came in and sort of just saw it as a bit of a laugh while they weren't really racing, but others really embraced it and understood how important it was to the people that have been doing it all along. And it's been a wonderful thing to watch from someone already involved in that side of things. You know what I mean?
Well, absolutely, and you know, you look at some of the stuff that was going on with the likes of the race.
Yeah.
And even if you're, you know, not someone who necessarily buys into sim racing, you know, in terms of the sim racing pros who have nothing to do with the real life sport, it's impossible not to appreciate a virtual grid with the likes of Fernando Alonso, Jenson Button and Emerson Fittipaldi all taking to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in a virtual Indy 500. You can't look away from that.
Yeah, it is absolutely awesome. And you know, I've been lucky enough to
to sort of virtually race with a few names similar, and you know, have quick chats with these people. And I remember a particularly funny sort of British touring car-esque race around Brands Hatch for charity with Paul O'Neill involved, James Gornall, the likes of Max Coates, Mike Epps, Abby Eaton, Tom Brooks as well, one of our commentator friends, and overall superstar Tom Brooks. He's an absolute legend. But we had a very, very funny race with Paul O'Neill, and he was the star of the show. It was absolutely hilarious. Everybody in the same voice chat together, all communicating.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, as you can imagine, it was absolute hilarity. But, you know, at the same time, there's even championships really involving it in their real world series, and I'm not sure on how much of that I agree with, but I know that SRO have done a lot with the GT World Challenge as well. They actually have a GT World Challenge esports sort of building that goes with them to each meeting and actually has some sort of way in on the championship. It's absolutely mad, the growth that it's had in the last sort of 18 months, but it's been great for people like us that have sort of had our eyes on the radar for a long time. It's been very, again, heartwarming to see.
Absolutely. Just going to flag to you as they approach Brooklands, the battle for 8th place, the 538 Hills Motorsport car being driven by Jack Sycamore. 2/10 last time across the line between him and Anthony Wilds in the 522, and I think that's coming down.
See him now, he's just at the front of that train, and then just behind him he has got the Auto Farm machine glued to him at the moment, all over the back of him as they go down the straight. Actually, he's closing in gradually in the slipstream there. Doesn't look like he's going to do anything before Cops. I think he might wait till he's on the hanger straight, you know, and just get an easy slipstream down there, but they've just gone around Cops now, leaning as they do ever so elegantly. I'll be with you in just a sec, mate.
Yes, so a good battle for position here. 8th position, certainly nothing to sniff at, and both drivers want it. The 538, the 522, line astern through Maggots and Beckett's, also scything their way through the traffic as they so often have to, and notably more sideways was the 522 there. That was a little bit of pushing from Anthony Wilds, the Auto Farm Limited machine. The rear tyres being tested. If they still have some tread on them, I think they may run out in the next couple of hours with the abandon-esque fling the car had through Maggots and Beckett. And it is such a joy to watch these cars dancing through Maggots and Beckett. If you're in the UK, if you're anywhere near Silverstone and you're watching the stream this evening as opposed to joining us here at the circuit, come here even just for a few hours on a spare Saturday afternoon when these cars are running and watch them through Maggots and Beckett's. Yes, it's always talked about, it's the best place to watch a Formula One car arguably in the world, if not certainly the country. But I think it's arguably one of the most enthralling experiences I've had, watching them in the pitch black with all of the extra lights on, tipping into the Maggots Beckett section with the full body roll, with the full commitment out of each and every driver. It really does make a spectacular sight. These C1s can generate a lot more emotion and interest than one would think looking on the surface level.
Yeah, definitely. There's a little bit less sort of visible body language from the cars sometimes, but because they all lean and they all move around. But at the same time, if somebody is really chucking it in, you can definitely tell the difference.
Oh yes.
There's a bit of a curve to it. You know, it suddenly becomes apparent when somebody is on the edge and really sliding the car around, because they either get one thing or the other. They can really well manage the front end, and the back end will actually step out because they've got the over rotation and they've managed it on the brakes, just like Ian was telling us yesterday. You know, you've got to just balance the car on the brakes, use the fact that there's no weight over the rear end, lift it up and get the front pointing where you want it. But at the same time, if you chuck it in too hard, it could just understeer and go straight on. I've got that battle back in front of me now, by the way, between the 538 and the 522, which of course is the Hills Motorsport car and the Auto Farm Limited machine. Still no change for position, but they've got an ever-growing train behind them, which includes the 312 car, of course one of the front runners, the fake shake and bake with Team Gaz shocks. Now that car is picking its way through this little pack, and eventually I think it might be the spoiler in said pack for the two at the front here. We'll have to wait and see.
Could well be. It's going to be intriguing to see how this battle between the two shakes out with the fake shake and bake. But the 538 and 522 have just got ahead of the 375 in the last couple of corners, and they do now have a little bit of clear track ahead of them. They've got past 2 or 3 on that lap, but as you rightly say, there are also some quicker cars closing in. So they've got rid of some of the slower cars ahead of them, but now they've got to potentially start watching the mirrors not long afterward, which is just inherent to the challenges in endurance racing. But Anthony Wilds in the 522 has been pushing hard. He did get past Sycamore, I want to say about an hour ago. I think at the time it was a battle for 9th rather than a battle for 8th, but Sycamore managed to wrangle his way back past about 15 minutes ago, and I don't think there's been a second between them since, which is exactly what we like to see here in the two commentary boxes. I must say, my commentary box is interesting in that I'm mostly looking at Village and the Loop, and then obviously Aintree onto the Wellington Straight, because the timing screen is facing that direction. So that does mean that I'm facing away from Maggots Beckett's quite a lot of the time. And I think I've probably become the Nankang Whisperer over the course of the last 24 hours or so. Because at this point I can pretty much tell the difference between most forms of instant or even racing line with what's going on behind me at Maggots and Beckett's.
I want to very quickly point out there's 2 cars coming to you now around turn 1. Well, there's 4 of them, but 2 of them are the 499 SVG Motorsport car, and the other one's the 450. When they come through Maggots and Beckett's, I think it's the 1st and 3rd cars in that queue. Just tell me that it doesn't look like they've just swapped bumpers.
I 100% see what you mean, yes.
Because you've got the sort of faded yellow bumpers on the SVG car, which is a blue car, and then on the faded yellow car, you've got the blue bumpers, which match the blue of the SVG
the
machine.
450 Amigo Motorsport car, which I think is probably the most battle-wounded of them all out there on circuit. The battle we're talking about for 8th place is just coming back towards you now, so you should see that it is still, I think, just about the same order, although they were very close at Brooklands.
I was going to say, it's actually, as predicted, the fake shake bake with Team Gaz Shock's car. Sorry, I thought it was just running wide there. He's actually looking down the inside, nearly contact with the Hills Motorsport car. They're almost rubbing together down the straight. There is actually a little bit of a tap corner to corner, but he was between the 2 battling cars for a moment there, and now the Auto Farm car's got a bit of a gap in front of him, and I'm wondering whether that's going to help the Hills Motorsport team in the long run, because he can use the slipstream from that 312 car now.
Certainly a distinct possibility. They come back towards me once again, and the fake shake and bake, the 312, one of the more distinctive cars, just by the fact that it's got 312 splashed in big distinctive font
proper stock car
on
style.
the side of it. Yes, exactly. The shake and bake element definitely rings true. Oh, the 522 car just went far too deep into Beckett's and ended up right on the verge of the grass. Thankfully, just about managed to keep out of it, but he's cost himself probably at least a second in amongst that incident. So that has not gone according to plan in the slightest for them. I think the gap is going to extend significantly now in favour of Sycamore, probably get over a second, which is significantly in this battle. Just look at the Sector 1 times. Sycamore 55.949, Wilds a 57.513. Tells you all you need to know about just how almost badly wrong the incident or the line through the corner was for Wilds.
Yeah, it's a very, very sensitive part of the circuit, isn't it, really, for momentum, is Maggots and Beckett's. Now, I'm just waiting for these other 2 cars to come through that look like they've swapped, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get this. I was going to try and get a picture of them in the same place, just so I could try and put it on Twitter and explain it a little better.
Right.
They're interview now, and I think the gap is actually getting bigger between them, unfortunately. So we may have missed the opportunity there, but it certainly does look like they've had a little swapperoo.
Absolutely, and
Sorry, I just had a humongous sneeze taking off guard there, but I managed to mute just in time.
Oh, very well done.
I think I've looked at the sun too long, and now I've put my sunglasses on. I think I've caught it a little late. It's kind of what Alan was saying yesterday. When the sun comes out, you just sneeze profusely, and I've just had one of those moments really, because the glare off the windscreens now, whenever they're coming towards me from Luffield to Woodcote, it is very, very bright, glinting in my face, so I can't really look at the cars as they're coming towards me, I'm afraid. I'm a bit out of action when it comes to Luffield.
That's okay.
Which is about the only corner I can see.
Yeah, we'll power through.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
I must admit, I'm expecting similar when I get out of this commentary box, because I've got all the windows still shut at the moment.
Well, I'm just about to go and open my door, actually, so excuse me for a moment.
Yeah, so I've still got all of my windows shut, and I have been in here pretty much constantly since we got in at 9 o'clock, of course.
That's toasty.
It's toasty, and I fear that when I go outside, all of the pollen and freshness is all going to hit me at once, and I'm probably going to have a bit of a sneezy fit myself, as long as I don't fall down the stairs while I do it.
Yeah, that'll be. Yeah, make sure you're at the bottom of the stairs first.
Yeah, well, I have a history with staircases.
Oh no.
None of it good.
That's another story for another 11:30 McDonald's trip, I think.
It's probably, yes.
Well, I'm just going to go open my door very quickly.
Okay, no worries.
I have to go outside and touch the latch and do all that, so be right back.
Yeah, 34.2 seconds the gap last time in the battle for the lead, since the battle for 8th place has calmed down a little bit, courtesy of Anthony Wilde's near brown trouser moments. We have just crossed the 20-hour marker, so we're within the final 4 hours now of the Silver Lake C1 24-hour race, and that is an opportune time to run you through the order as it stands. So 397 hybrid tune full circle racing car is in the lead by round about 30-35 seconds at the moment over Simmons in the AB Motorsport 394. Next up, it is the fake shake and bake with Team Gaz Shock's entry. Tommy Field at the wheel of the 312 for now, 2 laps down on the leaders as it stands. Team Crossacre is next, the 483, 4 laps off the lead in 4th place. PrepTech UK with CEX running 5th place in the 367 car. The 521 Progressive Motorsport Limited entry of Howden Haynes at the wheel currently. The 521 car running in 6th place. 2 cars on the lead lap next, the 388 hybrid tune full circle racing entry with Simmons, another Simmons at the wheel, running in 7th, just ahead of Hills Motorsport's Sycamore, of course, in the 538, a minute and 19 back, and then of course we have Anthony Wilde's just 2.4 seconds back from Sycamore in turn. So the lower end of the top 10 looking very close as Howden Haynes actually pits the 6th place car, so they could get closer still. Silver Lake Racing does have representation in the top 10 as it stands. The 458 car rounding out the top 10, 8 laps off the leaders. 11th place is the exit 13 car. Matthew Dawson currently at the wheel of the 555. Rounding out the top dozen is the second of the Progressive Motorsport cars. So they've got 2 cars in the top dozen now. They'll be impressed with themselves, I think. The 536 rounding out the top dozen as we go into the final 4 hours of the race now.
We do indeed, and I was just figuring out how many laps they would do about an hour. It's about 17 and a half laps an hour.
Right.
But with pit stops as well, you've probably got to think maybe 16 laps an hour, I'd say,
Possibly.
if they lose a few minutes. So we're probably, because I noticed that in the chat people were asking how many laps they would do in
Yes.
about 24 hours. Now they're on lap 355 now, or the leader is anyway. There's only 2 cars on the lead lap, but I reckon we could probably, think about it, 16 times 4, you're going to definitely hit 400 laps here today.
I'm going to say 409.
That's, yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. I was going to ask you how many you thought exactly, and I was going to say 410, but then I thought I'd just make it a bit more of an interesting number and just take it away from a rounding out to a 10, so I'd say 409. So stuff it, I'm going to go 410. I'll go with my original. We'll pretend we never had this conversation and hope that Alan isn't listening, and then we'll ask him in a bit.
So you can hack Alan's Amazon, and I can hack your random number generator somewhere in the back of your head.
Yeah.
Excellent.
For anybody that doesn't know, I made a Gillette-based pun earlier. and Gillette is in the shaving brand, and Alan thought that I could read minds because he thought I'd hacked his Amazon basket because he's got some razor blades from Gillette in his Amazon basket apparently, which he's actually sent us a picture of to confirm as well.
He proved it, yes.
Yeah, he's a man of his word,
Yes,
is Alan Hyde.
When he makes claims, he sends proof. That's journalism, my friend.
Yes,
Journalism.
I absolutely love it. It has been a fantastic day, and to be fair, a fantastic pair of days, and I've thoroughly enjoyed this so far. Now, the General Lee, once again, attracting attention to itself as it goes 3 wide through Copse, just coming into your view now, mate. Or although it might be the 555, actually. Apologies. Well, I think it is the General Lee.
Yeah, the General Lee is definitely one of them. There are a multitude of cars, as you say, almost going 3 wide just behind the General Lee. The 420 car, the Postman Pat-esque Wombles machine. The 394, of course, is amongst that as well. That's the car in second place. So they're going to have a bit of a curtailing, I think, this lap, because they're in amongst a 5-car battle for track position at the very least.
Their teammates in. 388 has just come in now, by the way.
Yes, the teammate of the leader. Okay, yeah, so the 388. I imagine,
place they were in.
Yes, I imagine that's going to be a driver change for them. The car has been, I think, in the hands of Simmons for a little while. At this stage, so we'll see in due course who Benjamin Simmons hands over to. I don't think I've seen Ian Mockett at the wheel for quite some time, so it might well be Ian that takes the reins or takes the wheel for the next couple of hours. He wouldn't be able to drive it to the end just yet. I think we will see a good number of pit stops, incidentally, once we get into that 3 hours to go marker. I think the first half hour after the 3 hours to go mark, I think we'll see a fair few pit stops, purely because that is the point, of course, where drivers can take it to the end. Although, to counter my own point, the temperatures here today may prohibit such lengthy stints for some heading into the closing stages of the race.
Yeah, I think some of them will probably take it a little bit easier, maybe, into the final few hours. Just potentially, just to have that extra safety for the drivers, like you say, they'll maybe just plan doing an hour and a half each, or maybe even 1 hour for some, or they might even have it so that now they just have a driver going over that 3 hour mark, then put someone for 2 hours at the end. It can overlap in many different ways, is what I'm saying, in a very strangled way.
I think some of the drivers, some of the teams further down the orders may prepare to do that now. If anything, just to make sure that everyone gets some seat time here on the Sunday afternoon. But in the lead, I mean, we've had 8 pit stops so far across 20 hours, so it's about 2 hours 20 to a stint. At minimum, so I think it will be a little while. I don't think they'd shorten their stints down that much towards the end of the race, at fear of losing out in the long run. But we will see maybe who blinks first in terms of making alterations to the pit strategy. Gap between James and Simmons this time across the line in the hybrid tune 397 and the AV Motorsport 394. It's up 35.3 seconds. I guess that's largely because Simmons had company out there on circuit that time.
Yeah, it wasn't really a straightforward lap for him, was it?
No, he was having to show an elbow or two, I think, in the process of getting some lap traffic done. As we say, if not been seeing the blue flags, the drivers have to make it through manually, and that can sometimes be very entertaining, but I'm sure it can also be sometimes very stressful for the parties involved.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it was in the case of the 522 car where the wing mirror got bent in. You might not see people coming up behind you in very quick succession, so some of them might struggle potentially with letting others by. But the thing is, these cars are so much about momentum that even if you do let off slightly just to let somebody go through, it can be an absolute nightmare because it can kill a run down your straight or out of a corner. You really need to pick it at the right moment if you are going to strategically let somebody through, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. Picking your battles and making allowances for other drivers at the right time is critical. And I think that's the case in a lot of different categories. All throughout the board. I mean, you see it in Formula One even. especially back in the days when you had kind of a secondary contingent of Formula 1.5, if you will, with you know, the Lotus / Caterhams, the Hispanias and co. There was a real art to allowing the front runners by in such a way that it didn't cost yourself too much time.
Yeah.
And that's actually something that Andre Lotterer found himself to be very good at when he deputised in the Caterham at Spa back in 2014. Of course, he's got some traffic management knowledge under his belt, given everything else in his resume. And I think they figured out that he was actually rather good indeed at doing that, and showed himself very nicely compared to, I want to say, Charles Pic that weekend.
I had a quick scan through Instagram earlier on my break and realised that Jacob Ebery is somewhere out there, out and about, which I didn't know this weekend, and I would love to meet Jacob again and just tell him how much I adore his work. Because some of the pictures that he got of the cars at night are absolutely stunning, as you can imagine. You know, as all of Jacob's stuff is. But
I've seen some of his stuff shared by a few of the competitors on Facebook over the last 24 hours, and absolutely 100% an industry leader, and with good reason, one would have to say.
Definitely. Now, I've just seen out of my window a slightly spread out train of cars. It seems almost like they're staying away from each other. It's the 7 cars that you saw before, the General Lee being one of them, the mellow yellow car in there as well, the Tivoli machine, and I believe a car that I've not actually seen for quite a while. Which one's that there? I'm looking at that. As much as I say these livery things really help me out, there's a car that I've just completely... I can't figure out which livery it is.
What was it behind?
It was behind the mellow yellow car. It's black and yellow. I'm not sure. It's not the DSC car, the 531, is it?
The gold and white Tivoli, the 347.
Is it the hybrid? No, it's not the hybrid tune car.
Was it predominantly black with yellow on the side?
It was.
Okay, so that's the 347 car.
347. Aha! See, that's the only one. The only one.
The only one the felt tips haven't touched.
Yeah, because that one was quite a long way down early on in the race, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. So the JW Bird Motorsport
347. I've finally got a full house. There you go, everybody. It's only taken me, 20 hours and a bit, and I've coloured in all of them now, so now I'm ready for the race. Let's go.
That car's performance really not befitting the team's performance, at least on the timing screens, hasn't really been befitting of some of the drivers in there. Sam and Joe Roach, Liam Griffin, Harvey Griffin and Phil House. 5 drivers, all of whom have a good amount of racing in their back pockets, and it's a shame really that they've been struck by trouble along their path.
Yeah, that's the thing, and you know, you can get such amazing teams and great driver lineups out there. I mean, you know, me being very shallow in my being a fan of the BTCC, you know, to see the Team Dynamics name out there, you know, if you've not seen any of these other teams before and know some of the history behind them, you look at that and you go, well, that's a familiar name, surely they've got to do well. Yes. And you know, they've shown again just how difficult this race can be.
We have a car off at Beckett.
I see it.
It's a little ways away from me. It's the Black Pudding.
Oh no.
Yes, it is indeed.
Squadra Budino Nero.
Yes, indeed. So the 491 car having a bit of a moment, but carries on, doesn't take anyone with them, and gets back out onto the circuit. So recovered cleanly.
That's one thing you've got to think about as well. I mean, I mentioned it earlier very briefly, but when you have a spin, it can really get into a driver's head and it can knock your confidence. But considering how long you're racing for and how many spins you can have, surely there's only a certain amount of times that you can have that, and it really destroys your confidence. And you just, I mean, even from, again, going back to sim racing, you know, you have the odd spin in a practice session or something like that, you get frustrated at yourself for looping the car because you think, why can't I do it? Like, what am I not picking up on? If you have a spin like that in a race like this, especially when it's not like qualifying where you can just go out and do another lap.
We've had another spin, coincidentally.
Oh, we have? I've just seen that. Is that 375?
375, yep, dead on. The 375 car.
I love that. We know them well enough now.
Yes, indeed. Staring at them for most of 2 rotations around the clock. We'll do that too, I think, in time. 375, of course, 19th place. That's the performance preparation car. At the wheel of that one at the moment is Alan Maryan, and so he's had just a brief moment there, but carries on his way. Both of the largely blue cars out there have spun on the same lap in the exact same place in almost the same way, which is an interesting coincidence.
The 373 Midway Motorsport car has just come into the pits. The E-Max Motorsport car with Ratcliffe at the wheel is also in there as well. They're 13th and 14th in this race at the moment. We've also got the WRC Developments car back into pit lane. So we've got a number of them all switching around and shimmying about. I think WRC's is just a scheduled stop, because they've only had 10 stops before now, so I don't think it's too bad. The team with the most amount of pit stops, I'll tell you what, we'll do a top 3. Well, actually, it's tied for 3rd between quite a number of them. Team Petters Racing, Mellow Yellow Motorsport, Amigo Motorsport, the 450 car, and Burton Power have all had 13 pit stops. There's 2 cars that have had 14 pit stops, which are MLP Developments and Squadra Bodino Nero, but the most pit stops so far by 4 is JW Bird Motorsport in the 421 machine, I'm afraid, but it's still an accolade in itself, really. But that's the thing, 17 pit stops and you're still going, and you can get to the end of a race, hopefully, because they're on their outlap at the moment, so they've just completed one of those stops. It's great to see. We've got one of the cameras is currently looking very in depth at the safety car for some reason. Oh, he's heard me. He's looked away. the CCTV operator clearly
might be as simple as simply checking who's in there out of curiosity. I've been caught out by that at Snetterton a few times. I think there's a very active CCTV operator at Snetterton. Sometimes they zoom in on certain areas of the pit lane. I'll be wondering what I'm meant to be looking at. I think the answer is nothing.
It's like none of your business.
Yes, indeed.
Brilliant. 394 just comes past me once again. We'll see what the gap is to the race leader now. 35.9, so Hybrid Tune really on the move and have opened that gap up compared to what it was earlier in the day anyway. It's certainly been a good turnaround.
So they the gap went up under the green flag pit stops about an hour ago. It went up to 41 seconds, then extended up.
Yeah, it did go a bit bigger, didn't it?
Actually, it extended up to 45 and is now shrinking again down to 35, and Simmons taking just over half a second out of the 397 car that time. So Mark James maybe just getting caught up in traffic or something of that ilk, but it does.
I'm sorry, mate, I'm going to have to quickly interrupt you. I've been reminded by the Exit 13 guys. They've had 19 pit stops. I'm really sorry, guys. I don't know how I missed that. That's really bad of me. I do apologise.
Yes, they've been in the wars, certainly in the 395 car. That was I think one of the first ones into pit lane. And it's,
could potentially change the team name to Exit 19 because they've had to exit pit lane 19 times.
No.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. It's all in the banter. It's all done in jest.
Well, next season they'll enter the second car as Exit, and then whatever number of stops they get to at the end.
Yeah.
Of course,
that'd be a thing for the future. Team names that develop in time.
Yes. Exit 13, of course, very proactive in national level racing with the Hyundai Coupes. A Hyundai Coupe Cup that has grown and grown over quite a number of years. Initially an accessory to other grids, became standalone.
I really quite like those cars. They're very Marmite cars, but I really quite like them. I just think the wheels should be a bit bigger. The wheels look like the body looks too big for the wheels, like it's been plonked on like an RC car or something.
This from a man who definitely first saw the car in Need for Speed Underground.
You know what? I actually didn't. I saw one I think there's a Hyundai dealership down the road from my dad's house, and I saw it there when they'd first come out, and I thought that looks fantastic. And a friend of mine, Dan Blake, used to race in the
yes, I know Dan very well.
Coupe Cup, and I think he's doing MX-5s now. Actually,
Yes.
he had an accident at Coombe recently, but he's okay. But he's very determined to get the most out of those MX-5s after driving similar cars on iRacing quite a lot, and he's certainly developing his pace really well, is Dan.
Exit 13 sounds like a sort of a one-hit wonder from the 1980s.
It does. Italian house music, I'm thinking. Eiffel 65's like spin-off or something.
Which I have to tell you, if you were listening to the 80s throwback on the wireless, which is every Sunday afternoon from 1 until 3, Exit 13 don't feature this week. Sadly.
Oh.
I know.
Oh. Well, hopefully next time.
Cope with disappointment.
Indeed. How was your break, Alan?
My sandwich?
Yes.
Very nice, thank you.
Yeah, smashing.
I'm rejuvenated and raring to go.
Lovely stuff.
Was it like the Boxing Day sandwich? Was it the remnants of the roast dinner you were talking
No,
about?
no. I'm very picky about my food. It was purchased this morning from the Paddock Cafe, Pit Stop Cafe, and it's been in the fridge, so it was at the required temperature, and it was all washed down with the the greatest fizzy drink in the world.
Oh,
guessing game.
Oh, here comes some controversy.
Is it one that's available in the Pit Stop Cafe?
It is, yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a can of Monster.
No, it is a can of something.
Oh, Fanta.
It's not San Pellegrino or whatever it's called, is it? I don't think they've
Which
got
is
that.
very nice, but possibly a bit too much sugar in it for me.
Yeah.
No, I don't even know the maker. Cranston's. The rhubarb
Yeah,
drink.
I saw that. Oh, that intrigued me actually. I nearly bought one.
Well, do you like rhubarb?
I've got
You're not a fan. I can tell. If you're a fan of rhubarb, you just said instantly, "Oh, I love rhubarb."
Yeah. Oh, I think I've got to be in the mood for it. So.
Right. Well, you're not a rhubarb fan.
Yeah.
In fact, you should be banned from buying it.
Wow.
You shouldn't be allowed to buy it. It's only for the connoisseur of rhubarb.
I used to help grow it, even though I didn't like it. What does that say?
You don't like it either.
No, I'm sorry.
Well, you can't buy it either.
Okay.
More for me. Happy days.
Exit 13, leaning in with some humour here. They say, we like pit stops so much that we're having them at the Coupe Cup race at Silverstone on August 21st. So there you go.
Fantastic stuff. And I think that's going to have to be a quote that goes on my wall at home. You're not a rhubarb fan by Alan Hyde.
No, put it on the website. You know.
Oh,
Excellent commentary. Brilliant service.
I usually
Doesn't like rhubarb.
Do you like elderflower?
Yes, I do like elderflower actually.
Okay, would you have an elderflower pie?
What? What?
No, you see, you wouldn't. No.
No.
You'd have a rhubarb pie, and it translates into a very nice fizzy drink, but they also do elderflower.
Oh.
Yeah, which is very thirst quenching.
I've learned something new today.
Very nice.
Absolutely love it. ChazDraycott.com if you wondered about the website. Hybrid tune across
I'm
the
setting
line
up
again.
plugs left and right here.
Like an electrician.
Yeah.
Right, AB Motorsport, second place at the moment then.
Yes.
We're just waiting to see what the gap is to them now. I think they're just coming around the final corner. Yes, I can see the beautiful purple glint off the roof of their car.
Shrunk last time by, it was down to mid-34s.
I'm intrigued to see if that's come down even more. Let's have a look. He's crossing the line now. 35 again. But to be fair, I think he did have a bit of traffic on that lap. There's two cars ahead, and one of them, I think, was the other hybrid tune car. So maybe not making life easy for them.
No, well, I'm sure they're being equally difficult with everyone. I don't think it's a conspiracy to help the 397 car. That battle, a new battle actually, has emerged, also involving the Hills Motorsport 538 car. I think it's been an eventful stint for Jack Sycamore at the wheel of that thing, but he's now only 3.2 seconds removed from said second hybrid tune full circle racing car. The 388 is being closed up upon rather there, so may have to start watching his mirrors, James, down. Let's see what the lap times were last time. It was 305 301.6 last time, 305.8 for down. In fact, he's lost that on the last lap. The Oh, no, sorry, my apologies. I'm looking at the wrong thing. So yes, I think they might be right on top of each other next time they come into view, in fact, because the times are about 4 seconds removed from each other, and the gap between the line was 3.6. So
what happened to the 398 car, the Silver Lake car?
that car came into the pits not so long ago, actually, and quite to your point, I don't think it exited as scheduled.
Well, it's here at the moment and jolly
Yes.
grubby, so it's splattered with mud. I'm
Oh,
just
no.
seeing if I can have a look around the car and see where else the damage is. No, that's been taped up. So just looking a bit second-hand, I think.
Yeah.
Just looking a bit second-hand.
Okay.
I'm just trying to look out for the 388 coming into view now.
388 is just coming through Abbey as we speak, so I'm
okay.
keeping an eye on where it is relative to the 538. I'm trying to see the 538. I can see the 388 now, but I don't see the 538. So where is the Hills Motorsport car?
I think he's just crossed the line, actually, you know, 538. He's just.
Well, that's very strange then, because they're shown as 1.3 seconds apart.
No, that's the Progressive Motorsport car. You're thinking the 521 and the 538, not the 388.
I'm eavesdropping on a conversation of Gary Preble out of the 398 car, and I think it was at Maggots that the problem happened.
Not somewhere you want anything to go awry.
I just refreshed my my timing screen, and it completely changed where everyone was. So that's why I was calling that wrong. It actually wasn't my fault.
I think yours is the different version to the one I've got, because you've got the expanded one, haven't you?
Mine just very occasionally decides that people aren't where they are anymore. I've noticed that on and off throughout the race, and occasionally
Well, let's check in at the top of the leaderboard again. Ollie's here, and it is a heck of a battle for first and second place at the moment.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? We've got less than 4 hours to go. It's about 30 seconds gap. Both myself and Brian have got a stint to do. Yeah, it couldn't be any closer. I can't believe after this long that's where it's going. But they've got really good pace on track. We've got slightly better pit stops, we think. So yeah, we'll see. It's going to be close though.
Well, I spoke to Brian, I think about 4 hours ago now, and I think in that 4 hours it's plus or minus 10 seconds. It's unbelievable stuff. What are we, 360 something laps in now? He was very ambitious. He said that you came here to win this 24-hour race. Is that still the case?
Yeah, absolutely. We finished second at Spa. We're only here to win, so nothing else will do, I'm afraid. But we're going to go out and do our best, give it our best shot. We're all quick drivers, so I think we stand a good chance.
Well, obviously victory is a very lofty ambition, but one of the overwhelming things is that you still seem like you're in a great mood, smile on your face. You seem to be really enjoying your racing, both personally and as a team.
I'm absolutely knackered. Yeah, my body is really taking its toll. It's hard work out there. Being dry the whole time is more physical. So it has been tough, but yeah, I think we're all shattered. I've got 2.5 hours to do, and I will be falling asleep straight away after that.
Hey, good man, you'll deserve it. Talk to me about the car then. Have you had any issues with it? How's it been holding up? They're pretty resilient motors, these C1s, aren't they?
Yeah, they're amazing. I can't believe it's still going. We've not had any issues actually. The only thing, I got tagged going through Maggots and Beckett's and had a spin. But other than that, no, everything's spot on. The car's working really, really well. Tyres are holding up really well. So yeah, I mean, it's an amazing bit of engineering, isn't it?
It certainly is. And also, after all the sort of mizzle and everything we had in the foggy morning, beautiful conditions now to see a checkered flag.
Yeah, I'd rather it was chucking it down with rain, quite frankly.
Really?
Yeah, because it's going to be really, really hot in the car. I've literally sweated through my race overalls like 3 times now. So yeah, this is going to be really, really tough 2 hours. I would be perfectly happy with like -1 and drizzle.
You racers are a funny old bunch, you know, because it's amazing the amount of guys I've spoken to today who'd rather if it was cold and wet. I think if you spoke to any sort of general punter, they'd be like, oh, Silverstone in the sunshine, what a life. Let's talk season then, because you talked about finishing second in Spa. You're looking at hopefully the top spot here. Have you got any ambitions beyond those 2 races?
No, we'll do the Spa 24 towards the end of the year. All three of us race in the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship, and we're all trying to win that title. So it's going to be a busy year of Mazda racing for us, but Spa will be a nice cherry on the cake at the end of the year.
Well, good luck with that, and good luck with this as well. You are the next in the seat. Good luck, go well.
Cheers, thanks a lot.
Moving forward where they need to, but some of them, you know, no disrespect to anybody within any of these teams, but there is a big difference between the pace of their fastest driver to their slowest driver. So the car could be getting away at one point, but then the next thing you know, it could completely turn it around and end up going backwards again.
Absolutely, yeah, quite right. Speaking of fluctuations and going backwards, going forwards, it's the AB Motorsport car once again making things return to their favour. 33.4 the gap is coming down now between the 397 and the 394 car at the head of the order. So the 394 of Stuart Simmons is again being wheeled that little bit faster, and look at the comparative times last time by. A whole second slower there was the 397 of Mark James. That would suggest a little bit of traffic intervention, a part of the reason why. That car heads towards Brooklands now. Meanwhile, the car in second place tips into Village, so that's about the gap between them. As the second place car tips into Village, the leading car is 2/3 of the way down the Wellington Straight.
Would you like an update on the 337 Burton Power car having its engine change? I think this is a good sign when the battery goes in. I think we're getting ready to dispatch the car. It's been about an hour, hasn't it? In goes a new battery.
Yes, it was just over.
Oh, Max Coates, these are idle boasts that you make. How quickly would you have done it?
A lot slower than this.
yes, I think that's a bit better. Yeah, yeah. It's a voyage of discovery, isn't it? Doing a 24-hour race.
Yeah, I mean these lads at Amigo have had it hard. This is the 4th engine change they've done. So
well, look on the plus side, they've got the hang of it now.
That's it. They're pretty good now. So. Yeah, if anybody needs an engine change doing, then you know where they are.
You're quite bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, so you've slept, haven't you?
I've had a solid 4 hours, so yeah, I think that's all right, really, in 24-hour racing, isn't it? But
young boy of your age, that's all you need, isn't it?
That's it, yeah. But I think I'm usually bright-eyed and bushy-tailed most of the time. So
you normally are, yeah. Although I did have one conversation with you. I think was it here at Silverstone? No, it wasn't.
Maybe.
Yeah, when you weren't bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, but it's rare.
Occasion.
It's very rare.
Yeah, no, but we're enjoying it. It's what we got now, 4 hours to go. So, I mean, we're a million miles off the lead, but maybe not a million, but yeah, it's just having fun now.
Top man, Max. Thank you very much indeed. Max Coates down in the garage. Oh, hang on.
Oh, that's not a pleasant
No, that
noise.
hasn't worked. No.
I'm willing it on. We can all hear it. Oh. Sounded like it was the horn that went off rather than the engine then.
Oh. Nearly, but not quite. .wav.
Yeah, that's not an engine that.
Oh,
there's definitely something quite not right there, ticking into life, is there?
Yes, indeed.
Hopefully they get that out.
So Rob Gaffney has got his hands on the top of the engine, which during that process was vibrating significantly, and it kind of looked as if it was one of those slimming belts that you put on, because it was wobbling the whole body at the time. But unfortunately, it hasn't fired up.
And that was the 337 car, you said?
The Burton Power car.
Yeah, so Rob Gaffney's come down to help, has he?
Yes, yeah. He said earlier on, well, they've got enough experience, and Ashley is one of his long-standing friends, so a bit of help can be offered.
Excellent. That's always great to see.
Very much in the spirit of this paddock and pit lane.
Just trying to keep an eye out the window for the 521 car. It was the 521, wasn't it? They were mentioning before, in 6th place with the 538 as well. They were a little bit more spread out last time they came by as well. 2 seconds actually was the gap, but there seemed to be quite a bigger gap there between them. Let's just have a look whereabouts they are at the moment. They've actually both ticked over all 3 sectors quite recently. Actually, no, they've gone through the first sector. So as soon as I looked up from the timing to search for them, Adam, it seems that they've already gone.
Yes, so they are. I think at a certain point they're so close that it's very difficult to be able to spot them on the actual track map, where you can see where everyone is placed. They end up on top of each other and cancelling each other out on the screen. But I will keep my beady eye out for them where I can.
Is that the one on the end of your finger?
Oh dear.
After a quick message from my lawyers, I'll ask you not to call it eye finger again, please.
Flipping out, your lawyers are hot on it, Alan.
They really are.
You've got a good legal team behind you, Sunshine.
Absolutely. When you come up with an idea like that,
What about the Fingiris?
It's where. What was the question?
The Fingiris.
No, it's too complicated. It's too complicated. Eye finger is the answer.
Well, you just said it, so the lawyers are coming.
Yeah, it's my lawyers. That's fine. It's my idea.
I'm just going to say it. No, I'm not going to say it. Right, the 332's just come screaming past me, as screaming as a C1 can be, as they all make their way down the straight. A little bit of side-by-side action just behind there as well. Now, I think I see the 450 car leading its way through Brooklands and then Luffield. Great sight of them all going around there. There's a few people in the grandstands over at Luffield as well, which is nice to see. And this sunshine is just absolutely persistent, isn't it? It's glorious, glorious sunshine. You've got to love it. Really got to love it. Although the glint of the cars coming towards me really is still blinding, so I'm afraid I can look at them going through Luffield, then I have to look away and just wait for them to go past me. It's very, very blinding at this stage.
Yes, the 521 and the 538 are just coming towards you, I believe, in that battle for 6th place at Brooklands.
So here they are then, making their way towards me, or at least I'm going to pretend that I think they are. It's so bright, even with my sunglasses on as well. I like to invest in good sunglasses and got myself a pair of Ray-Bans, but even they can't help me against that. So yeah, the 538 then makes its way through, ahead of the 521.
Ah, so that's
this
a
time.
change.
Yes,
That's a change
and there's a
position.
car between them as well. So Hills Motorsport have really got the job done, and well, they've got past and made the gap even bigger than it was the other way before.
I never had that conversation with Sam Weller, did I, when he got out of the car?
Ah, good point.
Because the TV crew turned up. He's busy now. He's actually donned the high-vis jacket because he's about to be in charge of, I think, a wheel change, I think.
I wonder if he had to deal with the Grease music when he was at school like I did. Wella, 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 wella.
Oh, really?
Every single day.
Really?
As soon as the music teacher introduced Grease to the year 5s, it was over.
Oh, they need to be careful here because fuel is going in. So I can't start the wheel change quite yet.
No.
Driver is out, which is good news. And they're standing by as the fuel plugs in, which it plugs in at its own rate. It's not accelerated. So they just have to bide their time and wait for the fuel to go in before they can do the wheel change.
Now we, without giving anything away, we actually spoke to, was it Martin, yesterday, Adam, that said that there are ways of increasing fuel flow.
Yes, there are some paddock hacks.
Yes, there's apparently just ways within the regulations of just doing it quicker. Just making sure that you get fuel in better.
I was minded to remember years ago. Was it? I honestly can't remember what car it was, which is probably just as well because it was a very naughty and very dangerous thing to do. But the fuel tank was connected to the roll cage.
Yes, I've heard a few stories to that ilk, yes.
And so, I mean, if you think about how dangerous this is, so in order to get extra capacity in the fuel tank, it was also putting fuel into the roll cage of the car, which is a safety feature of a race car.
I was always amazed by the system that Zakspeed implemented at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. There was an ongoing dispute between the organisers of the event and Zakspeed as to the speed of the Viper GTSR, and they tried to restrict it in numerous different ways. Eventually they got to the point of fuel flow. They could only put so many litres in, so many millilitres, whatever it is, in per second. To subvert that, Zakspeed created a car where you could remove the fuel tank and put a new one in. Therefore, the flow in was not an issue. I think this was 2000, I want to say 2002 or 2003. The Zakspeed Viper had a removable fuel tank in the boot of the car.
I can't remember who it was that was telling me about this, but they said that it was so much easier to just pop a tank out and pop a brand new one in, and then you can fill it up in the meantime while it's out and then keep interchanging. It was unbelievable. I just want to point out the 521 car that we've been watching was just literally pushing the 345 car down the straight, and they were glued together, full-on bump drafting style. It was great to see. You've got to love it. Now they don't need the big endurance lights on the front of the car. You may as well shove the thing down the straight and bend them in again, because they're quite flexible, those little endurance lights on the front, and unbelievably bright for how small they look on the actual body of the car.
Race leader in the pit lane, Hybrid Tune 397 is in the pits. So that means that the AB Motorsport 394 car has taken the lead.
Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, this is the pit stop that I'm watching at the moment. They were very keen to get the wheels changed at the front of the car, and the car is sent on its way now, 397 down pit lane, and sent on its way with a tyre change. The tyres come off pretty much as slicks, don't they?
You know what? That was one thing I didn't look at in the pit lane, was how they came off. Have they really been worn down that much?
Yeah.
So there was
2 grooves.
There was actually, again, some intel from a team in the paddock. I won't even name which one because I'm not entirely sure how within the regs it was. But there was a set of quote-unquote slicks that were in fact incredibly worn, of variants of these Nankangs that were sent out in qualifying, and it did work.
Well, the tyres, when they come off, I'm looking at them now, so they are pretty much like a grooved slick, and very warm, just having a little feel of them. So yeah, they look like Formula 1 tyres of a few years ago now.
Yes.
Wow.
2009 they moved to slicks in F1.
Did they really?
Yes, yeah.
Was it that long ago?
It was.
And
good thing too.
It was only a few years before that where they only just stopped using traction control, wasn't it?
The last traction control year was 2008. I think 2008 was the first year without traction control.
Yes, because then they did the big, massive rule change with the wings and everything the year after, didn't they? With the brawns.
So when those tyres were new, the groove tyre, or in vogue, if you like, in Formula 1, it coincided with the year that Lewis Hamilton won the Formula Renault Championship here in the UK. And we were at the end of season dinner, and I was queuing up at the bar, and I'd bought myself a watch, a Tag Heuer watch, which had it was a Tag Heuer F1 watch. I was very proud of it. It was the nicest watch I'd ever bought for myself. And I was queuing up at the bar, and Lewis came up to the bar, and he stood next to me, and he said, nice watch. So I said, oh, thanks very much. He said, I've got one of them. And he flashed his wrist, and he had the same watch, but with a rubber strap.
Oh.
Instead of the bracelet, which I had. So I said, oh, that's nice. Oh, you've got the rubber strap. He said, yeah. It's not just any rubber strap. It's got grooves in it.
Oh, for God's
and it's
sake.
for those that have driven the Formula One car.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that was a very limited edition, wasn't
Whoa,
it?
that's
Goodness,
cool.
I was well and truly trumped.
Oh, now you see, I've never had the money for a nice watch, but I really do like a nice watch. I like a Tag Heuer, but I also love a Bell & Ross.
Very nice,
The
yeah.
Bell & Ross military, I'm a big aviation fan, so aircraft watches,
Oh, and Breitling, I suppose, for you then.
in a way, yeah. There's certain Breitlings that are a bit too... I quite like how
too
clean...
flash.
Yeah, I like how clean and simple a Bell & Ross is, because if you're wearing a Bell & Ross, it's not all chrome and shiny. It's
That's
all
true.
black and understated, but it serves purpose. So I think if someone likes watches enough, they'll notice it. The right people notice it and go, I like your watch.
Yes, indeed.
They know what it is. But I want to just, very, very quickly, just come back to what you mentioned before about fuel in the roll cage. I remember reading something about the Porsche 917K, where they used to fill the cage and the chassis and everything with gas to detect any cracks in it from when it flexed, and there was a big gorge in the middle of the dash, just basically showing the pressure. And if the pressure came down because it had leaked, then they had to pull the car over and retire it.
Oh, wow.
And the drivers used to have to keep an eye on that out of everything. It was unbelievable.
So race leader, not true race leader, aggregate race leader is still Hybrid Tune, who have gone back out from their pit stop, but AB Motorsport is now in, so the other half of the lead battle, 394 car. I assume that will be a full-on driver change, because Stuart Simmons has been in there for quite some time at this stage, so hopefully we will see him get a little bit of respite at this point. Of course, we are just a few minutes away from the point where a driver could get to the finish of the race, so that means that we are going to have to see at least one more pit stop out of both of these teams at the head of the order.
And it's going to be a case of when do they come and do they get back out in clear air?
Yes.
That's going to be one of the main things, because then there's not really a chance to reverse any damage done by that. I think I've got the 538 coming into view here. I do. And again, the 521 is just pushing the 345 down the straight.
Excellent.
It's absolutely great to see. And that, you know what, that 521 is really pushing in. The 345 has actually gone down the inside of the 538 car. He's just gone down the inside of the Hills Motorsport machine through turn 1. Now, I'm not sure whether he's going to take the Progression Motorsport through with him there.
It's 3 wide as they approach Maggots and Beckett's. The 521 is the first driver to decide discretion is the better part of valour. The 538 ends up leading them through the corners. And the 538 it is that continues to hold on to 6th position. Jack Sycamore, who's had quite the adventure at the wheel of that 538. He's always been a few seconds away from competition during his stint here this afternoon at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, so he won't have any lack of entertainment at the wheel. The 397 car is the car that I'm really trying to find out there now. In fact, just comes past me on the Wellington Straight. I believe we're about to get the AB Motorsport car. It should be on the verge of coming out of pit lane now, and I'm very interested to see where it comes out relative to the 397 and its new driver Stephen James.
It's still stationary, I can tell you that. It's just being pushed back now, actually.
So it's going to be very close, because just coming through Brooklands and Luffield now is our race leader.
Yep, they're just round Luffield now, just on the exit. He's going to touch the curb on the outside, get his foot down. The 394 is moving out of the pit lane. It's got the other Hybrid Tune car in front. Looks like they have to quickly stop to obviously scan the wristband. And now the race leader makes its move past the 522 as well. So I can see the 394 is actually just left the pits now. So he's going to be right with him, Adam. He's just going around Copse.
I thought it was going to be close, and sure enough, exiting pit lane now is car 394 in the lead of the motor race. The 394 car is coming back out in the lead, but by mere tenths, fractions of a second. New driver at the wheel of the 394. It's the man who started the car, Oliver Allwood, in the lead of the race. It is under a second, I can tell you that now, as they head out onto the Hanger Straight. So Stephen James suddenly has a very real, very visually intuitive target. He's got the new race leader directly ahead of him as they head towards Stowe.
Well, this is the race we wanted, and this is the race that we're going to get. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. And like we've said all along, the pit stops are the main shake-up in all of this. Track position vital as well, because while your rival is pitting,
checking back in then with AB Racing, currently in second place. And Stuart, was that your final session? How do you think you've raced?
Yeah, it was my final one for the day, my third one, so it was nice to get a good lot of running. I spent 2 hours sitting behind the safety car in the fog earlier this morning, so it was very different out there today. In that session it was really, really hot. Tyres were really gripping up and it wouldn't release off the corners, so you had to drive it a little bit differently. But yeah, I think we're gradually chipping away back at the leaders, but they've got about a 30-second lead, so it's going to take a bit of catching, but you never know.
30 seconds over 24 hours doesn't sound like a lot, does it? But when you're in that second place, doing everything you can to overtake them, and you're in that lead trying to hold it on. But you talked about the changeable conditions there. One of the amazing things about a 24-hour race, what are those challenges then? How do you have to drive differently to deal with that hotter track, that grippier track?
Yeah, well, I mean, as it was cooler this morning, the car's skimming across the surface a bit more, and it feels a bit more alive, where as in the heat now, the tyres are getting hotter and stickier, and it's kind of digging in, so it's over gripping, if you like. So you're having to be very gradual as you're coming out the corners. If you just put too much steering on, it's digging and scrubbing speed. You can feel it all the way down the straight, because you can notice your gear changes are later and your speeds are slower as you're going on the straight. So it's all about trying to not scrub speed as you're going through, whereas when it was colder, it would skim across the surface a bit better and carry the speed through. So
in terms of actual driving conditions then, as it's got warmer, I know I've still got a coat on now, but it's ridiculously warmer. It's gorgeous conditions. What is it like in terms of being actually in the seat itself? Is it uncomfortable? Yeah, it's really hot and stuffy in the car. It's really, really hot. We haven't got a drinks bottle or anything in our car, and I wish we had. I'm getting very thirsty by the end, but yeah, it's kind of stuffy, and because I'm actually used to racing a Mazda MX-5, which is open, and you kind of take for granted the air blowing in, and just feels really, really stuffy and claustrophobic. So especially in this kind of weather, and it's quite a workout behind the wheel. They look like they're quite slow from from the naked eye, but when you're inside, it's quite frantic and quite a workout. So in that claustrophobic environment for that amount of time, it's I think probably lose quite a lot of water as we're going around. Yeah, you can't have a drink spot, it's all extra weight, isn't it?
Exactly.
So you have a great season with the MX-5 racing as well, but what is it you particularly enjoy about this C1 class and the 24-hour races that keeps you coming back for the big ones?
Yeah, well, it's nice. I mean, two of my Mazda teammates, we get to race together. I love the strategy element of it. I'm a bit of a stato at heart anyway, and we've spent hours and hours planning our strategy for this, and it's going well so far. So yeah, and I just love how different it is to the speed of the cars and everything is an irrelevance. It's the number of cars that there are out there and the challenge of it, and keeping clean through the whole race, 24 hours. And so far so good. We've literally executed our strategy exactly as we planned, and yeah, a few hours to go. So.
Well, talk to me about being a stato then, because you've opened a whole Pandora's box. Because what it's easy to see is a C1, mostly production line stuff. Obviously, you strip everything out. So what are the stats that you're looking at, those points of difference that are one of the reasons why the AB Motorsport team are doing so well here today?
Well, we want to spend as little time as possible in the pits, basically. So it takes a long time fueling up. We're dragging the fuel out as long as we can, using the safety cars to our advantage to lose as little track position as possible, and just having to think on our feet all the time. So we created a sort of strategy model that we could adapt as we went, because it never goes exactly as you plan, because you never know, you can't predict when a safety car is going to be, but we've used all of that well. I mean, if you've been watching it all the way through, the team that we're battling with have done almost exactly the same thing as us at every time, so I obviously we're doing something right because those guys have been doing it for quite a long time. So yeah, they've clearly got a very similar mindset and strategy to us, because for about 9 hours we were nose to tail and we stopped on the same lap every single time. So yeah, it's been great, really exciting, especially for it still to be a race at this late stage. So it's been great.
Absolutely. Well, and you've played your part now. It's over to the other two to see you home. How will you be for the remaining 3 or so hours? Are you nervous? Are you relaxed? Would you rather be behind the wheel?
Well, strategy, I think. I'm going to get changed and then I'm going to be on that laptop working out how we can optimise what we've got left. So we've still got a few strategy calls to make that could make a difference. So we'll see what I can work out and see if there's anything we can do.
Well, good luck. Hopefully we'll see you on the podium, maybe on the top step, but thanks for having a chat. It's been great to talk to you.
Great, thank you very much.
Perhaps if you live in Woking, there are a number of McLaren testing mules that you see out and about. Looks like there was a slight drama for the 414 car there. It went through the last element of Beckett's very slowly. I suggest probably just recovering from a spin that happened out of my eye lines. The 414 car, of course, the car that is a favourite livery of the weekend. The Trimite Racing entry with PrepTech UK. Now they've not had it easy, but they've kept themselves together, and they are still, I think, in the top 30. Are they? No, they're actually down in 32nd now.
Sorry about that a moment ago, by the way. I realised my button got stuck for the mic on button. It's a very loose button.
Right. I had a feeling it was mute related.
Yeah, it's a very easy to press button. Like it's very light, but for some reason just one corner of it got stuck and it was just constantly off.
So a problem I was having yesterday, and I imagine I will have later this evening as well, is every time I needed to either mute myself or ensure that I was muted, I'd have to cover my button so I could actually see the light that tells me whether the mic is on or not, because the sun glare was too much for me to be able to tell.
Yeah, I can't tell when I sit down. I have to stand up and look directly at the light to check, just in case. But as is audio, and as I've recently found out, as I was explaining to you the other day about my microphones and so on, audio is a minefield, as I'm sure our wonderful Alan Hyde will confirm. He's basically had a career around audio, so he knows it better than any of us lot, really.
It is invisible if it works.
Yeah.
It is not invisible if it doesn't.
That's very, very true. Very, very true, mate. I get that, totally.
So our audio this weekend has been invisible, which is testament to our engineers.
Definitely. It's really, really good. It's been very, very good indeed, actually. It's
Always is.
It's the physical button that just let me down for a moment there, but I've banged it into shape and now it's all right. So just to mention, we are now just over 3 hours from the end of this race. It doesn't seem like really that long since we started yesterday. I'm not actually feeling that tired at this point. I imagine you are though, Adam. But to be fair, Adam's been an absolute trooper, everybody. He only had about 2 hours sleep last night. He's still not had a break today. We started at 9 AM, but
He's even when we nipped away from the circuit to just go pick up supplies and food and whatever else last night, from what was meant to be a 15-minute journey turned into about an hour and a half, and we got back after midnight. But even the whole time then, he had TSL timing up on his phone while I was driving.
It's the first time I've ever left a track during a 24-hour race, and it gave me massive separation anxiety. There's a lot of sport bikes here, so I'm muting.
Sport bikes being the loudest. But we've got two cars just coming towards me now. One of them is the Royal Centre car. One behind it is the 536, which is Progressive Motorsport, currently in 12th place overall, trying to chase down exit 13 just outside of the top 10. Got those two a little bit spread out between them at the moment. 3.7 seconds now, the gap between the top two.
I'm going to have to draw focus for those who are here at my part of the circuit. I think we're going to have about a dozen bikes all have to be turned around here. The diligent marshal is once again
the diligent
turning
marshal.
People around.
It sounds like the name of a pub. I'll meet you down at the diligent marshal.
And unfortunately, I mean, obviously, if you know, you know, the motorcycles don't reverse, so it's going to be a bit of a physical job for
And no doubt they'll give it full beans, so leave your mic on.
Ah, okay, well, I'll try my best.
Well, I hope they will.
We've got a Hayabusa in amongst them.
Oh, my uncle's got a Hayabusa.
A number of Yamaha R1s.
I like a Busa. There's not much beats a Busa.
So we are just ticking around to the 3-hour marker. Just read this since it's appeared on the timing screen. Any competitors wishing to stay on site tonight must move to car park 49 and vacate the paddock. Repeat that again. Any competitors wishing to stay on site tonight must move to car park 49 and vacate the paddock. So that's one for anyone who's breaking out the tent or the motorhome for one extra night this evening.
Soda Wars Gaming, I may have already replied on YouTube anyway, but Soda Wars Gaming is Ben Cox, who's a good friend of mine, just wondering if the tyre screeching noise is as loud in person as it seems on the stream. And the one person that can confirm that is the man that's at Maggots and Beckett's, where it's probably the loudest on the circuit. And honestly, the noise that they make through there, it'll be on my vlog actually when it comes out, because we did a shot there last night of the entire view from that box. It is unbelievable how loud it is, isn't it, Adam?
It really is, yeah. It's a sound all of its own. I mean, you heard it particularly last night because during the stream, because I did have the windows open. Such was the heat in here, and yeah, it really is a visceral sound. Hearing them screech away, and certainly those Nankang tyres have to withstand a lot. We have seen a couple of punctures, yes, throughout the day, but I think it is a testament to just how solidly built these tyres are, that they take all of this punishment, all of this load from the weight of the suspension gyrating atop them for hours upon hours at a time.
Yeah, it seems that it just sounded like it was just a constant accident by every single car going through there. But yeah, it was just it just became an art form, because not only was it just the fact that they were obviously lights ablaze and fully going for it, but it was just the fact that they were not giving up at all. Like, they were so on it. I absolutely loved it.
As I said, I'm now the Nankang whisperer. I can tell when it's an accident, when it's just a fast corner.
I've got a little story which backs up the idea that if you are in the paddock to move your vehicle away.
Okay. Something on fire?
It comes from 1995, when I did my first ever British Grand Prix here at Silverstone, and I was lucky enough to be employed by Radio Silverstone as the newsreader. So we had a news report on the hour every hour. So they were very long days, really long days. And the night before, I think my last news report was 1 o'clock in the morning. So I was in a van, and I'd put a mattress in the back of my van, and I had parked here in the centre, next to the technical tower, and I crawled into bed at, I don't know, 1:30 in the morning, and I was fast asleep straight away. I was really tired. I knew that I was overtired, perhaps,
Yeah.
and maybe even overexcited the night before the British Grand Prix. I'm working at the British Grand Prix for the first time, so, and I woke up at probably about 5:30 in the morning, thinking I really am overtired, because I felt all woozy and dizzy and lightheaded, and
I think I know what you're going to say.
so I opened the side door in my underpants to get some fresh air, and realised that I was in the air because my van was being lifted up and put on the back of a flatbed recovery vehicle, because I was parked where the show cars were about to collect for a display of Ford Cougars.
Oh no. Oh, flipping out. I thought you were going to say that because there's the Gulf petrol station there.
No.
I figured that maybe it was like all the petrol in the air, literally overnight, the fumes being
I
about.
was actually in the air.
Oh, right.
And of course I opened the side door to get some fresh air, and of course there are all people around. Yeah, I learnt a lesson. Don't park where you haven't got a pass to park.
That's perfectly understandable.
A valuable lesson was learnt.
Now I've got a BMW, which means I can park wherever I want and take up 2 spaces doing it.
Yes, and you don't need indicators and everything.
Well,
so.
they're an optional extra actually, and I opted for it.
Oh, you went for the indicators.
Yeah,
well done.
yeah.
Well done.
You know, you were saying before about smart car drivers waving at one another
Yes.
when they see each other. What I do is I flick my indicator and see the shocked face of the other BMW driver going the other way, going, "Oh, he's got indicators. How dare you use that? It's blasphemy."
Yeah, it's not really in the spirit of ownership, is it?
No, it's really not. Although in one of my videos recently, I just introduced it by saying, "Hello, we're back in the BMW," not indicating, obviously, and then that was that. Anyway, at the front of the field, the gap is now up to 6.1 seconds between the AB Motorsport car and the hybrid tune machine. Fake Shake and Bake with Team Gas Shocks are in 3rd place in the 3-1-2. Then there has been a change for 4th position. Team Crossacre are now ahead of PrepTech UK with CEX. Progressive Motorsport are in 6th position, ahead of the 538 Hills Motorsport car with Fox at the wheel in 7th. Auto Farm Limited are in 8th, just waiting for those 2 cars to both go through so we can see the relative gap. Silver Lake Racing are in 9th at the moment. Hybrid Tune Full Circle Racing in 388 are in 10th. Following them is Exit 13, the 555 car in 11th place ahead of Progressive Motorsport Limited. Their second car, the 536 car, in 12th, ahead of Midway Motorsport, the all-white 373 in 13th. Then we've got 2 Emax Motorsport cars, 14th and 15th, 345 and 308. Weenus Motorsport is 16th in the number 463, ahead of Team Tivoli, car 317, position 17. P18 is BH Motorsport in the 504, then it's On The Edge Motorsport just on the edge of the top 20 in 19th place. Cat Driver Training round out your 20 cars. We currently have 58 cars on TSL. I believe we have 52, maybe 50 running at the moment. So a lot of persistence from a lot of these teams and drivers, but of course sometimes it just gets the better of the car, and they cannot continue. Now the battle between the 538 and the 521 is the other way around now. The 521 a lot further ahead by the look of it. I got confused for a second there as they came past me, because the 521's teammate, the 522 car, the other Progressive Motorsport machine, is actually about 2 car lengths in front of the 538. So nice and confusing there by the identical liveried machines. And then Gucci Hero in the chat, but if you ever feel your existence is useless, imagine being the man who installs indicators on BMWs.
Just in case you were ever about to buy second-hand steel rims off eBay that say hardly used, this is what happens before they go online.
I was going to say, I can hear the hammering now.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
There we go.
That's
good as new, those.
That'll do 3 more hours.
You can buy it now tomorrow morning.
Yeah, 15 quid for a Steely, everybody, if you want it. Never used. A bit of Nankang rubber around the edge of it as well. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Right, who's this going past now then? The 507 machine just going past. That's the other Ladybird car, which is in 27th place overall. Its sister car, unfortunately, was the first retirement of the race, the 506, which took a very hefty whack early on. And as Adam said, it may have only completed 8 laps. However, that was nearly half an hour of racing at the time. And then, to be fair,
just to show the persistence. Obviously, the Ladybird car involved in that incident, unrepairable in terms of the damage. That car's done 8 laps. The next car up has done 157 laps. So it's just a hell of a feat of engineering that these cars are just so sturdy. You know, it's the fact that these guys can work on them consistently, get them out again. They can have an off, have something fail, they'll get them out again, and they'll just keep chucking them at the circuit and keep them lapping until they really cannot do any more. But most of them will finish this race, and that's what we absolutely love about it. It's really, really interesting racing. And the thing is, on the face of it, you know, people see this race and sometimes they think, what is this? You know, the cars are a bit slower than your normal race cars, and oh, they may think it's not that interesting, but it's the fun factor of it that hooks people on this. And it's been great to see so many people in the YouTube chat, by the way, just saying how interesting it is and how much they're enjoying it. They've been converted to C1 racing, and it's great to have you all. Honestly, we really do hope you enjoy the last couple of hours or so. We are now 2 hours and 51 minutes from the end of this race.
Just watching the pit stop for 432. Now that car from the front looks like showroom condition. Still shiny and beautiful.
There's a couple of them out there, isn't there, that are very, very immaculate,
Amazing.
considering they've done 22 hours of racing nearly.
Absolutely amazing. Really does look nice. Getting a new set of boots on the front of the car. Ready to push back.
Yes, of course,
at the back of the car it doesn't look so showroom.
Oh, right.
But if you were the salesman, you'd stand in front of the gaffer tape, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I've actually got a very, very quick and funny story about this. So my dad and his friend are big aviation photographers, and they went on a tour to Japan years and years ago to go to Kyoto and Hayakuri Air Base to see if anyone cares, the F-4 Phantoms of the Japanese Air Force. And their rental car for the week was a Nissan Cube. Now, my dad's about 6'2" and a very big bloke, and his mate Rob is quite short and quite sort of built, but he didn't have the height advantage. So they went up to one of these Japanese air bases, parked up at the side, trying to see over the fence, and they thought, we need to see roughly where we are in comparison to the runway to get the pictures that we want. So Rob climbed on top of the Nissan Cube, and unfortunately, when he stood on the roof had a humongous dent in it. It caved in quite a lot under his weight. So he quickly jumped off, and they tried to push it out from the inside of the car, which they didn't succeed in doing. So they realised, though, that there was obviously quite the gap or quite the padding between the roof liner inside the car and the actual roof of the car. So they then couldn't push it back out. Fortunately for them, though, when they dropped it back off at the rental place at the end of the week, the two Japanese lads that were looking round the car weren't tall enough to actually see the roof, so they didn't pick up the fact that it was all dented in, so they got away with it. But it's a typical dad story, that. He also parked in the general Japanese Air Force's parking space at one point and got held at gunpoint in a language that he couldn't understand, so that must have been a bit of a moment. It was all sorted out, though.
Goodness me.
He's honestly, some of the stories my dad's got from his aviation times, especially with the Germans as well.
That is quite a story.
Yeah.
Johnny Westbrook has provided me with a cup of tea. But also,
I don't know, not in this weather.
Because it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. No, it quenches your thirst. A cup of tea in the warm weather.
Oh, I'm not a big fan of a brew. You see, I'm a cold drink guy. I'm too much of a millennial, I think, Alan. I'm really sorry.
You really are. We'll have to get you into shape. But I've also got chocolate cake. So
you're well catered for down there. I've got a Kinder Bueno.
I'm being so well looked after.
To be fair, though, Alan, my missus has been trying to get me into shape for 4 years. I don't think it's going to work, mate.
Hasn't worked, no.
Okay. I've just made it progressively worse as time gets on. I'm progressing in a career where all I do is sit down and stand still, so it's not really helping my size.
You're right.
You're the one in the pit lane that gets 48,000 steps in a day. That's why you can stand there and eat
I haven't done that
cake.
well today. Well, I'd love to say I was standing here.
Oh, you're sitting down, aren't you?
I've also been provided with a deck chair.
Oh, for God's sake. I'll come and bring you a brolly.
All I'm doing is fortifying myself for the final
yes.
push.
It's that last refuel. It's our final pit stop of the 24. That's what we'll count it as. I'll come and fan you with a palm leaf as well if you want.
As if you would, yeah.
Oh, flipping it. But this is what it's all about, you know. Everything's still so positive even at this stage. You know, the drivers and the teams are all absolutely shattered. We've not had too much sleep. You know, we're still trying to keep our minds in this race as well, because it can get very, very long indeed. But there's still some very, very good racing going on out there. Cars all spread out. We've not had the safety car for a very long time as well.
No, we haven't.
Such wood.
And I've also been told that we will potentially be allowed to have a proper presentation on the podium at the end of this.
Oh, awesome. That would be really good.
Which would be amazing.
Yeah, especially after how long we've been without that as well, because of all the COVID situation.
That is not confirmed.
Yeah,
but
of course.
But it's hoped.
Yeah, it's a good potential.
Yeah.
That's nice to have on the radar at least. Now, someone in the chat's just saying cake, as if to say, like, where's mine? But they're obviously very jealous of your chocolate cake. But
it's very nice. But I need a fork.
You're just putting your
I mean,
face
I'm
into
getting
it.
sticky fingers.
Oh,
yeah.
no. Oh, don't get it in your eye.
I can't believe that. That's a very good point. Yeah.
I'm not going to say the name of your product, Alan.
What, eye finger?
See, I can't say that without lawyers knocking
No,
on the
you
back
can't,
of the
no.
commentary box door.
No, it's my gig.
Oh, I love it.
You wait till the Dragons hear about this.
Oh, Duncan Bannatyne will be at my door, mate. The lead battle, by the way, is still 9.8 seconds here between the two of them. So AB Motorsport, after that pit stop, have really turned this around now. And Hybrid Tune, by the look of it, not able to stay with them. Last time round, Hybrid Tune did a 3:03.1. AB Motorsport did a 3:01.9. So opening up that gap more and more behind the wheel of the 394 is Oliver Allwood and his teammates Brian Trott and Stuart Simmons doing a smashing job so far. Just a three-man team as well. Some of these teams have got 5 drivers in them. I think there's one team somewhere on my list that has potentially 6 drivers. I think most of them, though. I think the biggest team actually is 5 drivers, sorry. Yeah, looks like it. Oh no, the 361 car on the Edge Motorsport Seaton Limited, they actually have 6 drivers in their car. Don't think there's any others, or is there? Mellow Yellow Motorsport, they've got 6 drivers as well, actually. Other than that, if you combine the 2 JW Bird Motorsport cars together, you've got 9 drivers there, but obviously...
6 drivers and close to 6 engines.
Well, there you go, 1 driver per engine, that'll do, won't it?
Sorry, I couldn't resist it, sorry.
You've got to love that. That's the quick-witted stuff we love, though. That's why it's all good. It is all good. Right then, 538, still on track in 7th place at the moment, and quite a while ahead of the 522 car, and then he's got the 521 in front of him, which are both identical liveries. So it's a good thing that actually, do they have the... I'm wondering if anyone can confirm in the chat, because I've not actually thought about this yet. Do they have the numbers on the back of the car? They do, yeah. They do have the numbers on the back of the car, so they can tell which one they're up against, but obviously they don't have radio from driver to team while they're out there, so they can't say, you know, the next car that you're coming up to is the one that you're fighting for position, or the guy behind you is looking to overtake for position, or is a lap down, or whatever. They can't communicate directly with the team. As mentioned before, the drivers were often just hitting the horn a few times. They had sort of Morse code, so they'd say like 5 bips of the horn would mean I'm coming in, 3 would just be, I don't know, what else really could you say? You know, shut up. Like, there's not much you can really say with beeps of a horn from the car, but they were using it as some form of signalling to one another. We've got a car jumping into the pits now. I think that's the Weenus car. It is 463 on its way down pit lane. We've got almost 3 wide coming through Woodcote here. I think that's the Roll Centre car in the middle of that. It is the TSR car in there as well, and the 452, the grey machine, which is PT Motorsport. Not seen too much of them so far today, but then again, there's a lot of cars that we haven't done much talking about, to be fair, because there's some epic battles going on out there. Some of them just slip under the radar a little bit, really. just getting another message through there from one of my friends that's at the Northampton Supercar Festival, not too far down the road. There's a whole host of Ferraris and all sorts there, Lamborghinis and so on. As Adam said earlier, he sort of had the parade of them coming to his commentary box, one of which was a Lamborghini Huracan Performante with the big rear wing on the back. Fantastic car. First and second just going past me once again, and second place crossing the line. The gap was about 9 seconds earlier. It's now 10.5. Last lap times from those two: 3:02.6 for AB Motorsport, 3:03.2 for Hybrid Tune. So still 0.6 of a second that time round. Timothy Bell saying, yeah, long beep, sorry, Timothy Bull, apologies, saying long beep with the horn, look out, I'm coming through. Yeah, that's very true, man.
You'll be pleased to know the chocolate cake is all done, so I'm back with you.
Oh,
it's not easy to eat chocolate cake without a fork.
Yeah, I can imagine,
and,
really.
And stay clean, neat and tidy. Difficult job.
Are you in the white shirt then?
I'm in the second white shirt of the weekend, yeah. Yeah.
So even more pressure.
This one so far is without catastrophe. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because wasn't there a tea incident or a coffee incident yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I'm still annoyed that I managed to somehow get chocolate like on my shoulder of my shirt yesterday. Very annoying. But oh well.
It is an annoyance, isn't it?
Yeah, we move.
Yeah.
We move. I actually managed to get changed in the back of the BMW last night. That was one of the real challenges because I'm 6'1", so lying down fully and getting changed in a BMW out of skinny jeans especially, I thought was going to be a humongous challenge, but the BMW surprised me.
Maybe that should teach you. Skinny jeans are not the way forward.
I like to pretend that I'm still quite slim, actually, Alan. I must admit, trackies are the way forward for me going from now on.
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
Comfort over function at the moment. Form over function, that's the phrase. But either way, I think, to be fair, I did aim this year to actually use a lot of the walking around circuits that I do to lose weight, but then part of my ritual is having something like a KFC on the way home. So.
Yeah, I know, you kind of negate it, don't you? But that is the nature of the gig.
It is. It's a whole lot of fun.
It's a gorgeous afternoon, you know.
Oh,
I've just walked down the back of the garages and plenty of the teams, once the work goes quiet for a little while, electing to have a snooze in the sunshine, which is a very nice way to spend a Sunday afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Bank holiday weekend.
That's it. I mean, I'm going to Misano on Friday, but I imagine there it's probably going to rain, knowing my luck, and I'll be like, oh, I wish I was back at Silverstone on bank holiday in the sun.
Miserable in Misano.
I know, yeah. Honestly, I bet it will be as well, especially because I'm near a beach.
It'll be fine.
Fingers crossed. We'll see. I'm just more worried about getting there because with the COVID situation, it's a pain.
I know, all the travel situations. Just, I took a very definitive decision last year that I was going to work in the UK for a couple of years.
Yeah, I don't blame you, because it is a big pain, a big expensive pain as well.
Yeah.
So thank you, UK government. Anyway, the 397 was 10.5 seconds behind a few laps ago. Gap is now 11.4, so AB Motorsport still able to open up this gap. And it comes back to what I was saying before, really, doesn't it, Alan, where the different drivers you put in these cars, you get completely contrasting pace from one another. And if you get one guy that's quick and one guy that's maybe the slowest driver in that team, and then they suddenly swap to who has the fastest and who has the slowest, you see a really big stark contrast.
And that's where, you know, the strategy for the teams will have come into play as well. So this is the point in the race that we begin to see those strategies show themselves, which is fantastic news.
Definitely, and you know, teams will plan when they want their fastest driver in, when they sort of know that they've got a slower driver there, but they need to fulfill their stint, so they have to put them out at some point in the race. And a lot of the time, as I said before, you have to sort of adapt to what the race throws at you, which may change up when your drivers are going to be in and for how long. Good to see the Burton Power car back out there, by the way. The 337 is circulating, 44th place at the moment, 58 laps off the top spot. I believe 8 laps down on the car in front, which is the Dsc Motorsport machine, but still, great persistence from that team to get it back out. We heard it having issues firing up earlier, so they are now in full swing of the race. Just having a quick look around the CCTV to check how everybody is going at the moment. we don't have the eyes and ears of Adam Weller with us for a little bit. He's just having a very well-deserved break.
I've just seen him in the paddock.
Oh, actually, he's just wandered through. Adam has been a real trooper this weekend, everyone. He had 2 hours sleep on the floor of one of the offices in the media centre yesterday because he really didn't want to leave the circuit. And he's worked and powered through from very early this morning, messaging Alan and I some updates, and then he's been in the box all day in the ever-improving weather. So
yes, I was going to talk to him about that. 6 o'clock in the morning was too early for the first bulletin. Way too early.
It woke me up, and then I set my alarm
Same.
for another hour and a half later. I was just like, no, not yet, mate.
Paul Truswell, a commentator for many, many years on endurance races and for many, many years on Radio Le Mans, very much the statistician and strategist for Radio Le Mans. He said to me, because famously he would not leave the commentary box with Ian Titchmarsh for the 24 hours. Wow. So that includes to nip off to the rest room and have a little comfort break. He didn't do it. So
absolutely mad.
So he would his ankles would swell up by the end of the weekend, and
wow.
Naturally so. But it was because he just couldn't bear to stop concentrating on the race and to not continue to do his lap chart, which he would do for 24 hours.
Yeah,
and he told me once that, because I was asking him about this, and I said, "Are you serious? You don't pop off to the loo?" No, I don't. He said, in fact, it started at Le Mans when I went there one year and sat in the grandstand, and he was just a spectator, and he sat there and started his lap chart when the race stopped, and I promise you this is true. He said, and the next thing I knew, the checkered flag was out.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, to be fair, it's like yesterday. We started commentating in the morning, and then the C1 race didn't start until 10 to 6 in the evening, but it got to 5 o'clock and we had the tea break, and I honestly thought I'd only been at the circuit for about an hour and a half. I hadn't nipped out to the loo or anything, and it was just like, wow.
It is amazing, isn't it? It's the concentration that it requires, and Paul is absolutely right. If you're doing a lap chart, then you can't afford to take your eyes off the road for a moment. 377 just down pit lane, coming for a pit stop. Teams beginning to clear away some of their new tyres and pack up trucks with a view towards the end of the race, getting rid of equipment that they don't necessarily need for the final push.
You're absolutely right, though. When you love what you're doing and you enjoy the sport as itself, we're not doing this because it's a job. We're doing it because it's our passion. And when you're thoroughly getting to enjoy racing like this and be such such an important part of it, as well as just being the voice of it, it's just so entertaining to yourself as well. Like, I absolutely love doing this, and the time does really fly by when you're having fun, and we genuinely are entertaining ourselves here. We've got 2.5 hours left of this race, and that's going to go by in the blink of an eye. We're almost into the last 10% of the race, in fact.
Wow.
It's just crazy how quickly that's come about. Even from when we came in this morning, we're already at 3:15 in the afternoon. We've done a school day of work, basically, 9 till 3:15. It's a decent school day, really. And obviously learned something new as well regarding the rhubarb and elderflower, of course. I'm going to remember that. But
it's important stuff to know.
Exactly, that's it. That's the only reason I came here this weekend. You can learn stuff.
I've just walked through to the team that had their full roast.
Oh yeah.
Slow cooked pork dinner.
Have they got any spare Yorkshires?
No, it's all been packed down now.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I don't like packed down. I don't like packed down to be doing it or to see it.
Yeah, because then you sort of either you feel guilty for not getting involved, but then at the same time you don't want to get dragged into it.
I don't like the circus leaving town. I like the circus coming into town.
Yeah.
But I feel sad when it leaves town.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. It seems a shame to see all the sort of awnings and stuff that you've been around all weekend.
It is,
set up
sad. All the infrastructure.
For all of it to suddenly be gone. It's just like, oh, okay.
It is sad.
indeed. And especially on a scale of what the teams have brought here as well, you know, I mean, some of the kit, when me and Adam were walking around yesterday, and obviously you've got to witness it for the majority of the weekend, you know, some of the trucks and everything that people have brought, and just the sort of facilities to accommodate their teams and drivers and so on while they're in the pits. It's been a humongous effort in itself, and hats off to the team for organising it all, because it's been just epic to see. And the race continues while all that goes on in the background. You know, it's not all down to actually what goes on track as well. You know, if teams are well looked after and they've got a decent place to relax, then they often perform better as well. So it's a strategy within itself. Lead gap is now 13 seconds from AB Motorsport to Hybrid Tune, so that has extended further. Got 6 cars coming into my sight here. At good pace. It's the Team Dynamics car in the 308 of Emax Motorsport, then it's the 451, 337, 317 I believe, and potentially the 531, yeah, the Dsc Motorsport car. They're all in quite the compact train together. And then 2 cars glued together as well, the 345 and the 521. That's one of the other Emax cars. And of course the 521 being the Progressive Motorsport Limited machine. Now they've been really glued together down this start-finish straight every time I've seen them recently, but it means that in the 521 not getting through, that 538 car has disappeared up the road in its 7th position. Actually, no, wait, sorry, it's the other way around. The 521 is the one ahead of them now, so they've actually cleared them at some point. I think the Hills car may be having the extra pit stop it has. It's had 10 stops, whereas the Progressive car has had 9. So I've had the 522 and the 521 confused there, because they're either side of it, identical liveries, and they're in 6th and 8th, either side of the car that they're battling with. So it's all very confusing, not just for them, but for me as well, it seems. Quick look in the chat. People noticing noise of a pigeon on the feed apparently. I hope that's not a dig at my voice or anything. We've got the General Lee being overtaken as well by what I think was the 375. Apparently we've got Midway Motorsport stopped out on track and not mobile. That's apparently a car that's gone missing. Unfortunately, not quite sure where. Got a 30-second stop and go for car 432.
It's nowhere from my box, I'm afraid, so I can't give you any updates on that.
Did you have a good break, Adam?
I did have a good break.
Feel a bit
I
more
apologise for sending you guys texts at 6:30. 2 hours sleep is about normal for me, so I was on my normal routine.
Mate, your enthusiasm is beyond anything I could accomplish, so fair play.
I also tend to assume that any group chats with me in it have the notifications off.
Not at all, mate, not at all. It is all good. So, to get you back up to speed then,
I was listening to you the whole time, don't worry.
Good, I don't have to repeat myself.
I see that the gap has suddenly shrunk again at the top. It was, I think you said, up to about 10 seconds, and it's now down to 6.1.
I don't think your TSL is updated, because I've got 13.9.
Ah, yes, it hasn't. Ah, it's all gone pear-shaped on my laptop. That's what's happening here.
Yeah, 13.9 now. 3025 last time from AB Motorsport, 3034. So it's anywhere up to a second a lap at the moment that AB Motorsport are picking away, and it's really, really strong progress.
Okay, well, yes. So it is. It is kind of. It's almost like watching icebergs melt, isn't it? It's quite gradual, but the gaps do ebb and flow throughout the race, throughout the stints, as you mentioned in the last few minutes, with the drivers hopping in and out of car as well. That's a big factor in it, and you do see it to kind of breathe in and breathe out almost at the top of the order and all throughout the order as the race wears on. Race has worn on at quite a rate, as we've alluded to. We're into the final 2.5 hours of racing, the final 150 minutes, of action. And great to be back here at the Maggots Beckett's and Aintree box once again. It's become a home away from home, having spent quite so much time in it in the last couple of days, and would be quite upset not to be back here on Monday. It's been a wonderful race once again from the Silver Lake C1 Challenge. The 24-hour races always provide great action, great value for money, not just for the competitors, but also for those of us watching along. The bang for buck, not in the conventional sense of big and loud, but certainly in terms of action and compelling racing. The bang for buck is very much there. So just watching some of the cars stream through my section of the circuit now, and we do have the Crossacre car still out there and still lapping relatively well. They have dropped another lap, I believe, to the leaders. They appear to be registered now as 5 laps down, so they've dropped another lap. In fact, they are on the same lap as the Prep Tech UK with CEX car that has done 2 fewer stops than it. So it's not necessarily signed, sealed and delivered for the 483 car that is currently being driven by Jack Watt, I believe it is, at the wheel. Yes, it is Jack Watt at the wheel. That one was Jack and Joseph Watt alongside Joe Wigan. And the 367 car, meanwhile, has Rowland at the wheel of it. So that's Paul Rowland at the helm of the Prep Tech UK with CEX car. I haven't had to say too much against the Prep Tech team. They've been running firmly kind of in the top 10 to top dozen for more or less the duration of the race, and that is the best thing you can do is lap like clockwork, especially if you don't take too many risks, don't do anything too leery to get us excited. If you're not getting the commentators excited, if you're having a neutral race, that's usually a pretty good thing. Car 432 with a 30-second stop go. I think that's been there for a little while. There have been a number of stop goes for speeding in the pit lane. It is, I suppose, counterintuitive for some of our drivers here this weekend, driving at 40 kilometers an hour, 24 miles an hour, a little less than they would be accustomed to doing at the Silverstone historic Grand Prix pit lane here. And but it is with obviously very good reason, having 60 crews, give or take, running cars in the pit lane. It's absolutely necessary to slow the cars down for the reason of safety. Gap up to 14.7 seconds this time across the line. The 394 car still in the hands, of course, of Oliver Allwood, doing a great job of just slowly building that gap, almost a second quicker than Stephen James that time across the line. Looks like there's a car just recovering from a bit of a moment at Maggots Beckett's. That was actually the 402 car. Now that's a car I wasn't so sure if we'd see that again after it got, there's no polite way to put it, launched at the barriers earlier on here at Maggots Beckett's. It was a heavy impact. The car did stay together a little better than I was anticipating, and thankfully they have managed to get it back out there on circuit. I'm just scrolling down the timing screens, and where are they? In car 402, they're in 35th position. Currently at the wheel of that car is Rob McGuinness. So Rob McGuinness looked like he had a little bit of a moment there, but nothing particularly damaging, maybe just 3 or 4 seconds off that particular lap time. Seeing if there are any front runners in my immediate vicinity here. Oh, a big moment for the 332. That was masterful driving. I think, given these are front-wheel drive cars, I think that may have been as simple and unscientific as a boot full of throttle. But the 332 car came into the Maggots Beckett section fully sideways and was pulled back around. The Crunchy Gears Motorsport car currently being driven by Ian Payne, and let me assure you, he's making the most of those Nankangs at the moment. Pit crew. Neil Argrave sharing that car with him, among others with Ralph Higson, Paul Vokes, Andrew Muggeridge. Neil Argrave, more accustomed, from my memory, to driving rather shouty Ford Escorts in classic touring car racing club competition, but he seems to have adapted fairly nicely to the C1s and is running comfortably in the top 20. Well, not that comfortably. 19th isn't all that comfortable. He's only got 29 seconds over the 375, but in theory, a top 20 should be on the cards as it stands.
And also, running uncomfortably in the top 20 is not a phrase, is it?
It's not.
So, no.
No.
So I'll go with comfortably, that's fine.
It was comfortable until I actually, until my timing screen updated and said the gap is very small. I was, oh, okay, then invalidate everything I just said.
They're pumping up the music now in the garages just to get the energy levels up.
There you go, the festival atmosphere that pervades throughout the 24-hour race is starting to get up there once again. It's actually a very good battle for 18th through 21st, actually, that I anticipate to keep rolling on, now that we've mentioned how comfortable or otherwise those at the bottom end of the top 20 are. The Crunchy Gears car, as we mentioned, there in 19th, but just 3.2 seconds clear of them last time across the line was the 467 car, of course, being the Cat driver training entry that caused a bit of amusement in the commentary box yesterday. I was going to say a few days ago. It was only yesterday. And it was Phil Marsh at the wheel of the car at the moment. So Phil Marsh in 18th place, 3.2 seconds clear of the 332 Crunchy Gears. Then we have the 375. That's a performance preparation car. That is currently being driven by, where is the name on that? It's Dean Carpenter. And then in 21st is the hard-charging debutant, Marcus Short. In his first ever race, he's on the hunt.
I'm just going to have a quick chat to Robin down in the pit lane. C1 Racing Club is your thing now, and you are poacher turned gamekeeper, essentially. So from competitor to being the owner, the organiser, the proprietor. What does that transition feel like on your first race?
It's a really, really strange situation to be in. It's spending my whole life as a very competitive driver and team in this. I think what the other teams are realising is that I know the rules.
It's nice to know it from the inside, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the thing, because I do know the rules so well from the inside, we know where the potential grey is, so we know where my team used to, take advantage. So we know where to look, and people are realising now, that they're not going to get away with it. So, and you know what, everyone's been brilliant. Most of the teams are just being absolutely amazing. A few people try a few things, and but everyone knows now they've got to just behave, read the rules is the main thing.
You know what teams are like. They'll always try and exploit the tiniest little thing.
I know, but the most frustrating thing is I reckon 70% of the penalties this weekend could have been avoided if people just read the rules. And so I sort of really trying to encourage, is just please, one of your team, just sit down, be that geek, read the rules and understand them.
Know them inside out, yeah.
That's what an endurance race is all about. It doesn't really matter. You've got to be quick on the track and consistent, but you haven't got to be that quick. It is important to be, you don't want to waste 10 seconds in the pits. To not waste 10 seconds, you've got to do it efficiently.
Steady Eddies work in this kind of racing, don't they?
Yes, driving, you got to, don't get me wrong, this is a 24-hour sprint race, essentially. You've got to drive fast, you do. But it's so much more important that your pit team run well. If you can save yourself 10 seconds in the pits, at the end of 12 stops, it's a big chunk of time. You're well down the road, so... it's just really important that you just concentrate on the pits more, read the rules, understand.
Did you get some rest last night?
I got 3 hours.
Did you? Well done.
So I think that's pretty good.
It's important, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I'm fine, For me, I just want to be everywhere. I want to, help the teams where I can and give them advice where I can. A lot of it, we're just trying to educate people rather than penalise people where we can. We're saying, look, you can't do that, but if you do it like this, you can, So, it's been really good fun.
Working with them. Rather than against them.
Exactly, that's what we're trying to do, work with everyone, with people, not against people. But if you do something that it clearly says you're not allowed to do in the rules, you're going to get a penalty. So if you read the rules and do what the rules say, you won't get a penalty.
Thanks, Rob. Cheers. We're on the last straight now.
Okay, yeah, cool, yeah, exactly. And we'll catch up soon.
Top man, thank you very much indeed. That's Robin, who is in his inaugural weekend as the man that runs the club.
Yeah.
And it's a big event, isn't it, to come into as your first event at 24 hours.
And lest we forget, leading a series is an ordeal in itself. But when you've got 60 cars to deal with, you know, not even the scale of the event, but the scale of the entry list is
that's true. Yeah.
is quite something to try and manage there. But the battle's ongoing. Then once again, I mentioned the moving and shaking for 18th through 21st, and 18th place is has shifted actually, because the Cat Driver training car is in the pit lane. The 467 will be in the lane somewhere at the moment, probably for the last time. We are at the point of the race where final pit stops are more likely than not to be made.
395 down pit lane.
Okay.
432 down pit lane.
So exit 13 making their last pit stop there in the, you said 395 car, so that's the one that's a little further down the order, the one that's been through engines and much more besides, down there in 46th place. But that's that team keeping it going in their typical spirit, and the other car has really been showing just what they're capable of. 11th position currently for the other exit 13 car, the 555 entry. So that's excellent to see. On the Edge Motorsports in the 17th place, 1 minute 12 clear of Crunchy Gears in 17th and 18th at the moment. Still keeping my eye on the Roll Centre car's progress as well. They've been on a long journey back up the order from the fringes and beyond the top 40 after quite a cavalcade of minor issues rather than one major issue, not least of which was running out of fuel during the night at one point, which of course required a 3-lap penalty because they were towed back. And now Marcus Short, who, lest we forget, is on his real world racing debut, is now actually up there into 20th position, and depending on quite how this shakes out from a strategic perspective, I think that they could yet get back into the top 20 on merit. They're 21st or 22nd when you factor in everyone's pit strategy at the moment. But Marcus and potentially Morgan as well taking that car home. We know that Martin has said he's sitting out the afternoon, as you discussed earlier on, Alan. He's very much enjoying watching his two boys race the car. And of course Ian Stinton with them also. Ian, a very well-seasoned GT competitor for a number of years. Very delighted to hear that he still has his Harrier GT1 car, which he's had for the better part of 2 decades now. The car that used to run alongside the McLarens and the Porsches in the British GT Championship. He also used to run it in the Group C GTP series back when there was a room for some other cars on an invitational basis in the early to mid 2000s. So that car's had some history, as has Ian himself. And great to see all of these drivers taking something just a little bit different in the form of the Citroens, and we've seen it from the inaugural UK-based C1 24-hour at Rockingham. The first one actually featured the likes of Andy and Seb Prio, another father-son duo, who did very well indeed on that particular weekend, and the series continues to go from strength to strength and attract the attention of drivers from all walks of the sport. It's a lot of fun by all regards. And, I fear my weight disadvantage would be a bit of a hindrance to any team that I dare paid my way into. So I think I'll always stick to this end of the deal between commentating and driving. But certainly something that is an accessible way into endurance racing if you're feeling that particular itch as well, watching it trackside or at home on the YouTube live stream. Last time past the post for the 394 car, Oliver Allwood was just 16.9 seconds clear of Stephen James in the hybrid tune 397. It has gone down just a couple of tenths on that last lap. The fake shake and bake with Team Gaz Shock's car still there or thereabouts, just over a lap and a half away, I believe, from the top two, who are still right there together. And they've been so close all day long, certainly ever since we fired up the mics again at 9 o'clock in the morning. They've been so close the whole time that really we're almost starting to take it for granted. But again, the biggest gap I've seen between the AB Motorsport 394 and the hybrid tune 397 was 45 seconds at any point from 9 AM till now, almost 3:30. And I think it's going to remain that way right down to the wire. The closing laps of this race are setting up to be extremely tense, and it could still very much go either way. Allwood's across the line. Stephen James now follows. Let's see what kind of time he puts in that time. It's a 3:02.2, which is still a couple of tenths quicker than Allwood's offering. So it goes down to 16.6. And so it is breathing in again. It was breathing out, if you will. It was extending over the half hour previous. And then these last 3 or 4 laps started to shrink in once again. 2 hours and 10 minutes left to go, change. Here at the Silver Lake C1 Silverstone 24-hour race, and certainly we're already getting to the point where the sun will be beating down on certain parts of the track more than others. The sun not setting yet.
It's really warm, really warm.
Really,
once again to the sunshine. It's you need a jumper if you're just in front of the garages, because it's in the shadow, but when you're out into the sunshine. 315 down pit lane.
Yes, and contact there between two cars, the 521 and the 488. Young Marcus Short ended up running out of road there. It was him and the 509 car. Of course, the 509 is the... No, it's the 55... Where is it? Lost the number now. It was the 5... Yes, it was the 509 car that was involved in that one. I should trust my first viewing rather than subsequent ones. And did just get into it a little bit with Morgan Short. Onto the grass went Morgan, coming out of the village and toward Aintree, but he managed to keep it together. Won't have lost any time with that, but of course all of these new experiences to Marcus Short in his first race weekend. He's learning the hard way in some instances, as it turns out. Just a sec. But he continues on to live another day and fight another lap. Through comes the 521. It was the 521 that I was involved with Marcus. My apologies. The 521 car it was. The first of the Progressive Motorsport cars. Of course, they have their own battle to worry about. They're in 6th place, a minute and 13 back from the Prep Tech UK entry. And it does seem that the Hills Motorsport car has rather dropped off that battle for 6th place as of late, although I think Progressive still owe us a pit stop, so it will probably come down to the wire in the battle for 6th as well. That's one we've covered all afternoon long. The 521 versus the 538 has been close all throughout Sunday, and again ebbing and flowing from driver to driver more than anything. James losing a bit of time to Allwood on that particular lap, the AB Motorsport car falling back. And, continuing these long laps of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. One thing we talked about. Go on, Alan.
586 having its pit stop.
Okay.
And also, so if I walk with that car on my left to his second car in pit lane, which is 317, having its pit stop as well.
So Team Tivoli and Team Petters Racing both in the pit lane. Team Petters Racing, who are, have been a fixture in the UK Pickup Championship for several years past, and taking their hand to the C1 Racing as well. The Team Tivoli car, the gold.
It's a brave colour.
It is a brave colour.
Difficult to match.
It is. It's difficult to match, and it's a favourite of our friend Chaz Draycott. He voted a firm yes on that one. I feel like that is definitively Marmite, but he's very much into it. And but yes, I was going to say actually, we did talk at the very beginning of the race back on Saturday evening about fuel. And a YouTube commenter named Sausage believed that 160 litres or so of fuel would be used. I had a brief chat down in the paddock during my break a little while ago. That's part of the reason you saw me running around the paddock alley, just getting some reconnaissance. And they said they'd used 9 lots of 35 litres worth of fuel. So that would equate to well, 315 litres used. So sausage maybe halved it, unfortunately. But that's about the figure that they are getting through down at Roll Centre, and so that's interesting. Just to know how much they get through, rather more economical than other forms of endurance racing, one would hazard a guess. One race I'm particularly looking forward to on the endurance racing calendar, a little obscure compared to some of the others, well, not obscure in terms of stage anyway, is the Fun Cup race at Le Mans. The Fun Cup was supporting the Le Mans 24 Hours this year.
That's not bad, is it?
I saw that and just had a wry smile.
That's
when
not
that
bad.
came out. Yeah.
The 439 car, the Team Dynamics car, is in. Matt Neal, 3-time British touring car champion, has got high-vis gloves on, work gloves, and has been clearing the garage, loading the truck. Now they're loading the car with fuel. I think it'll be Henry Neal that takes to the wheel on the driver change.
Of course, he's the reigning Dunlop TCT champion, isn't he?
He is. I've not spoken to him, have I? So this will be the final stint.
Well, indeed. Just over 2 hours left. Apologies, my absence for a sec there. The heat was actually getting to me a little bit outside, so I just made sure.
Well, we didn't want to say anything, but
yeah, I started as soon as I'd just gone outside. It just suddenly hit me. I'm not quite sure what it was, so I just made sure I've stayed hydrated, and of course, everybody out there should do the same.
Slip, slap, and slop. so you have to slip on a shirt, slap on some suntan lotion,
slop some water,
and slop on a hat. That's what Gary Champion used to say on Radio Silverstone on hot Grand Prix weekends.
I had a particularly productive half-hour break, actually. I also had an outfit change during my half-hour. It felt rather like the intermission at a Broadway play.
Except this Broadway's
Broadway
in Northamptonshire.
Yes, I suddenly realised just how long I'd been wearing some of my items of clothing, and thought maybe now was the time to change the spare shirt.
Yeah, that's understandable.
I've just realised that Henry carries a little Mark Wayne sticker on the side of his helmet. Mark Wayne was, for many, many years, an integral part of the crew on Team Dynamics, and rather shockingly, and without any foresight really, passed away three or four years ago, and some stickers were made that were distributed amongst the paddock, and quite a few cars for a while carried the little sticker remembering their friend, and Henry's got him on the side of his helmet, which is a nice touch, very nice. So the fuel is going into the Team Dynamics car.
I can hear him saying, "Come on."
Yeah, I heard a come on. Yeah.
Come on, Ryan. Well, it only goes as quickly as it goes. So.
Come on, Riley.
So the fuel is going in. fairness, it does seem to be taking an age. Taking quite a while. What's it they say? A watched kettle never boils. So if I look away, it'll be finished.
Yeah, you'll look away and it'll already be out of the garage.
Exactly. It'll be all done.
Indeed.
So a little bit of a late braking move there, going into Village. That's from the 483 car. It's a Team Crossacre. Always looking to be hurriedly driven, I've noticed, the 483, and it's Jack Watt, sorry, carving his way through a little bit of traffic, still comfortably there in 4th position. As I said a little while ago, he has dropped a lap now to the further lap to the AB Motorsport car in the lead of the race, but that won't particularly worry him. I think a podium is probably a long shot at this point, with a 3-lap deficit between he and Graham and Coombs in the fake shake and bake with Team Gaz Shock's car, the 312. But certainly will be wanting to keep 4th place, and is doing a good job at that, actually. Has put a lot of time between himself and the PrepTech UK 367 car in the last few minutes. So Paul Rowland not quite able to match the same pace as Jack Watt right now.
Right, so for the Team Dynamics car, just to let you know, the fuel stop has completed, and they're just getting Henry strapped into the car so they can send him out for the final stint.
Stuff. I was going to say there on the 438 car, or was it 483? Sorry, yes. It's 483. Every time it comes into Luffield, it just seems a little bit more on the door handles than, than the other cars as well.
Yes.
It's properly been chucked about. That
Same very much applies to Maggots and Beckett's. I'm sure you'll be unsurprised to hear. Door handles very much being teased with the tarmac down below, I think.
507, the sole remaining Patrick Watts racing car into pit lane. Close the door so they can put the fuel into the car. So 507 in.
That team's been so persistent, hasn't it?
Yeah,
I think they've been amazing.
The Ladybird team, of course, lost one car after 8 laps, and now they've all rallied around the second entry. And what was really good to see in that pit lane area is that everyone is still there. I mean, this morning, walking through the paddock with yourself, Chaz, as we already said earlier on, we bumped into Jarrah Venables, who, among other things, is in charge of the Pater Auto Endurance Racing Legends series that will support the Le Mans 24 Hours next month, and he was scheduled to drive the 506 car that obviously only made it 8 laps. But he was still there the morning after, and I know Jarrah. He's an exceedingly busy man. He's got a lot on the plate, and he's got multiple plates, and they're all spinning on a fingertip each. And he's still there to support the team this morning, and I think that really says a lot for the camaraderie that Patrick Watts and co seem to have down there at the Ladybird / Patrick Watts Racing outfit.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, I suppose if you've got the time booked to be at a race meeting, you may as well take the whole thing in rather than leaving early. I mean, I'm the same. You know, if I've commentated on just one specific series, but there's been an entire race meeting going on, you know, I find that with the Sports 2000 Championships that I've been commentating on for the last 12 months. You know, I'll only do their races over a whole weekend, but I'll still stick around for the entire thing just to take in the racing. You know, I'm getting a chance to go to a race meeting again. I'm going to enjoy it. You know, I'm going to make sure it's not taken for granted, as we said earlier on. As I think it was when Alan was speaking to Rob Austin, potentially. You know, we often take things for granted a little bit with what we enjoyed before COVID, and now I think it's given everybody a bit of a restart on things, and we can all look at it with a different perspective. And I think especially race meetings like this and events like this are very high up on that list of stuff that we're definitely not going to take for granted anymore.
Yes, some more. I'm not sure if you heard me follow up earlier on, Chaz, on the maths from one sausage from the YouTube comments.
I did not.
You did not. So we worked out. So he worked out yesterday, of course, that he suggested 160 litres of fuel would be used. That turned out to be rather a conservative estimate. I went to go speak to the roll centre guys. They've used 9 lots of 35 litres, therefore 315 across the race. And Sausage has got the calculator out again. I trust him on this one. 391 laps, an average of 20.68 miles per gallon. So far.
It's actually not bad going.
It really isn't.
Considering for how long they're flat out as well.
Yeah, 20.68 mpg really isn't terrible.
That's better than my old BMW did on the motorway.
Yes.
That's really good though, to be fair. And fair play, well done Sausage for getting involved with the maths and helping us out as well. You're giving us an extra little aspect to talk about. Now, one thing we did want to ask you, Alan, is how many laps do you think the leader will complete in this race? For context, I wasn't going to give you the context, but I'm going to be kind. Adam guessed 409, which was the exact number I was going to guess, so I've gone 410.
I can tell you we're both wrong, but
I was going to say because we're on 393
yes.
now.
When did you make the guesstimate?
3 or 4 hours ago.
Did you?
I think it was probably even later than that. I'd say maybe 2 hours at most.
Okay.
I think.
Well, maybe you can update your guess.
Oh, I don't know. I think if I was going to guess again, I'd put a bit more maths into it, and I don't want to guess.
I won't put more maths into it. I'll just blindly stab at 422 and see what happens.
All right, I'll go 423.
Ta-da!
And I obviously remain impartial.
He's the adjudicator.
Alan predicts it'll be 423.5 because he'll run out of fuel halfway around.
Well, there'd have to be someone crossing the line.
Yeah, I'd hope so. I'd hope so. Or unless it's like the, 1989? No, 1983 Monaco Grand Prix. Was it the one that no one wanted to finish? Which one was it? Or was it even 79?
It wasn't 70, it was in the 80s, but I'm completely blanking on.
But nobody wanted to win it at all. And
yes.
I think in the end...
Patrese, wasn't it?
Yeah, Riccardo Patrese in the Brabham, the gorgeous Parmalat branded.
Yes. It took me a very long time to realise that Parmalat wasn't a company that specialised in
nothing
tobacco.
motor related, is it?
Well, tobacco. I assume, just like everything else on the 1980s Formula One cars, it was a product that's no longer allowed to be advertised.
Yeah.
But it turns out it's milk.
Yeah, isn't it like an Italian milk farm or something?
Something. I thought it had Brazilian ties, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, it is Brazilian. Yes. It is Brazilian. Yeah, because I think it wasn't something to do with the whole PK. Thing. He brought that on board or something. But yeah, it was. I actually looked it up ages ago because I saw somebody in the sim racing wheel put it on a car. It was in iRacing. You can drive the Lotus 79, which is just an absolute masterpiece of engineering in itself. But obviously, as we've not got the mix of every car from that year, people do liveries from other cars on it in quite a blasphemous way. But they're making the most of what they've got. And I often run that Brabham livery with the Parmalat branding on it. And I was just saying I absolutely love that, but I never looked up what Parmalat was, and it is apparently a milk firm. So it's quite the interesting tie, really. It's like when you see the Husky chocolate branding on the McLarens at the moment. Just seems like quite the innocent thing to have on a motorsport car. Apparently there's a Parmalat scandal if you Google it.
So is there the same rule for sim racing that there are certain things that you can't advertise on your livery of the car?
In formal events, there probably is.
Yes, in proper sanctioned stuff like by the VCO and the ACO, which actually get involved in some of the bigger stuff. They do obviously limit what people can have, but teams get very precious over liveries, as you can imagine. They have actual sponsors and so on, and brand partners, but a lot of the time, if you don't tick the right boxes to hide inappropriate stuff, people can put anything they want on a livery.
We have the 397 car, I believe, in pit lane.
We've got 337 in there as well.
Yes.
Yes, you're right. 397 is in the pits.
we've had some grass tracking in the last few moments as well, from the 511 again. Again, just going out of my eye line on the approach to the Hanger Straight coming out of Maggots Beckett. So, yes, the 511.
Maybe a bit of fatigue setting in.
Possibly. I mean, the heat is, you know, I've had to succumb and open a window again. So the tyre squeal has become more sudden on my end. That is why.
Yeah, I've even actually got the door open and I've turned the aircon unit on because it is very warm in here. The sun was facing me for quite a while. I'm a bit lucky now because it's gone slightly behind where I am, but yeah, for a while it was facing me, so it was all just boiling me alive in the front window.
Right,
yes. I think hence my sort of woozy moment earlier with lack of water.
Yes.
But we're okay now. We crack on.
Did you have a funny turn?
I did, yeah.
Did you?
As soon as I'd gone outside, it was almost like a combination of the fresh air. I just nipped down to the loo, and on my way down
really
the scaffolding here, it was just, it just hit me. And
Andy Prix once gave me a really good tip because I was going out to commentate on the Le Mans 24-hour race. When would this have been? 2015.
Yeah.
And I was working for Porsche, so I was commentating on the race for Porsche Hospitality. So quite an important job, really. And there was only me, so I was wondering how I was going to keep going. I was going to get some rest overnight, but I was wondering how to keep going. Andy Prix said, best thing for a 24-hour race is, fluids-wise, is water. And if you like it and you can take it, fizzy water. So
TV static.
So no coffees, no teas, no false sort of sense of energy. No energy drinks, but just fizzy water. And I did, and it was the best Le Mans I ever had.
Yeah.
I felt brilliant at the end of it. In fact, I got the train home from Le Mans, got home about midnight, and then got in the car to drive up to Walton Park, and I got up to Walton Park at about 4:30 in the morning because I was working up there the following day. Wow. So, and I felt fine, felt absolutely fine. So I'd just eaten normally and only drunk fizzy water.
Fair play. I might have to involve that tomorrow as well, especially with Donington on the way. But
the key is not to boost sugar levels because that gives you a
big come down then.
Yeah, it's a false sense of energy, and then you, as you rightly say, you get the come down.
Yeah, I think that combined with the sudden fresh air as I went back outside, I think was just a very sudden whoa.
Yeah.
Well, I'm all good now.
Oh, I'm glad you're okay now.
Yeah,
that's good news.
Big bottle of water. You know,
good news.
At the top of the day when the sun came out, I was saying everyone stay hydrated, and then there's me like, oh yeah, well done, Chaz, great stuff, hypocrite. But I'm good at that, to be fair. We're within the last 2 hours of the race now, gentlemen. Adam, I'll come to you on this one first. I don't want to have to ask, but predictions for a winner out of the top two, if it is them?
That's a very cruel question. At this stage, who's at the wheel of the hybrid tuner? Stephen James at the wheel. Allwood's going to have to get out of the AB Motorsport car because of driver times before the end of this race. I think if we can keep seeing some good pace out of Oliver Allwood in the next however long his stint has left to run, I imagine we may see him hop out of the car with an hour or so left to go. I think that perhaps it will go the way of AB Motorsport.
Yeah, I think that it's dependent on the last pit stop, but we'll see. Do you agree, Alan, that that's going to be the pivot point, really, if anything?
I don't know enough about it to comment, so I'll this is my first ever Citroen C1 race, so it would be unfair of me to because I'd just be sticking a pin on a sheet of paper, really. So not fair.
Fair play. Fair play.
Someone has
the neutral route.
I always stay on the fence. Always stay on the fence.
I stay on the fence, but I'm also very easy to push off it. If someone encourages me.
Yes, quite. Yeah.
I try to jump on the fence and knock it over in the process.
Well, so just noticing, certainly I think it's only just there because it's glinting at me enticingly from the exit of Aintree. I think someone just lost their wing mirror, or at least the glass from the wing mirror here at the Aintree bend heading on to the Wellington Straight. So the tape not holding everything together for everybody, clearly.
I'm actually quite intrigued by that, because there was a car that came through recently I realised did not have a left wing mirror at all. Some of them have got them slightly bent in a little bit.
Right.
In true touring car fashion, so the driver can do his makeup in the wing mirror. But I'm just trying to look now. I'm pretty sure it was either the 522 or the 521 that I kept saying had a bit of a limp wing mirror that looked like it had lost the will as they came back onto the straight. But I'll have a look now as they filter through one by one. We've still got cars with their headlights and endurance lights fully ablaze at the moment. We've got a car peeling off to the pits. I think that is the 332, the Gulf coloured car. Crunchy Gears Motorsport. The car with all of the lights on, I think, is the 315 TSR car. TSR Racing. That's almost like when people say PIN number, isn't it? You know, like, because it's personal identification number. So the N is already number, but people say PIN number. I think the TSR is TS Racing, but it's maybe just the initials and then racing as well. It could be a bit of that. Anyway, that's me speculating very daftly. 490 has not much of a wing mirror left by the look of it.
We have exactly the same with the Royal Automobile Club, because people very often say, "Oh yes, I'm going for a dinner at the RAC Club."
Oh.
So that's the Royal Automobile Club. So I fully understand what you're saying.
One thing I always don't get is I've heard a lot of drivers do this, and I actually did a podcast with Bobby Thompson last week, and he called it the same. When people talk about BTCC or touring cars, to give it its sort of slang name, why do people call it touring car with no S at the end? I don't get that, because it's touring cars. It's not just one car, but people call it touring car. Because I suppose that may come from the fact that it is the British Touring Car Championship.
It is.
But
yes.
Yeah, surely to me it's either touring cars or BTCC. But
Okay, well I have a pet hate related to that, which is people that call it the British Touring Car Championships.
Oh no!
No! That rather upsets me.
Oh, that upsets me a lot. Yeah. There's only one BTCC. We all know that very, very well. Wow. Oh no, I couldn't hack that, Alan. I'd slap him in the face with the clipboard if he said that.
Well, I stopped short of that, but
like I say, I run through the fence and knock it over.
It's starting to get busy down in pit lane as well.
I was going to say, you've just had a contingent of C1s join you, haven't you?
Yes, I have. I've got 488, and this is the predominantly short-driven car. This might be the opportunity for me to have the conversation that I promised with Martin Short about his decision not to drive the car again today, because Stinton is out of the car and one of the Shorts about to get back into the car for the final stint, but I'm not sure which one.
I just want to quickly point out as well, and as a question to everybody on the stream that may agree, is there anything on earth that is louder than a trolley jack on tarmac? It is honestly the loudest thing.
It's quite noisy, isn't it?
Yeah, honestly, there's things like an aircraft taking off, or a festival like stage setup, the space shuttle, Apollo 5 taking off, then there's a trolley jack. It's just the loudest thing you'll ever hear, and it's such a horrible, high, ear-piercing noise as well. It's just, and there was plenty of them in the pit lane last night, and I sort of had to squint and just listen to the thing.
Martin Short was just actually turning into not only a proud dad, but also a video blogger. Because he was filming his son before he gets into the car, having a chat to Ian Stinson, and then he was called over by the team to go and have a look under the left rear of the car, so casting an expert eye onto the underside of the car on the left rear quarter. But clearly he's reasonably content that the car is okay.
Hopefully so. You've got more cars coming on there pit
I
lane
know,
as
it's
well.
getting really busy.
Yeah, the TSR car just came in. I think one of the others that might just be joining in now is the 432.
I've got the 420 car, the Royal Mail looking car.
Yeah, that was the one. And then there's another, I think it's a black and yellow car just gone in as well. I keep just seeing the back of them as they've gone past me because I look down the entry list.
I've got the 318 car in now. Just about to...
Oh yeah, the black and
fuel
purple
in.
machine, WRC Developments.
Black and magenta.
I'll take that.
Not that I wish to have a Pantone argument with you, but...
oh, I love me a Pantone book.
Yeah.
With my mum used to do graphic design, so there was always Pantone books.
Well, there you
about.
go. It is. It's pink. It's a magenta. Hey, Martin Short. I know you've gone from proud dad to now video blogger, which I was impressed with, to not being a driver for the rest of the day, and that's because you're a proud dad.
Yeah, very much so. I had a bit of a fraught night, self-inflicted idiocy, and it just made me realise how amazing these boys are, because they haven't put a foot wrong. They've listened to everything. We came up with a strategy of how many laps we could do. The boys came in when the fuel light was flashing. Dad ignored it because we had a strategy, and we ran out of fuel. It's like,
who knew, right?
Yeah, babes, out of the mouths of babes, and so I had to get back in and carry on. And I just thought, I really enjoy watching what they're doing, and the freshness, and the how much they love it, and the smile when they get out of the car, and it just takes me back to when I was young and I'm old, jaded, cynical, sarcastic, and
but you're proud of all of those things.
Extremely proud. Yeah, Marcus has just done his final stint. There was a battle between the brothers for fastest lap. Marcus nicked it off Morgan this morning in the perfect conditions, of course, by a tenth or so, and so Morgan tried to get it back, but he couldn't. They're actually pleased in a way that we ended up falling back through the field, because there was no pressure to hang on to a 6th or a 7th or something, which is where we should have been, and because we dropped back to 40th, and then it's just a fight. So it's a great challenge, and anyway, yeah, I'm a proud dad.
Oh, lovely. And you got a chance to do a bit of spectating from the BRDC.
I might have had a couple of halves of punk IPA.
Nothing wrong with that. No, not when it's watered down with lemonade. That's very nice.
Doesn't quite get better than watching your sons from the suite, and there they go. There goes Ian. No, it's a new step in life.
Yeah, it's lovely and great to have the BRDC open again. I know Alex has been tweeting how happy he is to be back and serving club members.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there was nobody in it today, and except us.
Well, that's good. It's nice.
We took it over.
Yeah, quite right.
So yeah. No, thanks to the BRDC for allowing us to grace the building, and thanks for Silverstone for hosting the event, of course.
I was there a couple of weeks ago. It was a bit of a joy because I've been making a documentary about one of the companies which is in Silverstone Park, digital manufacturing company, and part of the documentary was a sit-down interview, which we decided the best place to do it was in the BRDC, and it was with Adrian Reynard. What a fascinating hour and a half that turned out to be, bearing in mind we probably only need to use about 3 minutes of it, but it was worth every minute.
Yeah, no, there's a genius of motorsport there, and he's still club racing.
And he had his little Lotus 7 parked outside.
Unbelievable, yeah.
Martin, thank you ever so much. I'm glad you're a proud dad, really am. Thank you very much indeed. Nice little fist bump there with Martin Short. Yeah, fascinating interview with Adrian Reynard. We could have gone on for hours, and then the cameraman said, just run out of cards. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's always a good thing, though. You've got plenty of content now.
Yep.
That's exactly what you want. I'm just going to very quickly revisit the brand that Adam and I discussed earlier, Parmalat.
I was right, the headquarters is in Italy actually, although I thought there was a Brazilian thing with...
my apologies,
so
okay.
Oh, it's all good. It turns out that I was wondering where it went, but apparently the company collapsed in 2003 with £13 billion of bankruptcy, which remains Europe's biggest bankruptcy ever.
There we go.
So not the best end, and there's a big financial fraud section that we're not going to go into.
Wonderful.
But yeah, apparently not the best end for that company, I'm afraid. So it's no wonder we don't have modern day F1 cars with Parmalat down the side, which is a shame.
Let's not get on to the likes of Moneytron, shall we?
Yeah, let's not do that, really.
Yeah, lap 400 of the race currently ongoing for the race leader, so we're about to hit that magic 400 lap marker.
Only 10 more to go, boys.
According to our hurried and guesstimated maths earlier, yes. I fear we've probably gone under with 422 and 423 as well, to be honest, but second guess is final. I think we have to ban ourselves from that one, but I'm interested to see how long Allwood is going to stay out there in the 394 car at the head of the field. I think that as I said previous, I think it would be closer to the hour marker, although I'm tempting fate by not just saying that but repeating it a second time. He'll probably come in at the end of the lap now that I've said that, but certainly Allwood, one of the quickest drivers in that AB Motorsport entry consistently throughout his stints so far, and it should, in theory, based on the patterns, be Brian Trott that takes the car over, and we've seen that he's very capable as well, of course, matching up to Sam Weller earlier on this morning. Weller in, of course, the hybrid tune full circle racing car, and he is in that car again, so we can expect the hybrid tune car to be pushing at full capacity, and sure enough, a 301.673 just scrolling down the top 30, the quickest out there by a second, and the car that's only a second slower is indeed Allwood. So I think that it's going to be whoever is at the wheel of the AB Motorsport car. They're going to have their work cut out for them. I think they should just about come out ahead. But if Sam Weller's been given the full go-ahead, based on what we saw overnight from him, constantly going into the 59s and 58s, it's going to be a grandstand finish, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute belter. It could come right down to the wire, and nobody knows quite how close it's going to be at this stage. The gap could get bigger, but at the same time, he could very, very quickly close back in. Like you say, if the quickest driver is going to get in the car at the very end, could make it all the more of an exciting battle for not just the drivers, not just the spectators, but us as well, and the teams. And we could have a very, very enticing end to what's already been a really interesting race.
Absolutely. One car that, as I'm just scrolling through, that's unfortunately been back in the pit lane for a while again, is the 395 car. The second of the exit 13 machines, the one that's given them the most to sweat about down there. Robert Dawson, the last man in the car, and yes, unfortunately, it's been the cause of quite a lot of hard work and spannering, and it's been in there for a very long time. So I'm wondering if we will see it back out there. I can't imagine exit 13 ever deciding to not finish a car, or at least not make a car see the line in this kind of race, but it has been sat there on 300 laps and in the pits for quite a while, so it remains to be seen.
Where might I find that car, Adam?
I will.
Sorry, that was a hiccup in the middle of a sentence.
That's okay. I've done that quite a lot. I'm glad you didn't notice. I think 8C by the looks of it.
8C?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not far from there because I'm watching the pit stop for 414, which is currently taking fuel on board. 8C. Second half of pit lane, exit ends.
Hopefully 395 can make it. I think they've been through probably the most turbulence of anybody here, other than perhaps your beloved Mellow Yellow, Alan.
Yeah, I have rather made friends with that car and team.
Yes,
yeah.
It's and it is, as much as the cars at the front that are setting the wowing times and getting to the battle for the win at the end, the cars that you know, end up coming back into the pit lane, lots of repairs, sent back out there, the plucky guys. That's as much the spirit of the race as anyone, isn't it? It's great to see.
Yeah, spirit of the race so important in a 24-hour race. 369 down into pit lane.
Just got the 522 going past right behind the, I think it's the 398, is it? The Silver Lake car. They were almost pushing each other down the straight again. There's a number of teams that are doing that now. It seems like they're just sticking behind the car in front until they don't need to anymore, although the 451 has just gone flying around the outside.
395 is going nowhere.
Oh,
it's in the garage, it's got its bonnet up, and are you from the team? Can you tell me the sad tale?
It's cooked. It's our second engine. It was our spare engine, and it didn't last.
Oh dear, oh dear. Boss over here, right, doesn't want to talk to me. Will you talk to me? Have a quick little chat and tell me of the woes of this poorly car.
Well, it got hot in the first 45 minutes. We changed an engine pretty quickly, bearing in mind we'd never done one before at a circuit. Got it back out, and the guys had run round, guys and girls, sorry, had run round all night, and it's decided to poo its pants in the last stages of the race.
What a shame, so disappointing.
It is absolutely gutted. I'm gutted for all the people involved in it, the crew and everybody running it, because we've had a torrid time with it here, and the car, you know, not necessarily with the car, but we picked up penalties and all sorts of things, you know, and yeah, I'm just gutted for everybody involved in it, really sad, but these things happen. We got another car on the fringes of the top 10 that's out there. Got a quick lad out in it at the moment that knows his stuff. Got decent boots on it. Told him to send it.
Brilliant.
Yes.
There's the full stop. Thank you very much indeed. So a tale of woe and a tale of wow.
Yeah, a tale of hope as well.
Yeah.
You've got to love that. The phrasing, it pulled its pants at the end of the race. That's just, oh, you've got to love that though. That's true, like, motorsport no messing description. I absolutely love that. But, you know, send it. It's a very, very good tactic, isn't it, Adam?
Absolutely, yes. And we've seen that from quite a number of drivers throughout the race. I think at various points it's demanded of the driver, okay, we're going to need some quick laps in here, do some quali laps. Here are some fresh boots. And yes, the send it philosophy alive and well throughout the Citroen C1 grid here, albeit one of them, or several of them, have ended up sending it a bit too much into maggots and beckets, and that's perhaps the one corner where you have to tame your send, if we are to continue to use that phrase. And 499 car there, SVG entry, just going a little bit slowly past my position, but it has been not quite there on pace for most of the day. I'm hoping that's just kind of preserving itself to the home stretch rather than on its way into pit road. I think that one will be okay. But, the racing has been, as of course, are brand new, fresh out of the wrapper, leader of the C1 Racing Club and the event itself. I had to say earlier on, Robin, he was saying that it is a 24-hour sprint. I think there is still an element, more of an element of car preservation here than, say, at modern-day Le Mans, but it's certainly evolving itself into a 24-hour sprint as faster drivers roll in with interest, and as the drivers who are the foundation of the C1 Racing Club, those who focus solely on the C1s, they get quicker and quicker every year. There used to be quite a big gulf, sometimes from driver to driver in certain cars, and certain teams that are way off the pace, and those teams have just got quicker and quicker year on year, and the cars have become more and more reliable by and large as well. I think also an element of knowing the cars as well. You know, the first year at Rockingham when I was there in 2018, I wasn't hearing quite as much of, you know, quite how to preserve these cars best in terms of gear changes, or what signs that an engine might be on the way out, or, you know, all of these things that have now been learned over many thousands of miles of racing. It's all starting to pay off for the category regulars, isn't it? And
yeah,
it's good to see.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's. I mean, one of the definite signs that an engine is on its way out is either smoke or steam. I've learned that much by now. One of the LMP3 cars gave us a very good demonstration yesterday in the Sports Prototype Cup that a clutch, if that's going well enough, it will start smoking everywhere. Car on the way into the pits. Me and my lazy eye did not quite pick the number out, I'm afraid. It looks like a 3, then a digit, then a 1. And it's a blue car.
Sorry, say that again. A 3,
an 8, and a. I think it was the 381.
So the Amigo Motorsport would fit that description, yes.
Although, yeah, they are in the pits. So yeah, I got it right for once. There you go. I'm a commentator and I got something right. There's something wrong. Indeed.
Excellent stuff. But yeah, it was great to hear from Exit 13, John Winter, the man in charge that Alan Hyde interviewed. Of course, as we said earlier on, very much involved with Hyundai Coupes and taking part in lots of other categories as well. It's great to see that organisations like that are so week in, week out, getting ready for another club racing meeting at the weekend. It's so many of these teams are to be found elsewhere pretty much every weekend in pretty much anything. And that's another part of the spirit, isn't it? I think people often complain about Formula One drivers and how, by mostly contractual reasons, they can't go off and do, I don't know, Formula 2 or sports cars at a weekend when they're not doing the F1. But I think that spirit is still very much there in the club racing, and we see drivers of all ilks trickle down into these Citroën C1 seats.
Yeah, definitely. And in fairness, what you were saying there about drivers doing other categories, it's actually one of the things that annoys me a little bit in the whole NASCAR paddock, is that you've obviously got the Monster Energy Cup, which is the top end stuff, it's their top championship, and then you've got the Xfinity cars as well, which is like a feeder series into that. But a lot of the drivers from the top tier stuff also do Xfinity as well. I don't understand that.
Yes, it's
it frustrates me because it's like that's a slot taken up for somebody that would be coming up the ranks. Like, why do you need to do both?
Well, they've clamped down on that. They can't score points if they're a regular cup racer anymore and stuff like that. So.
Yeah. But then again, that makes it even worse then, that they're taking up the slot if they're not even scoring points to the championship. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Give it to someone that wants the full seat that can then progress and show what they've got. It just seems
a reasonable point. Yeah.
But you never know. There's a lot of reasons behind it that I probably am not aware of. It's like Kyle Busch, I know, is somebody that does both. But either way, he's not here today and he's not listening, so it doesn't really matter. We've got a car apparently missing. Although actually, sorry, it's Midway, and that car was missing a while ago, I think, was it not?
I don't think that's updated because it's already been pulled back.
Yeah, I was going to say I remember seeing the tow back penalty that they had. But for some reason
it doesn't update them as being in the pit lane once they're towed back, because it doesn't break the timing loop coming into the pits.
Yeah, that's a good point. Speaking of in the pits, Crossacre are in the pits at the moment. The 483 car, 4th place in the race. It's been a little bit static from everybody else in the top 10 really for a while, but you do get that as the race goes on. I'm just trying to scan down and see who is the closest together. It looks like 19th and 20th. Within 25 seconds of each other are the closest two cars for position at the moment.
Venus Motorsport 13 seconds off the back of the 308 Emax car for 14th and 15th as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Sorry, I missed that one there. There is a lot of numbers to look at.
There are many, yes.
I'll wait for the 308 to come through. That car is the black machine with the little angular orange stripe up the side. The car chasing it, the Venus Motorsport car. 463 is red and white with hints of, I think, black and blue at the side as well, little sort of stripes to highlight the livery. There are some very, very good looking cars out there. Some of these liveries just really suit the shape. It's a shape that can actually be really well utilised for livery design, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The 308 car, incidentally, while we talk about it, is just coming through Abbey and then Farm now.
Okay.
And on toward Village. So as they turn into Village, I now look out for the car behind them, the Wieners Motorsport entry, that was going about 1.3 seconds a lap faster as of last lap anyway. There is the Wieners car turning into Village now, and so it's actually got a little bit of company in the form of the 521 car. 521, of course, being the 6th place driver in the Progressive Motorsport Limited entry. So those Progressive cars have again just been there and thereabouts the whole time, and Michael Neuhoff has now taken that car over, and I imagine that will be the case until the end of the race.
Second place just crossing the line now, over a lap behind AB Motorsport, but as expected they will be pitting, you think, the AB car?
Well, they have to. Allwood's been in the car since before the 3-hour marker came, so yes.
Car 450's just got a penalty for speeding in the pit lane now as well. So unfortunately for them.
Amigo's late entry.
There's the 308 going past me now. I say there it is, as if you're all looking at it. I pointed at it out the window, so I know what I'm talking about. But he goes across the line now then to start the 390th lap for that car, and there's the Wieners machine going through. The gap was about, what, 13 seconds did we say last time? It's now 12.9.
It's it's gone down by another 0.2. It was just over 13. It's now just under 13, so it's a bit of a smaller gain this time.
The 521 is actually ahead of them on track now, so they don't have to worry about that car, and they may also get a bit of slipstream off it to drag them up to the back of the 308.
Yes, Alistair may get it. Be a bit worried about that, the fact that the tow is being provided to the car behind, but as you say, the Wieners car has been dispatched by them as well. We've had a good afternoon of running here. We've avoided the safety car for a good long time. I don't think we're going to have to get the secretary of the meeting to fill the car up with diesel again, as I saw earlier on this morning.
We've got a black and orange flag for car 369.
Okay, 369. Let's search for that one on the old list. That is the that's the Cock Endurance car again, isn't it?
Yeah. No.
They have been.
I can't imagine what's flopping around with the moment to get a black and orange flag for that. Hopefully nothing too major. I think I can see. No, that's not them. It's the Petters car that's coming to view.
A good question for those with long memories in the by Guzzy Hero on the YouTube live stream. Does anyone know of any racing where you have to drive the car to the track, as in it's road legal, registered? Only time I've seen it is in pre-World War I racing, and Rapid Scorpion, I know who that is. I don't know if he wants me to reveal himself, but he goes with the exact same answer I was going to provide, the Slick 50 Road Saloon Series, where they had to be road registered cars and be driven to track and back. The Slick 50 series, a bit before yours and my time, Chaz, but some great cars that used to race in there. I know that Big Al Wayman, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club regular, and his pair of Camaros these days, he used to run a lot in the Slick 50s about 30 plus years ago. So that's my answer to that one. The Slick 50s is a good one to look at if you want to see people drive their race cars road and back in the day.
Yeah, one of the coolest things is when people drive a car to a race meeting, race it, and then drive it home.
Yes, I did the Snetterton 12-hour race for the Enduro cars last year and got overtaken by, I think it might have actually been the Burton Power car, if memory serves me correctly, who are of course here today. Came blasting past me, well, not really blasting, but I think I was just coming out of the slip road actually, and it just went past. I was like, oh, we'll see that later. And
oh, we've got a lovely team picture going down the start-finish straight. You're going to get them very soon. It's two of the Emax Motorsport cars, the 308 and the 345, that's one of the white ones. It's the 445 and the 308 right together as they go around Cops. They should be with you in just a second.
Okay, and just to confirm, he said I can say, so it was a fellow commentator Scott Woodward who was providing that information to us about the Slick 50s. Obviously has sat under the same learning and listening trees as I have in paddocks at various points. Yeah.
It's a small world with those commentators, isn't it? Really,
It is.
The more I've got involved in the real world side of things, the more I've realised that it really is in a good way, a very, very small world, and it's a good circle of people.
We all
Very,
soak
very
in
good.
information from the same sources at the end of the day. So
Yeah, we do.
There's a think tank going on here somewhere.
The 342, I think I've mentioned this car coming into the pits very slowly before. Very early on the whole 40 kilometres an hour speed limit.
Yes, the SF Racing car. I don't feel like you have mentioned that one particularly often. But there have been cars that have been.
They've been overly cautious.
Yes,
I think.
presumptive about where the 24 mile an hour, 40 kilometre amount. Oh wow, kilometre an hour.
Well, the 432 on the other side of things, not the 342, the 432,
Yes.
completely the opposite, absolutely flying down the pit lane to the very last moment, slams on before the 40k board, and then creeps across the line.
That's when you can tell that they tested out the margin of error in night quali on Friday.
Yeah, definitely, definitely so. It's like he goes past, especially as the first people that you get to when you get into the pits are the marshals that do the stop go penalties, and any serving of penalties happens right inside the entrance to the pit lane. So it's almost like morning, Mr. Police Officer as it comes through the pit lane. It's like, yep, that was me. I was always doing 40Ks. Don't you worry about it.
Yes.
Creeping through.
Absolutely. So we're on the 406th lap of the race, at least in the case of the AB Motorsport 394 car. We're getting closer and closer to that final hour of the race. Interested to see how much, how long they keep Allwood in the car for. Not just because, you know, we know he's quick, so you know you would want to keep him in the car in theory. Although they do have very quick people also sat there in the garage waiting. But the other factor, of course, in this heat is how much can Oliver actually withstand in the wheel of the leading cars. Yes, I know it's a Citroen C1, but I refuse to believe there isn't an element of physicality to the way they're driving through Beckett's and certain other sections as well. I think Abbey and Farm are probably just as fun.
I'd say especially with how much you get chucked around inside the car.
Yes.
To be fair, because of how much lean there is, you know, they would really roll around quite a lot. So it does take it out of drivers, I'd imagine, in a way that you wouldn't really expect from seeing the cars in a shallow way. What have we got?
Allwood's last lap was a 3:04.576 actually, and that is a little bit off.
4 seconds slower than the hybrid tune car.
Yes, and I've noticed a pattern that cars that are coming in tend to slow down the lap before they do. And so I'm wondering if maybe Allwood is pit lane bound in the near future. Should just be coming towards Club Corner at the moment, I think, or maybe just past it onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. And we'll see whether or not he peels in this time. He's, of course, got a lap over Sam Weller in the 397 hybrid tune car for the time being. But there is a pit stop owed to us by the AD Motorsport entry. And I'm very excited for when this pit stop does happen.
It's a critical one, isn't it?
Yes, I'm very excited for that because obviously last time they pitted, they came out within a second of each other.
Yeah.
And I don't know if the maths is quite going to work out that neatly this time, but
Life could be a dream if it does.
Yes, but regardless of where they come out, it is indeed a critical pit stop. So he's now just driving down the Wellington Straight, is Oliver Allwood. So we'll see whether that lap was an anomaly or an indicator that the car was coming in just a few moments. Chaz, I believe he'll be with you now.
Keeping my eye out.
Someone's getting a black flag on the start-finish line.
Yeah, that's black and orange, I think. Oh no, 491 is getting a 20-second stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Okay.
491 is... Who is 491? I've lost them on my screen. Squadra Budino Nero, unfortunately. Leader stays out.
Okay.
Stays out again. The beautiful purple glint.
I scrambled and everything.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Like a V bomber, scrambled at short notice. Oh, you've got to love a Vulcan, haven't you? Sorry, a little reminiscent there of the footage of Avro Vulcans taking off with the unbelievable amount of cack that they used to chuck out the back end. Unbelievable bits of kit. Anyway, it still intrigues us of when this car is going to come in.
Yes, when will the pin be pulled?
Yeah.
Well, I'm scrambled and standing by, so
Okay.
I'm poised.
I'm also poised, just keeping my eye out when it comes around the last corner. We've got more cars on their way into the pits, though, just to come and greet you, Alan. I think we have the Squadra Budino Nero car, and I've only just figured out now that's what it says down the side of their car. They're going to come and serve their penalty.
Yep,
They get
into the pit box they go.
yellow
So-
flag pointed very aggressively at them.
Well, definitively, I think, is the
Yes.
way that was pointed.
Yeah.
And,
Alan, were you present when we discovered what that team name means?
Yes, I was. Yes.
It's truly phenomenal. For anyone not present on the stream at the time, the team name is Squadro Budino Nero, I should say, which is Italian for Team Black Pudding. So it sounds very exotic and wonderful, as if it's some sort of like Italian Ferrari-esque team name. But no, I'm afraid not. It's Team Black Pudding, but in Italian.
Yes, well, we've had Scuderia Polo Rosso in the past as well, which is Team Red Chicken. So there's a history here of elusive or perhaps misleading Italian names. It makes it sound very posh and fancy, and then you put it through Google Translate and wince in horror.
But then again, black pudding isn't a real food, is it? It's just made up.
Oh.
No one can eat it, surely. Surely not.
I think it's all right.
Oh, really?
Again,
Oh,
got to be
dear.
in the mood for it. I'm a picky eater, very picky eater.
Yeah.
So I have to be in the mood for it. But
Ooh.
yeah, it's interesting. I think if you've had a bit of a rough night the night before and you get a full brekkie down you, if there's a black pudding there, I think it's good to go for it.
Oh dear, we can never be friends, I'm afraid.
Oh no,
no,
you're going to unfollow me on Twitter now.
Well, yes, I probably will.
Can't risk black pudding on the feed, can we?
Oh no, I'll never do that. There you go. I'll vow to never ever put black pudding on my
lead car should be with you at Luffield, Chaz.
Oh yeah, there's a race. It is. Is that it? Oh yeah, I've got him now. Yeah, sorry. Let me see. He's hugging the inside line of Luffield. No, still staying out.
Okay.
Evermore. 3:05.1 last time round as well. So still not on full chat here. Losing 5 seconds a lap. Can they risk to do this anymore?
Well, this is the thing. This is what I'm wondering.
Well, they can't tell him, can they? There's no radio.
Well, no, exactly. One thing I am wondering as well one thing I was thinking, of course, earlier on, speculating, was that Allwood in the AB Motorsport car may stay out there just because he has pace, and I believe he came back out onto the circuit to start his stint with 3 hours and 14 minutes to go. So he was only just shy of the maximum driver time when he came out there. So it's, well, maybe they're going to save it for the very end of the race. But with someone like Sam Weller constantly setting 3 minutes, well, not 3 minutes dead, but under 3:01 lap times out there in second place and homing in on you, you can't afford to be dropping a half dozen seconds at a time, as is what's currently happening.
No, me being a bit of an idiot there, saying they can't tell him. Of course they can. They can hang out a pit board and tell him down the straight in the good old-fashioned way without radio.
I think even though the car is not there, we may be able to get some use of the Vulcan, Alan Hyde, who's standing by and ready to be put to. I couldn't think of the word. There's a word.
Well, I'm standing by to be launched,
yes,
essentially. So launch me.
That's the word.
Yes.
I will launch you if you can. Try and see if there is any cause for concern at AB Motorsport, because their car is lapping a good half dozen seconds a lap slower than it should be right now.
It is. Well, I am standing by for any information that I receive, and if I glean anything, then I will, which they're prepared to share with me.
Yes.
Then I shall let you know.
Okay. Excellent stuff. I very much blanked on words revolving around aircraft there. I really needed your brain for a few seconds there, Chad.
To be fair, mine's not at full capacity either after a weekend this long. I've got to try and get back into gear tomorrow, so we'll have to see how that goes. But
sorry, can I just say, I have never seen so many derogatory pit boards in any pit lane on the planet.
Fantastic.
The words are too colourful to mention, but basically they are sort of affectionate words in inverted commas for the drivers, like hurry up blank and this way blank. And yeah, it's yeah.
Oh, you've got to love it though. You've got to love it. It's good banter.
It's entertaining, isn't it?
Hit you insufferable blank.
It's that sort of thing.
Oh, and he's got the message. AB Motorsport are in. He's just pulled in now, and well, probably the worst thing for them, but the best thing for Hybrid Tune is that the car that is trying to beat them in the race now, the 397, has just witnessed him pull into the pits right in front of him, so he knows now, right, it's go time. Oh, I was wondering if we were going to hear some choice words.
No, it's just that Max Coates is a very nice man, and he's brought me a cup of coffee in case I was beginning to wilt, which is very kind of him.
What a
He's
guy.
made that himself, yeah. So 394 then, into pit lane, being very careful not to break the pit lane speed limit. Comes to a stop now. The team immediately run around the car to investigate under the front of the car and driver out, so that means that fuel can go in, which it is now. So this a really critical stop.
It is indeed.
So take a while for the fuel to plug into the car, and at that point no other work can be undertaken on the car, so standing by with fire extinguisher as they have to do. Just a brief look around the car. So part-worn tyres about to go on the front of the car. So not brand new tyres, but part-worn tyres.
You can tell I'm a bit tired. So the TV to my left, which has the timing screen on it, occasionally says 5 minutes till auto standby. Press any button to stop it, and the button that I pressed to do it has just turned it off. You can tell I'm tired. I pressed the power button out of all of them, and it's turned the TV off. So I've got to bring it back on now. Sorry, a little update from me there.
So we're still waiting for fuel to go in, and I think we've got live TV pictures down here as well. Camera crew down here, and everybody is poised they are, sat cross-legged beside both of the front wheels. Trolley jack is in place, but not a hand being laid on the car until the fuel is complete. Can we? No, says team boss. So the car remains where it is.
Yeah, there's very strict rules on how many people can work on the car while it's, it's there.
Meanwhile, the 397 car is just about to hit Brooklands.
Oh, heck. Oh, heck. It is. It's just gone flying around Brooklands as well. Almost on two wheels. Through Luffield he goes. We've got a car creeping into the pit lane. Yep, that's the Badger on its way in, the 377. Out of Luffield now.
Did you hear the word go?
I did.
Because they are in action now. Driver in, getting strapped in.
397's already crossed the finish line.
Wheels discarded, new wheels going on.
He's equal with the 394 now. He's gone past now already.
Yeah.
Absolutely gone.
And this is going to be a while yet. The driver's door is closed. All four nuts are done up. The car fires up. And go, go, go is the word from the team. 394 down pit lane. I think the team are very happy with that stop. But
they're not going to be happy when they realise that the other one's already at Maggots and Beckett's.
But we're all happy with it, because this may well give us a final hour to remember.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, yes. There could be some epic pace out of this 394 car now with Trott at the wheel. So he's going to get a trot on quite literally here. and put that pace in, but there is a significant gap to close up now, Adam.
Yes, there should be. I'm just trying to work out, because the timing screens still say that the AB Motorsport car's in lead by a lap, but that doesn't register correctly with, because they were both on lap 408.
Yeah, they crossed the line as they got to their box.
Ah, right, okay. So,
because they crossed their line during being in the pits, I believe that's why they picked it up. It's still, it says they're on their out lap, so it's got that bit right, but
yes.
yeah, it's not just not changed them round yet,
okay.
so we'll have to wait and see. The 397 should be with you in a moment. The 312 is about to get to Abbey.
397, yes, and is now is registered on the screen now as the leader, at least on the track map, through the first split. So it has now been registered as the leader, so we can confirm that, even though the actual main TSL timing page is only updated lap on lap. So 397 just coming through Abbey now and into Farm for the 410th time. That was my first guess in the race distance, with over an hour to go, and flicks it into Village and into the loop for another time. Some traffic to contend with, but that's not of particular concern right now. I'm also keeping my beady eye on where the 394 is, and as the car from the Hybrid Tune stable with Sam Weller at the wheel drives under the Wellington Bridge, the 397 is only just going through Farm, so that is a visual illustration of quite what the gap is. And last time that was the gap between them on track, I believe that worked out at about 40 seconds. So this is going to be quite a task for Brian Trott.
It is going to be a real task. That's definitely the word for it. This is not going to be the most enjoyable of times driving that car for him, I can tell you that. Not to be negative about it, but he's going to have to work really hard.
Well, he is. The critical thing, and Alan, I don't recall this, so my apologies. The 397, did it take tyres last time?
Ah, that could be the difference.
I don't remember.
Ah, sorry. I should have made a note of it.
I don't know.
Okay, well, because if Trott has taken tyres, the last half hour of this race could be telling, especially if Sam Weller has not.
Well, the tyres that went on the 394 car were, as I said, part worn.
Yeah.
So, not brand new tyres.
No.
However, I don't know. Is it in that part worn state that the tyres work best?
Well, I certainly heard a couple of teams using tyres somewhere close to their last breaths for qualifying laps. As you put it earlier on, the semi-slicks.
Yeah, well, they are. They're grooved
yes.
slicks,
Absolutely,
essentially.
yeah. And so some of them were doing that in
not with the same
quali.
compound, obviously, but as far as the physical appearance of them,
Yeah. So 35.4 seconds was the gap between the two as they crossed the line. So not quite as bad as I thought it was going to be for Brian Trott, but obviously
a minute or so.
Yes, but that is still a long way to go in an hour.
We're into that last hour now. Actually,
exactly.
It just ticks over.
Exactly. So I mean, it's a good time now to run through that order with an hour to go. Chaz, if you would take it away.
Yeah, the 397 Hybrid Tune car then has taken the lead of the race from the AB Motorsport machine with Trott at the wheel. 394 is the number on that car. Fake, Shake and Bake with Team Gaz Shocks are in third place in the 312, with Team Crossacre in the 483 in P4. PrepTech UK with CEX are then in fifth position ahead of Progressive Motorsport Limited. That's the 521 car in sixth place. Fox is at the wheel of Hills Motorsports number 538 car in 7th place, with Auto Farm Limited in 8th. Hybrid Tune Full Circle Racing have their number 388 car in 9th place, and Silver Lake Racing round out your top 10. That is car number 458. I saw that there was a Mr. Dendy behind the wheel of the Exit 13 car. I thought it was my good friend Will Dendy, but it's Alistair Dendy in the 555. He's in 11th place ahead of the other Progressive Motorsport car, 536 in 12th. We then have Emax Motorsport in 13th, that's car 345.
Car 463 behind them in 14th place. That's Venus Motorsport. Another one of the Emax Motorsports cars is in 15th place. That's car 308 ahead of Team Tivoli 317 in 16th. We have BH Motorsport just behind them in 17th. That's the 504 car ahead of On the Edge Motorsports 361 in 18th. 332 of Crunchy Gears Motorsport in 19th, and then Performance Preparation just in the final stages of the top 20. Hybrid Tune crossed the line, and I wait to see where the AB Motorsport car is, Adam.
It's, I think, the AB Motorsport car is just coming around to Luffield now, in amongst some traffic, so it's just about going to be with you in a few split seconds.
Just looking out the window now. Oh yes, there it is. Sorry, I was looking further at Luffield, but it's actually just coming across the line here. Part of me thinks that gap will have come down from 35. No, it's gone up. Hybrid Tune getting away.
Ah, okay.
But has he had to deal with traffic though? Because there was a few cars behind him, so I'm wondering whether he's had to get past those on the previous lap.
So up to 36.8 seconds is 1.4 seconds. Quite a major loss on a time crunch, it must be said. And another battle worth highlighting is the battle between Venus Motorsport and the Emax Motorsport car. Cannings and May, 2.1 seconds apart as they just crossed the line, and not setting times too dissimilar from one another either, only half a second separating them on one lap pace with 2 seconds between them. Yes, it's 14th position, not quite as high stakes as the victory, I grant you, but any battle that close within the last hour of the race is well worth our attention.
Definitely, that's the thing, you know, it's just awesome that you can still have position changes on track right at the end of a 24-hour race. Quite similarly as well, very recently, in coming back to the sim racing world for a moment, friends of mine raced in the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona back in January, and they had the entire 24-hour race similar to these guys. You know, you do your driver swaps and your pit stops and everything. It replicates the entire atmosphere very, very well. You just don't get the same sort of smells and sounds, and you still get the physical aspect of it. You know, it's still very difficult to do.
And another thing, as they approach you, Chaz,
yes,
I think Ian Stinton has either made or is about to make a move for 20th position, putting the roll centre car into 20th. 375 is the car you're looking for around the 488.
I can see the 488 car now.
375 is basically plain blue.
Yeah, he's just in front of them, and he's actually on the outside with the 483 Crossacre car, putting a lap on them. So 488 now closing up behind it. Maybe a camouflage car, but there's nothing subtle about it in broad daylight here. Up towards Copse, there's nothing stealthy, but he's still really closing quickly. And as they come to you, Adam, it looks like he's got a demon run through Copse. I'll get back to my story in a minute. Stuff it.
Okay, so Ian Stinton, vastly experienced driver, propping up the Sons of Short since Martin has retired to the BRDC lounge for the evening. It's side by side as they go to Maggots Beckett. Stinton braver around the outside, flicking it into Maggots and Beckett, and makes the move stick. The 488 car has moved into 20th position, goes onto the hangar straight with the roll centre car back into the top 20 on merit for the first time since the wee early hours of the morning.
Awesome stuff, absolutely awesome stuff.
Really is excellent to see that that car get back up there, because they had, as I think I've described a couple of times, not really had any major, massive issues such as having to replace the clutch or the engine that's befallen many others. But they have had a raft of little things that have added up to a lot of time lost. And now finally back into the top 20. That'll be a very satisfying result if they can keep that together for the last hour or so of the race. And they're only a minute back from the car in 19th as well, so who's to say that there isn't further progress to be made?
Very true. It's definitely not
not the end of the story there. Just getting very quickly back to the story I mentioned earlier, though. After a 24-hour race, cut short, it was actually separated by 27 thousandths of a second across the line, because obviously it did Daytona, a lot of slipstreaming available at the latter stages of the lap going towards the bus stop and out of it, and they actually finished second to a team that only took the win on the very, very last lap. And it's heartbreaking, but they still entertained themselves and they absolutely loved it.
Absolutely. Gap in the battle for the lead here. Hybrid Tune, 37 seconds clear now of Brian Trott. Sam Weller's efforts continue to pay dividends. Only 0.2 of a second quicker that time, Sam Weller, but as long as it's a net gain, or indeed just not too much of a loss, Hybrid Tune aren't going to worry about it at this point in time.
Yeah, they just need to just focus forward now. That's the thing. It's easy to check your mirrors and worry about the car that's coming behind you, but I suppose if they're not too close to challenge them directly, then it's not that much of an issue. But you will always be wary checking your mirrors behind you to see who is on their way to you. But still, we have to keep our eyes peeled for that gap changing, but it's now 37.0 seconds after that previous lap. So as they get back towards you, Adam, I suppose at this sort of gap, though, it's hard to tell if there's a physical difference, really, isn't there?
Physical difference in
I mean, sorry, a visual difference between the cars in terms of the gap. Although the leader's got a shed load of traffic now. He's got, let me just count them. This is hitting my head.
That's over a dozen, surely.
11 cars. 11 cars in front of him.
A dozen including it, then. But yes, that's going to be...
I'll give you that.
That's going to be, well, probably 2 or 3 laps at a bare minimum, realistically, that's going to hinder. At 9 minutes of racing, where Adam is... Oh, it's Adam. I'm Adam. He's Sam Weller. I'm Adam Weller. Let's just establish who's who here.
Oh, he's having an identity crisis at 23 hours in.
I know. No, so Sam's going to have 2 or 3 laps, about 9 minutes of racing, hindered here by traffic, I think.
I'm just going to cut in because I have a driver with me, one of the drivers from 309, and it's Stuart Monument, and we've spoken about the Great Ormond Street car at great length over the last 23 hours or thereabouts. And Stuart...
Into the final hour of racing, and it looks like we're in for a big finish, so why not check in with the head honcho himself. Rob, this is your first event as the owner of the C1 franchise. The sun's shining at Silverstone. It doesn't get much better than this, does it?
No, literally doesn't get much better at all. You know, yeah, as you say, I've recently, quite recently purchased the business, the whole shooting match. I've never organised a race in my life, and the first one was a 24-hour, so big baptism of fire, get straight in at the deep end.
The obvious question is, what on earth would possess you to buy the class?
So, simple thing, I've been doing it for 4 years. I was on the first grid, the first ever C1 grid. I was on pole position at the first ever race. And I loved it ever since, and I'm super passionate about it. And I've been involved in the background all the time, so I got to know the organisers very quickly. And I kind of said to them, look, your regs are a bit open, I can pick a load of holes in it rather than cheat, and I'm just going to help, can I help you? And they were really good, so we got a really good relationship. And then it came up for sale, and I thought, you know what, let's just change, career change and get involved.
So, and it's not just a case of somebody coming in with money and buying it. Am I correct in thinking that you won this event last year with that massive grid?
No, unfortunately not.
Sorry.
But we were leading, and we did have a 2-lap lead until 2 a.m. in the morning, and we rolled. So, cheers for bringing that up.
Sorry, mate.
But no, we won Rockingham 2018. We were leading 2017 until 23 and a half hours, and we had a dry shaft break. So we understand the highs and lows of a 24-hour race. We've had the big disappointments, we've had the big highs. And that's what I wanted to do. I'm so passionate about it, and I love the club. And it's just, you look at the smiles on everyone's faces, the fun people have had here for no money. You go in 24-hour racing for, each driver's just paying, less than £3,000. for a seat in a 24-hour race car at Silverstone GP.
That's one of the things that struck me today. We've been going up and down the pit lane, speaking to people who've had great days. I mean, looks like this race is going to go right down to the wire, but also people who've spent a little bit more time in the garage than they'd like, some people who haven't completed the race, but everybody's had a smile on their face, whether they've been drivers, whether they've been volunteers here, whether they've been mechanics. Everyone's having a great time, and no matter what you're doing race-wise, if you're not having fun, then maybe you should be doing something else, and everyone here's having fun.
That's exactly it, and that you hit the nail on the head. It is fun. This is club racing. We pay to do this. You don't get anything. You get a trophy, but you can go and buy a trophy if you want. It's got to be fun, you know, and that's it. Everyone, the volunteers, they say everyone. It's a team thing. You can come along with your family or a big group of friends, and everyone gets involved. And the lovely thing is, their job is as important as your job as a driver. So it's not just where you go sprint racing, you just got to drive fast and get involved. No, everyone has to play their part, you know, and do it properly.
In terms of accessibility then, because this does seem like the kind of thing, you've mentioned some numbers there. I mean, you've still got to find the money, but it's a much smaller amount of money than you have to find in other kinds of racing. What sort of things are you doing to encourage people to maybe come here and race this great track or some of the other great tracks up and down the country in your C1 class?
Well, it's just accessible. You go on the website, c1racing.club, and you can buy the whole kit. So all you got to do is you go and buy a shopping car, a little C1 shopping car, buy the kit, bolt it in. It's a very simple kit. The cars are easy to build. We don't have to do anything because the business, the whole thing is so simple. It's so cheap. If you want to go endurance racing, it's the cheapest way to go endurance racing. It's super accessible.
Well, let's talk about the race itself now then, because we are over 23 hours into a race and there's something around 30 seconds between the top two teams. Tiny margins on a world-class track in your debut race. You must be delighted with how it's gone.
We're absolutely over the moon. You know, all the races that I've done, it's great if you've got a race to the end. You know, our Rockingham win, we were like a lap from the end, we were racing. These boys, you know, they are racing up to the finish, and it's been 24 hours. 10, 12 pit stops they've had to get perfect. The clear thing at the front is these boys have done that perfectly. Their teams have done their job perfectly. Yes, the drivers are absolute mustard and they're doing their job perfectly, but the pit crews in these two teams have just proven that if you read the rules, do as you're told, like do as the rules say, you don't get penalties, you can't afford to get penalties. These boys have just nailed it. Be quick in the pits and just do it correctly.
Well, you seem to have come in, you're the right age, you're obviously hungry. What kind of plans have you got for the future? Do you want to see people just continue to enjoy C1 racing? Are you happy with the size of it? Are we going to see more rounds? Where is this classification going to go?
As far as, it's not broken. Yeah. It doesn't need fixing. You know, obviously the grid is not as big as it was in 2019. There's a worldwide pandemic, and you know what? A 58-car grid in today, you know, where we are in the world today, I think is brilliant. But as far as longevity, it doesn't need fixing. Look at it. It's just, it works. The business model's done. You know?
Well, people enjoying their racing. Fingers crossed, next time we have one of these conversations here at Silverstone or somebody else, it'll be without face masks. We'll actually see the smiles on people's faces, but you're doing a great job, and thanks for having a chat.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Doctor.
If you're used to slick tyres, racing suspension, and you know the works of a modern race car, it's a totally different driving experience. And actually, I've seen a lot of drivers especially in the Rockingham days and the early days, there were quite a few drivers from classic saloon car racing of various different forms, and a lot of them seem to gel with the cars quite well. You know, there is almost a kind of throwback feel to these cars at the wheel. Timing screen has once again decided.
I was just going to say,
panic,
I was quiet there because I was trying to sort mine out because it had a moment of not updating. I just realised because the timer on one was a bit less than the other. Sometimes it does have a little freeze.
Yes.
So I was just getting that done.
I'm glad I'm not alone.
We're into the last 45 minutes now. And
we are indeed. 40.2 seconds between Weller and Trott. It's nudging up, isn't it?
It is indeed, mate. Really is. 10.6 seconds between the 375 and the 488 now, so that gap has opened up as well. That is, by the look of it, the smallest gap on the track.
It certainly looks to be the case.
The rest of them are over sort of 30 seconds, 50 seconds, and then into the minutes and then laps there.
Yes, indeed. Just trying to identify a couple of the cars that I'm watching on the timing screen out there on circuit. It's often difficult to keep tabs of where they all are at one time, as we well know. I will just endeavour to discover where the Weenus car and the Emax car are in that battle for 14th. 0.4 of a second between them. I feel like I've said that quite a lot in the last hour or so. They seem to have developed a buddy system, and then they're adhering to it in quite stellar fashion.
Yeah.
So I'm going to look out for the Weenus car. It is quite distinctive with its red and white livery. I almost said attire, but that would be the wrong sport. Let's see where the 463 is.
It's just coming out the final corner now, I think.
Okay, so
I think I can see it here.
The moment I thought, oh, it's probably coming out of the first corner, it was probably right behind my head going down the Wellington Straight. Very smart.
No, it's just coming past here now. The Weenus car, yeah?
Yes.
463, yep, just crossing the line. Ready? Now.
There.
Lovely stuff.
And gained 0.8 of a second over 308 there. So the gap out to a gaping chasm of 1.2 seconds. The Emax Motorsport 308 car being driven by Alistair May at the moment, and that's going to matter to them because they've been fighting for that specific position with that specific car for a very, very long time.
Oh yeah, it's been a very high-speed game of tennis, that has to be fair.
Yes, very good way of putting it.
Now we're not really doing shout-outs in the chat, but shout out to Zeddy McDog who's watching from Canada. In this race, just been having a quick chat in the YouTube chat there with Zeddy, and LG Potter has said, have you tried excessive caffeine consumption? And I have, and that's the very reason I had a bit of a moment earlier where I was very dehydrated all of a sudden and had to guzzle a lot of water, but we're back on full form now for the final 41 minutes of this race. We've been here since, when did we arrive yesterday? 8 AM yesterday morning. Adam's had about 2 hours sleep on the floor of the media centre.
That prickly carpet was lovely.
Oh, I bet it was. I've had about 7 hours in the back of my BMW, and Alan's had quite a lot more in his wonderful motorhome.
Yeah, but I'm a bit older than you.
and he had some fools sending him early morning texts.
Yeah, some over enthusiastic.
Yes, we're going to speak to you about that, Adam.
Sorry.
Oh, I love it. I love the enthusiasm, Adam. To be fair, you've been the trooper. I found the car with the wing mirror hanging off. It is the 522 still, and it does not look like there's any glass in it. There you go.
There you go. So that's the second half of the mystery to the missing or the broken glass on the outside of Aintree. That's that one solved. Pleasingly wrapping up our storylines as we go into the final 40 minutes of the race now. So the 483 car also just coming up with the 332, and I think the 332, one of the cars that certainly on turn-in has consistently looked hectic here at Maggots Beckett's, and I was a little bit worried for the 483 going all the way around the outside, but that is Joe Wiggin at the wheel. The driver that started the car is finishing in the car as well, and Joe has proven time and time again that he's certainly figured out the pedalling in that car.
Oh, definitely. We've had a suggestion to stop the tyre screeching because that's all everybody can hear on the stream. But apparently, spraying WD-40 on the tyres might turn the noise down.
It would do a lot of other things besides that. Yes.
Yeah, and LG Potter believing that would add spice.
Yes.
to the racing, which it would, but I don't think it would be ideal for lap time, to be honest with you. But yes, I keep my eye out again. The other hybrid car has just gone through, the hybrid tune machine, just crossing the line now. We've got the multicoloured 450 Amigo Motorsport car just going through as well, and then a train of 4 following them very quickly indeed. That's the Wieners car, the 521, the 308, and then the 467. Not seen too much of the 467, that's the CAT driver training machine. And they've not had really the most prominent race in that's been in our faces, but they've done all right so far. 22nd place, 19 laps off the lead. Still a really good effort, that, to be fair. I'd say anywhere after 30th place, the team has had some sort of issue at some point, haven't they? At least, you know, there's teams within the top 30 that have as well, but some of the others have had bigger issues, let's say.
Yes, yeah, definitely. There are certainly levels to the issues that the teams have, and I think a lot of them in that top 30 have had to rip the front off the car at some point, be it to get to something else or to change the engine. I know that there have been the odd gearbox change here or there as well. That's no mean feat. In some cases, seemingly longer than the engine change as well. We've got rubbing between two cars just coming into my line of sight. That's the 504 and the 367 getting into each other. The BH Motorsport 504 car wasn't willing to give the 367 any real estate there, and that's particularly naughty given BH Motorsport's in 17th and Prep Tech are in 5th place. So if there were blue flags being put out to the drivers, I feel like that would be flagged, ironically, as an ignoring blue flag situation, but that won't come up. But certainly, I'm not sure whom would be considered at fault there, the driver trying to get around the outside, or the driver saying no, you're not going to do that. But certainly, I think both quite lucky to get away with that, because there was an amount of contact between the two of them, and thankfully both cars were pointing in the right direction at the end of it.
That's one of the charms of these cars, though. Like I said, tin top style, typical tin top style. You can get a little bit argy-bargy, get your elbows out, a little bit of door-to-door racing, and you can get away with it. You know, they can thoroughly just go out there and enjoy themselves, get the close action that you get in the sort of touring car paddocks all around the world, but you can get it without consequence. You know, you may fold a wing mirror and dent a door a little bit, but you're going to see a lot of that. Just over half an hour left to go now. I can't believe how quickly this time is going down, though, because when it got to about 6 hours left to go mark, I thought that hour from, I thought, TH not F, Chaz. When we got to the 6 hour mark, that hour to about 5 hours left was a very slow one for me. I'm not sure why, but that one just seemed to last a long time. And suddenly, we're in the last hour, nearly the last half hour.
Absolutely, and so we're into the real estate now of some of the races that we actually had yesterday for the Caterhams and Sports Prototypes, in terms of how long we've actually got left to go here.
Wieners and Emax have just parted ways, I'm afraid.
Oh no.
The Emax car was right on the back of the Wieners car coming around Luffield, almost contact, I'd argue, but the Wieners car has actually pulled in for a pit stop.
Okay, so they owed us a stop. I wasn't aware of that. They've been together for some time, but unfortunately, looks like that is coming to a close now.
That's a real shame, that, when battles end because of that, but at the end of the day, they need doing.
Absolutely, I imagine that might be a matter of either fuel or maximum drive time enforcing a stop there. They're not going to make any stops they don't absolutely need to make at this late stage of the race. Gap coming down for the first time in a while between the top two. Sam Weller, the 397 hybrid tune car, now just 39.2 seconds clear, dropping over a second on that lap to Brian Trott, and I would suggest that's probably something to do with traffic. And actually, just looking at where the 397 was on the previous lap, yes, it will have been something to do with traffic. And the 504 and the 367 car, yes, the two that were exchanging paint about 2 laps ago, was the traffic in question. So I don't blame Sam Weller for a little bit of hesitancy, perhaps, after watching that happen in front of his windscreen.
You've got to love it, though, because having traffic as entertaining as that. Sometimes
Yes.
you feel like you don't want to overtake it.
Yes, well, they do call it the best seat in the house for a reason, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They definitely do. You've got all the fun in the world of watching two cars battle it out at their very best capability. Speaking of at their best capability, hybrid tune 397 just about to cross the line now. There you go. And their last lap time was a 3:03.1, so he's slightly off the pace on that previous lap compared to normal, but at the end of the day, he can let the odd tenth or the odd second here slide with half an hour left, but it depends if anything else comes their way. You'd expect them to want to push a bit harder and keep that buffer.
Yes, indeed. Another pit stop changing things late in the day. Argrave in for Crunchy Gears Motorsport 332. That's Neil Argrave pitting. That's put Roll Centre up to 19th place. So Ian Stinton now up to P19. And also the Performance Preparation 375 car will be bumped up a place in that one as well. Dean Carpenter moving up to P20. Now, I don't know if the 375 owes us a pit stop or not, but we know the 488 doesn't, because Stinton only took the car with under an hour and a half to go. So that is good to go till the end of the race. So unfortunately for Crunchy Gears, their strategy is likely to lose them a couple of positions there in the late going. And that is one of those things, if you plan long term to have a late race stop, there's not much you can do to rectify that if you end up in this position in the final hour, is there, really?
No, that's it. Like I said about qualifying the other day, you want to have it so that if you are going to do your best time, you want to do it really late in the session so people do not have a chance to respond. So it's just always the case that if you set a time early on, everybody's got the rest of the session to try and beat you to that time. But it's easy for me to sit here and say that. Yes. I think is the best way of putting it.
Now I'm interested in the last lap from Sam Weller, a 3:03.130 across the line, and to my knowledge of where he is on track, and I can see him just with me effectively now, heading through Aintree. He didn't have any traffic on that last lap, and it was a 3:03.130. He was losing time to Brian Trott even with no traffic. And so while 38.5 seconds in 31 minutes is an ask, to say the very least, for Brian Trott, it's interesting that it seems as if the pace may be slipping away from the hybrid tune car, traffic or no.
Got a final stop from one of my favourites as far as spirit of the event goes.
Is it yellow?
No, it's not. Oh. It's the Burton powered car, the 337 car. Just a driver change being completed on that car. No fuel going in, so just doing up the straps on the car now. So just a quick stop, this one.
So yes, the 337 car. They've had a fair bit of racing in the last few days. Like I said, they did a 6-hour at Cadwell Park last weekend. I believe they have a 4-hour go-kart race either this coming weekend or the one after. they do put some mileage on their machinery.
Just having the belts tightened up inside the car at the moment, and final stints about to be started just for the final glory half hour.
So we have 30 minutes of the race left to go. That is the final half hour of the race is underway now.
Pushback and 337 down pit lane, about to rejoin. I wonder if the live stream is showing some of these indications on the pit boards, or if they're being pixelated out.
Yes, steer the camera away, don't show the children.
Yes, avert your lens.
Yes. Excellent. Sam Weller, last time by, a 3:01.7 is the quickest lap we've seen from him in a couple, and it was a little quicker than Brian Trott. So I think Sam may be controlling this one. I don't think it's a matter of him actively losing pace hand over fist and having to fight aging tyres or anything of that nature. I think there is an element of preservation and certainly not relaxation, but not overpressuring oneself to push hard in the last half hour here.
Yeah, that's one thing they need to be careful of. You know, if they're going to be pushing towards the end of the race, they don't want to push the car beyond its current state and wear it out even quicker. But at the same time, now is not the time to say, oh, it's all right, we've only got umpteen hours left to repair it. You've really not. So this is the crunch time and the most vital bit. And to be honest, it's part of the fickle nature of 24-hour racing and any endurance racing. You know, the closer it gets to the end, the more chance that there is that somebody's race is going to take a very sudden turn. Not to sound negative about it, but, you know, being realistic, it can happen, and we see it. And it's one thing we both love and hate about motorsport, depending on which side of the race you're on. You know, if you're a spectator or a fan, or even as a commentator or broadcaster, you know, it's exciting for us because it's drama. But if it's your team that's had an engine failure or something with 20 minutes to go, then it's absolute heartbreak, and we of course do sympathise with that. But you never know when it can happen and how it will happen. So 397 crossing the line now, Adam. They're starting their 422nd lap.
There we go. That was my guess, wasn't it? Yes, it was.
I think you said 4.2.
I said 4.22 and you went 4.23.
Yeah, because Alan was. We suggested that Alan should go 4.24, but he's remaining neutral.
But unfortunately, further issues for a team that I think you're on record as having as one of your favourites.
Oh no, don't say Tivoli.
No. The endurance car.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, slowing down through maggots, and I think maybe getting back up to speed now on the Hanger Straight. I think it might have been another moment of just having to catch the car and slow it way down to make sure it didn't end up in the barriers. But another moment for the red 369 entry.
Booking some dry cleaning in advance, I imagine.
Yes.
I was just going to ask where the Cockwombles were, and they've just come past me down the straight here in the Royal Mail themed car. So. Yes. Still on form to get the mail delivered on time, albeit 20 laps down at the moment, just outside of the top 20, but still a fantastic effort by those guys as well. And you know, I say fantastic effort by these teams, but everybody has put in a fantastic effort. You know, they're thoroughly in the spirit of this event and still putting in the best performances they can, and everybody has done such a sterling job. But in terms of race results, obviously we do have to give you the teams that have been doing so well. Let me just have a quick look at something. I'm just checking a time between a gap, but it seems to have gone. No, it's not actually. JDC and Trimite, 1.3 seconds between them, 31st and 32nd.
Ah, interesting. So fringes of the top 30, and I think with every grouping of 10, there's a desperation to be in there. If you're in 41st, you want to be in 40th, and carry on working from there on that one.
Like I said, if you're 21st, that's top 30. That's not. It's a whole different group of bragging rights, isn't it?
Yes.
If you finish in 20th, that is top 20. You know, it's like an extra tier into that.
Yes. I've never seen someone brag at a top 11 single on the singles chart.
Exactly. Exactly. That's it. We are waiting then for the 490 and the 414, the JDC Motorsport machine. The 490 is one of the black with yellow striped cars, just coming past me now. And then the 414 Trimite machine going with them. They are both looking rather battered at this point, especially on the left-hand side. The 490 specifically, lots of tape and bits fluttering in the wind on that one. The Trimite car, because it's white and red and got this lovely stripe down it, you can see how distorted the shape of said stripe is.
Yes, dueling wounded, I dare suggest.
Yeah.
And a second slower on that lap for the Trimite car, the 414. It has been in its a fair share of strife over the evening, and even before we went off mic yesterday. In the first few hours of the race, there were a few moments, and that really has continued. It's been a race of dodging bullets, and unfortunately, some of them did just graze the skin of that particular C1, but it has made it to the end. but I think 31st place might be a step too far unless Byrne can wind it up for the last 24 minutes.
I think JDC might have been the one that made that move recently, you know.
Yes, because JDC, well, the 490 wasn't the quicker of the two JDC cars, but yes, I think it is slightly out of place.
Yeah.
On pace, it should be further ahead. Of course, the actual, as an actual matter of fact, the 511 car that, of course, was in the top 10 until earlier this morning is back into the top 30. The JDC Motorsport Car Care Centre 511 car that, of course, had its clutch go, and they had a very, very quick turnaround on that. It's now being driven by Nicholas Halstead, and he's got that thing back up to 28th place, which probably isn't where they envisioned they would be when they woke up this morning, but given the hurdles they had to jump, I think getting back into that position isn't to be sniffed at.
No, definitely not. It's a really good turnaround. Very, very good turnaround indeed. Kurt Rogers Day has actually just asked about Bad Obsession Motorsport racing in this, which is one of the teams that I've seen racing in this category a lot, and unfortunately they are not. I believe there may be one or two of their team helping other teams here this weekend. I'm not sure how correct that is, but I'm pretty sure I've heard mentions of that. But yeah, unfortunately they are not here racing this weekend. But they are the team that actually livery up their cars in all of the sort of classic Citroen rally car liveries, aren't they? Like the Galois Exaras and the old red and white and yellow sort of gradient colours of the Sebastian Loeb times.
Yeah. No, it's always good to see a retro homage. And we do see that here and there in these categories, in the C1s and in a few other classes as well. Of course, we've got the almost mandatory golf tribute out there, among others. And
you know what, I let it slide in this case, but I really dislike when people put golf liveries on cars where it wasn't originally on them. That's one livery I get really nutty about. And yeah, you see it all, again, sim racing, you see it, everybody puts a golf livery on everything, and often not even in the right shades of blue and orange. But yeah, it certainly looks good on this car, I'll give it that. I'll give them that. It looks very nice. It's the 332 car, isn't it, that?
Yes.
The Crunchy Gears Motorsport car.
I've realised the origin of my budgie, by the way. It isn't actually my seat, because I'm not on my seat right now. It's the window. One of the windows only has one handle to close it, rather than the two it was designed to have. And I think that is the issue.
It's squeaking in the wind.
Yes, it's squeaking in the wind, so I'm fiddling with it now to try and stop it, but I'm not sure I'm going to succeed.
I was going to say, by the sounds of it, if it was the seat, then you were spinning around a lot. But I imagine you're spinning around a lot anyway, looking at, obviously...
Well, I'm not using it. It's just wedged into the corner at the moment. But,
as am I in this commentary box, just to make sure I can sit down and still see out the window.
Just to save me looking it up while I'm on the move, could you just confirm to me garage numbers for 397, 394 and 312?
397.
So I can plan my finale.
397 is 4A. And I've just lost the podium from my timing screen right as you asked that, which is great. So yeah, 394 is in 8A. 312 is in 10C.
Thank you.
A bit of a spread there, unfortunately. It would be
Unfortunately,
nice if they were neighbours.
so. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we're just about to hit the last 20 minutes of the race now, everybody, and the sun is starting to go down here at Silverstone. It is 27 minutes past 5 p.m. local time. The race should finish at about 10 to 6, maybe a few minutes after that, dependent on when the leader crosses the line once we've hit the 24 hours. But it's certainly been wonderful conditions for these drivers today. A very sunny day, a gorgeous bank holiday weekend, which is not often what we get in the UK. And the conditions looking wonderful with the shadows now that are going to get ever bigger down the straight. But to be fair, I think it's lifted the spirits even further than they normally are, to be fair, Adam, because if it was raining and miserable, I don't think everybody would have been so bright-eyed and bushy-tailed coming out this morning.
Yes, well, absolutely. I think all of us were starting to doubt the weather forecast at about 10 o'clock this morning when the fog lifted, but the purveying theme of fog somehow remained. It was still extremely cloudy. It still didn't look particularly nice out there, and it was bitterly cold. And what a turnaround it's been across the afternoon. We're now into a lovely British summer's day. Make the most of them. They don't seem to be in a particularly ready supply this year by the looks of it. And what better way to spend such a day than being at the wheel of a race car, or indeed being a part of a race team there in the paddock, or of course being back at a racetrack for what, the third weekend that it's even a possibility, the second weekend that it's a possibility. So you know, this is brand new almost as a feeling, and we've had a long old off season to wait, and thankfully we are back into racing conditions, and something close to normality for our club racing events here in the United Kingdom. We can only hope that momentum continues to push us for the rest of the year, because itchy feet certainly for me in 2020, and for a good number of teams, spectators as well, and we can only hope 2021 we get that full season that we so desperately crave. We are looking at the gap still, of course, between the top two. It's been equidistant, hasn't it? We knew coming into this last 40 minutes, we had a feeling it would be Brian Trott at the wheel of the 394, and we had a feeling it would be Sam Weller at the wheel of the 397. We also knew from earlier on that they were relatively similar when it came to pace across a stint, and so it has proven to be, and that has shown itself once again, as we are now on lap 425. It does kind of snake up and down lap on lap, but not by enough to make it really look like we're going to have a closing in scenario. We do have two cars off, just coming out of Abbey and into Farm, two of them on the tarmac on the inside of Farm. Just trying to see it from here. One of them is
one's red and white.
Yes, one of the red and white cars, and the other is, I want to say, the 4. I'm not going to guess until I can see the side of it. Here it comes now. It's the 5. It's still too far away from my eyes. I think my eyesight is getting worse.
What colour was it?
It's the black and orange machine. It's just coming towards me now. It is back on track. It's the 5-3-1 car, so I should have gone with my own gut, actually. The Dsc Motorsport car that has been in the wars. As for the car that is now stopped on the outside of Village,
is that potentially it's either the 432 or the 342?
452 is into pit lane, and quite rattly.
Oh no, the PT Motorsport car.
But bodywork rattly rather than engine rattly.
Well, that's good, because I think they're on engine number 3 of the day.
Yeah. So it's bodywork rattly, not Vauxhall Corsa C timing chain rattly.
It has turned right and has stopped at the exit end of pit lane. So just a quick stop, I think, for just making sure that rattle can be rectified.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can just see it from here. I can just make it out now, because there's a bit of a shadow from the gantry over there as the sun starts to go down slightly.
So it's the 432 car that we've lost over here, and that is quite a way down the order.
531 into pit lane as well.
Yeah, that was the
car that was involved.
Yeah, the other car. Maybe a bit of contact. Any damage that you can see, Alan?
I couldn't see anything, but I'm on the right side of the car, the front of the car and the rear of the car, so I couldn't see anything to the eye. Certainly it sounded better than the preceding car into pit lane, but I can walk up there. It's just into the second half of the pit lane, so I can identify perhaps what they're doing to the car.
And so Ian Mitchell in the Rab Sport Racing 432 has unfortunately been pushed, I believe, behind the barriers now.
No.
With 15 minutes left to go. No recovery in that time, unfortunately.
Oh, that's such a shame to have your race end that late on in the day.
Yes, it's quite the hammer blow, isn't it? It's very unfortunate. They were quite spaced out when well, one car came into view. It was the 432, and then the 531 followed quite a few seconds after. So whether or not that was an incident perhaps at Abbey that I then saw the remnants of coming up through Farm, I'm not certain, but certainly didn't look like two cars that had just been involved with each other. There wasn't anything obviously wrong with the 531 when I saw it either.
Well, the attention is taking place on the front left-hand side of the car, and the car is jacked up on the left-hand side. Bit of bodywork damage being tended to with some tank tape for the final 15 minutes, and a wheel change being effected as well on the left front of the car. So plenty of black gaffer tape left front. Wheel being done up as well. So hopefully this car can be sent on its way quite soon.
Yes, hopefully they can. Well, certainly the pace the car went back to pit lane, even if there are a couple of little background issues that they would like to attend to, it could certainly take the flag in its present condition. It was able to match more or less racing speeds, so certainly they should be able to take the flag in that car. Yeah, it definitely got back to the pit lane at decent speed. It was maybe just a bit of a check over just to see what some of the damage was like and whether anything needed repairing. We have what number is this coming in? The 490 car. The second Amigo car. No, that's the 450, that car. Yes. This is the black and yellow 490 machine from 31st place. Okay, so that's another visit to the pits for JDC Motorsport. That was the car that was fighting with the Trimite car earlier that is now in 30th position. Yes.
Cable ties required as well on the 531 car, so not just gaffer tape, but cable ties.
Oh, an engineering dream. The cable
isn't it just?
Oh,
yeah.
Lovely thing.
And 490 very slowly comes to a stop now at the exit end of pit lane.
Of course, we talked about Trimite maybe not quite being able to get into that top 30. And, well, the incidents in the last 5 minutes have put them right in there. Yeah. So there you go. Words eaten, and gladly so for the Trimite boys. That's good for them to be back up there.
The lead gap, by the way, has got bigger again. 42.3 seconds now from Hybrid Tune to AB Motorsport. What a brilliant turnaround this has been at the end of the race for Hybrid Tune.
Yes, absolutely. They've always been in the hunt, and certainly there were points where it looked like maybe in the early going they didn't have the same raw pace as a couple of the others, but across the race distance, I don't think any car has been as consistently towards the front and as consistently there on pace as well as just in position. It's not as if we've had a bunch of front runners drop out. This is one of the cars that look like a hot favourite for a majority of the race, and so one could certainly not argue just how deserved this performance is. The car is very well turned out. Both cars are very well turned out, and they've clearly put a lot into getting ready for this race, and 10 minutes between them, and reaping some of the rewards. 312 car just ahead of one of the Hybrid Tune entries. The 312, of course, is the car in third place. Matt Maxted at the wire of the Fake Shake and Bake entry. So Fake Shake and Bake in third place. That's currently set to take the third spot on the rostrum, and is fairly comfortable in doing so, it must be said, with a 3-lap gap back to Team Crossacre in fourth position. It is the 397 just behind them, so first and third place have found each other out on circuit, which I'm not sure if they're quite unbusy enough to start waving at each other, but it'll make a nice photo across the line.
It would indeed. Certainly would, and I'm sure the two of the JDC Motorsport cars were, I think it was them actually. No, sorry, it was the Emax Motorsport cars, wasn't it, that were in flying formation earlier on?
Yes, they've been in flying formation at the end of one of the races before, actually, I think. The Emax boys. I seem to remember that.
Hopefully, if Jacob Ebery is knocking about, he can get some lovely pictures for them. I'm sure they'd appreciate that, because let's face it, it's all for the gram. But the race is well into the last 10 minutes now. Less than 9.5 minutes, in fact, left to go. And I'm almost sad that it's nearly over.
Yes, there is a purveying sense of, are we sure we can't just keep it going?
Yeah.
So Hybrid Tune leading the way with 10 minutes to go. AB, as we know, they're in second place.
5:04 into pit lane.
Oh, 5:04 is actually quite a critical car. 17th place, that's in the top 20 and only a lap clear of the 2 cars ahead. So that is could potentially have implications for the likes of On the Edge Motorsports, Roll Centre, Performance Preparation and CAT Driver Training, all of whom should be able to circulate enough times to leapfrog if that car can't get back out there. Let's hope it's just a precautionary measure or something to that nature, rather than a late stage problem. That was always terrible to see issues befalling drivers and cars this late on. 44 seconds between our top 2 then. A majority of the top 10 looking fairly secure. The Fake Shake and Bake guys, as we say, they're third place. Team Crossacre fourth, Prep Tech fifth. And the first of the progressive cars rounding out the top half dozen as it stands. With just a few minutes left to run here. Still cars going too wide at points through Maggots and Beckett's, so
no shortage of commitment.
Don't think that 24 hours hath changed any of these drivers. It's still very much, I dare you. Oh, okay, then let's do it. And too wide they go. Wiener's car comes past my position. Of course, they've made up some places. They were on the fringes of the top 20, maybe at lunchtime. And slowly but surely, they've just stuck it out, while others have struggled. And into the top 15 they are at the moment, so the 463 with James Cannings at the wheel.
What I want to do, which is something that we've not done much of over the entire race, is actually look at how people in the top 10 have progressed from their starting positions. So Hybrid Tune, who lead the race, started in 8th place. The AB Motorsport car started second and is currently second. Fake Shake and Bake with Team Gas Shocks were on pole position and are still there. Team Crossacre were 5th. Prep Tech UK with CEX were actually 16th, and they're up to 5th now, which is a really good drive. Progressive Motorsport in the 521 started in the top 10 as well. They were 10th. Hills Motorsport, which is the 538 car, I think they started a bit further back, did they not? In the 538, where on earth were they? I can't even see them. 28th on the grid.
Wow, okay.
And they're up to 7th. Sorry, not 7th. Yeah, Hills Motorsport. Yeah, 538 up to 7th. That's an epic effort, that is. Auto Farm Limited 522. They started 17th, so a good drive from them as well. The other Hybrid Tune car 388 actually started 3rd on the grid, and Silver Lake Racing currently in 10th. That's the number 458 car. They were 23rd.
Yes.
So Hills Motorsport, biggest mover to get into the top 10, from 28th up to 7th, so 21 spots gained. And we know that, you know, it's a long race. You are going to have these epic drives from the beginning, but to get into such an important spot in the top 10 is what makes that all the better.
Yeah, that team in particular, Hills Motorsport, I think even when I was taking my brief respite during the night, every time I'd roll over and habitually check TSL because I can't help myself, it would be, you know, metronomic in terms of lap time, and you know, just consistently the same kind of stint lengths, fairly even spread in terms of lap time among the drivers, all the points of a recipe you need to, you know, run a good solid 24-hour race and make up places, and they've played that to perfection, and really 7th place is definitely just reward for the efforts they've put in there.
And they've had a pit stop more than 4 of the cars ahead of them.
Yes, yeah.
So incredible, really incredible pace by Hills Motorsport. Like you say, metronomic is the best way to describe that. It's just absolutely ticking the talk, as you said earlier on.
Yes,
in the,
I forgot that
race.
I'd said that at one point.
Indeed.
Yes, my tongue has escaped me a few times over the duration of the race. It goes into business for itself occasionally.
It's all been in good fun.
We do have one car slowing just on the approach to Village at the moment, indicating indicating off to the right, and that is one of the many black, yellow and red cars. It's the car that you managed to get off your colouring list last.
JW Bird.
Yes, indeed, one of their cars just coming towards us now. And let me just get the positive ID on the number as it comes past. It is the
347.
Yes, that is the 347 car, and unfortunately it's not even just running on the indicators, it's running on the emergencies and going very slowly at that, with just 4 minutes left to go as it comes down Wellington Straight.
Yeah,
Brooklands is the corner at the end of the straight.
I just saw it there on the CCTV. It's really creeping along. I'm wondering whether it'll get back. Did it seem like it was still able to accelerate at all?
Nothing particularly impressive if it was, because to the naked eye the answer is I'm not sure.
I'll see whether it makes it into Brooklands, because the 2 cars that overtook it past you have gone around it. Yeah.
Well, if the driver is conscious at the time. Oh, is it in now, did you say?
He's into Brooklands now.
So
okay,
he's
in my
Brooklands.
view. He's going around Luffield.
Okay, so hopefully, maybe if the driver is conscious at the time, they'll just limp round for one more lap to see the flag.
He's over to the left at Luffield, but then cutting across to the right, and he is coming into the pits. Oh, no, he's not. No, he's come over to the right, but he's not actually coming to the pits.
Okay, so it is a matter of limp it home.
Yeah. Fair play to them, though. I'm just going to see if it's putting any oil or anything down, though, because that's the next concern. Is there anything coming out the back of it? I can't see any trails along the ground or anything, so seems okay. But it's doing a measly speed down the straight here.
Meanwhile, BH Motorsport, whom Alan called as being in the pits a few minutes ago, they're back out there. Cat driver training, car 467, is now in the pits, and that's put them. Well, they're in 21st, and if they don't get out there quite quickly, they might be in danger of dropping to the Wombles and the Crunchy Gears 332 of Neil Argrave as well.
Well, the Cock Wombles car's just gone past right now as well, just literally gone across the line. So they are going to have completed the same lap and will now be out ahead. The next car, the Crunchy Gears car, which is the Gulf coloured machine, I can't see it at the moment. Alan, you there?
Inevitable movement of teams over towards the pit wall now. So if you look down, it's just like a glorious long highlighter pen right the way down, because everybody wearing the high-vis jackets over on pit wall.
There is an absolute plethora of them. It's brilliant. Really is. And I must say as well, thank you to Roll Centre, who allowed Adam and I to just borrow a high-vis so we could do a nice little pit walk safely last night up and down, because you can't be in the pit lane without a high-vis really, just especially at night, just so the cars can see you. So they lent us 2 high-vis just so we could have a nice run up and down and see what was what, and get some lovely pictures which will be all over the gram and Twitter and so on.
So 46 seconds the gap between Weller and Trott, Hybrid Tune and AB Motorsport last time across the line. It is going to be the last lap of the race next time by. They are they're about to cross the line to start the final lap now, the 397, just heading toward Brooklands at the moment, so they will cross the line to begin the final lap as they flick into Brooklands and come back into your line of sight there, Chaz.
Yes, indeed. There will still be, there's 52 seconds left to go, so we will still have another lap out of this. They just crossed the line now, right behind the 332 and just ahead of the 312, who's currently in 3rd position. The team cheering them on along the pit wall. They've got the P1 board out there as well, very proud of that, which is brilliant. We have had some lovely comments as well, by the way, from everybody in the stream over the course of this race. Myself, Chaz Drake, Adam Weller and Alan Hyde all are very appreciative of your positive comments towards what we do. We've absolutely loved covering this event, and we of course will round up after the race anyway. We'll give our proper final words and everything, but just a very quick thank you to everyone watching that has enjoyed it.
Just want to flag one thing for the final lap. On the Edge Motorsports, BH Motorsport being the car that pitted, 2.1 seconds.
Hello.
Last time past, so they could yet have a bit of a moment on the final lap.
We've got the AB Motorsport car going across the line. Their team a little bit further down the wall, but they're still cheering them on, saying, come on, just one more circulation. The timer has hit 0, everybody, in the Silver Lake C1 Challenge 24-hour race here at Silverstone. And we've got Alan, I believe. No, he's gone. I thought we had him for a second there. But what a race this has been, though, Adam. And this team should be, well, they should be with you in just a moment, actually. We've got another car slowing, actually, sorry. The 452 PT Motorsport creeping round.
Okay, yeah, that's typical. A couple of the teams wheel the car out for the last few minutes to just to see the flag in some capacity. And so we will see a couple of them limp around. Of course, we heard that PT came in with a rather worse for wear car a few minutes ago, but good to see them take the flag with engine 3.0. Meanwhile, the leader of the race is coming toward Abbey for what will be the final time in this, the 2021 Silver Lake Citroen C1 24-hour race.
And the 397 pit board says Ace P1. That's what's being held close to the fencing at the moment, but will no doubt go out.
Awesome Absolutely. Stuff. So the fake shake and bake car just following them around through Aintree for the final time. The leading car just heading on to Wellington Straight now, and I can also just see the situation for P17 as well. The 361 has managed to, or hasn't, I don't think, no, not quite managed to get past the 504 on the final lap, so I think that's going to stay as it is. Leader with you, Chaz.
Yep, one more time then through Brooklands. It's the 397 hybrid tune full circle racing machine, which has put in an absolutely monster effort. And around the final corner they go at Luffield. Through to Woodcote with the 312 behind them. They will see the flag, and the winners of the 2021 Silver Lake C1 Challenge 24-hour race are hybrid tune full circle racing in the 397. What a performance. Epic stuff.
394 car just coming down Wellington Straight now. Second place finisher not far away, but massive congratulations to the hybrid tune guys.
It was awesome, absolutely awesome, and there's so many of them creeping across the line here as well.
Yes.
Doing minimal speeds as they come through. I can just see the 394 car as well. Shout out to the 312, the fake shake and bake with Team Gaz Shocks car. Third place for them. What a brilliant effort as well. They were always a front runner, unfortunately, through the night, just losing a lot of that time. But round Woodcote for the final time, past my commentary box comes the beautiful white and purple AB Motorsport machine. The 394 car finishes in second place. Hats off to them for another wonderful result to go with their roster.
Absolutely, 48 seconds off in the end, but an admirable performance from all of them. There at AB Motorsport, 394 car taking that second position. Team Crossacre, we can expect them across the line in just a moment. In fact, I think they'll just be coming past you in a moment. Actually, no, they're already they're only over at the Sir Hamilton Straight, actually, so they've got a little ways to go before they confirm their place. Prep Tech have crossed the line to take their 5th spot, and well, the festivities fully underway, and I think so many teams here just breathing that sigh of relief, kind of now all leaning on top of each other with a collective sigh of relief, and then a pat on the back to those who have done the best.
Years ago, got really close. We've won some sprint races, but this was the one we really wanted. So, just awesome to come together as a team. Loads of people involved, loads of effort, both cars. Yeah, couldn't be better in the sunshine.
Well, you've got a hat, sunglasses, and a mask on, so it's difficult to tell. You certainly sound full of energy, but you must be absolutely exhausted. That is some way to spend 24 hours.
Yeah, none of us really have slept. We've all done a lot of stints in the car, so it's pretty hot today. So yeah, adrenaline at the minute. I'll probably be asleep on the way home, but
hey, you deserve it. You deserve it. Look, 24 hours. There we go. Look at that. P1 for 397. 24 hours racing, but of course it is so much more than that. So many more people. Give us an idea of what it takes to actually win this race, not just turning up on the day and smashing it with your team.
I mean, there's a lot of thought about the car, obviously, and the way they run them, but there's also loads of thought about the strategy. When you do your fuel, when you do your driver changes, when you take your tyres, just trying to be as slick as possible. We have to practice pit stops, the refueling, every single little bit of it. You've got to cover every single little bit if you want to win.
However, there must be some celebrations tonight. What do you guys think you're going to do?
Well, I think probably what we'll do first of all is spend about an hour in scrutineering, having the car ripped to bits. Then after that, yeah, there'll be a bit of celebration. We've all got to drive home. We've all got to get out of Silverstone, so probably have a few when I get home.
Well, you've got a podium to get to. You're going to be on top of it. Huge congratulations. Enjoy the win.
All right, thanks ever so much. Cheers.
To one side at the just underneath the podium, and we will be able to hand out trophies, because there are plenty of trophies down here, that's for sure. There are 9 trophies in total. There is bubbly as well, and the 397 car comes to a stop underneath the podium, and I'm pretty sure that we'll be allowed up onto the podium to make this presentation. Either that or the presentation will be down here in Parc Fermé, but you can hear the applause of the teams in the background, and a little pat for the top of the car as a bottle of water is about to be enjoyed after the gloves come off, and congratulations are given to Sam Weller, who's now getting the appreciation of the rest of the team as well, and he's got a dark visor. I can't see his eyes, but I'm pretty sure they'll be smiling. He was indecently quick in that car, wasn't he? And then so now the team are able to congratulate, and you can feel the emotion after 24 hours of racing. He's out the car, the helmet will go into the car. There's a smile of a winner, Sam.
Yes, thankfully. The car made it. It was looking touch and go on the strategy with the AB Motorsport guys. Yeah, luckily they had to box and change their tyres, which meant we got out just in front of them, and I just managed the gap from there.
I mean, no 24-hour races without its moments. There were a couple, weren't there?
Yeah, the biggest one was on the restart on the safety car. I don't know, it was like 4 in the morning, something like that. And I was overtaking a back marker into Cops, and I got turned round.
Yeah, you had a little tap, didn't you?
I had a bit of a tap, and I had to do basically all the hard work again and catch the leaders up. So yeah, it's always going to be eventful.
You had super pace and fastest lap as well.
Yeah, in the night when the track temp was cold, the car just loved it. So yeah, that was a really good lap.
We're in the way, Sam. Your second place car is just edging forward underneath the podium. Wonderful moment. Go and enjoy it with the team.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you.
Here we go. Fantastic. Good to hear from Sam down here, just fresh out of the car, if you can be fresh out of a car after a 24-hour race. But you take the point. And he's just having a drink of water and posing for a few photographs as well. Lovely atmosphere, and I'm glad I was able to dive in and get a quick word with him.
Smashing stuff. Thank you very much, Alan. Honestly, you've been a real star in that pit lane again. Like you say, in your natural environment, mate, absolutely thriving there. And Adam, it's, I imagine, quite a bare circuit for you to look at right now from over at Beckett's.
Yes, the marshals packing down for the day after a very long day, and a big thanks to them, as always, for their efforts and their continued dedication, volunteering themselves to run these events, and I'm sure they'll be happy to see the service roads and sit down and rest after the natural frenetic nature of a 24-hour race. That's all I can see here. All the other cars, all the cars that have competed today, back to Parc Fermé already.
They are indeed, and the Burton Power car is the last one to come into the pit lane by the look of it, although there may be still a few more further round.
But just to confirm your top 10 then, Hybrid Tune 397 take the win, AB Motorsport 394 in second place, followed by 312 Fake Shake and Bake with Team Gas Shocks, 483 Team Crossacre in fourth with 367, PrepTech UK with CEX in fifth, then it's Progressive Motorsport 521, Hills Motorsport 538, 522 Autofile Limited, 388 Hybrid Tune Full Circle Racing, and the 458 Silver Lake Racing round 8 and 10.
Quick update, we won't be going up to the podium. The presentation will be taking place down here in front of the cars, so that's why it was quite important that we got the cars lined up correctly down here in Parc Fermé. I reckon I know the reason why we're not going up to the podium, because I can see a very big padlock on the gate that we need in order, or two padlocks on the gate that we need to access the rear of the podium. So that's absolutely fine, because we're down here in the sunshine, and we will be able to, hopefully, I don't know what the score is for the presentation, but certainly I'm standing by. There's quite a bit of post-race euphoria going on down here at the moment, as I'm sure you can well imagine, but hopefully we'll have a presentation for you in the next few moments.
Yes, indeed. It's always a wonderful place to be when a race weekend is finished and when everybody has done their job. You know, it's just everybody's a little bit relieved that it's over, but you know, the weather's great. It's a bank holiday weekend. Everyone can thoroughly enjoy themselves now and know that they can go back to wherever they're going and have a potentially relaxing evening, hopefully, despite a bit of a drive back. I've got a wonderful hotel booked, which I must say I'm looking forward to now. My heels are killing me, and I need a bit of a better night's sleep than I had last night.
You're not the only one, which is going up for the BARC meeting at Donington Park tomorrow. Some of the officials are making the trip. It's only about an hour away, isn't it?
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Not too bad, really.
Not too bad at all. So.
Are you anywhere tomorrow, Adam? Commentary wise?
No, nowhere tomorrow for me. Quite when I get home, I'm not entirely sure. It has just hit me this second, but I haven't booked my ticket home on the train, so I better do that.
What about you, Alan? Have you got any plans for tomorrow?
Yes, 10:40 tomorrow morning, my Vision Express annual eye test. So that's something to really get quite excited about.
Yeah, I didn't see that answer coming. That's one for the road for you, mate.
Well, I can have that one for free.
Yes, you can.
Thank you so much.
Unlike the eye test, I imagine.
How terribly kind. No, the eye test is free.
Oh, that's lovely.
Oh, and just while I remember, we heard from the 309 team, of course, regards the Just Giving page in aid of a great Ormond Street Hospital. I've put that link up on my Twitter at Adam Wellercoms if you want to find it directly.
Awesome.
Yeah, do donate to it. It's obviously an incredibly worthy cause. And if you did take in that interview earlier on this evening, that's definitely something to do, especially if you've enjoyed the stream, enjoyed being here this weekend in any capacity. Please do consider it, because Gosh is a truly great organisation.
It is. And I've had, in another way of thanks, I've had a message off my friend Craig Schill, who I'll give a quick shout out to out there. He said he's one of the marshals here today. He says great comms from you guys. Thanks to Adam and Alan as well from us marshals for keeping us updated on all of the action that we couldn't see. You're very, very welcome, Craig. We hope you've had a fantastic event as well. It's not going to become a shout-out radio station style, but yeah, it's just great to have all the marshals here and everybody doing such a fantastic job. And to be fair, Adam, the driving standards were pretty phenomenal, to be fair. We may have had a number of safety cars, but a lot of it was just because either a car broke down and couldn't move again, or someone had just had the odd spin.
Yes, absolutely. I think the feathers that have been ruffled are few and far between among the drivers in the paddock. It's great to see. I think, you know, any grid of this capacity, no matter what size of the vehicle, you're hard pressed to keep everyone apart. And by and large, we have had racing unaffected by any incident regarding driving standards, certainly. And that's exactly what you want to see. It's been a great weekend. It's been a clean weekend.
Yes.
And I think certainly the C1 paddock in unison once again. It felt like a bit of a return home. Not all of these teams do every round of the C1 series. Not many of them haven't been in the car since 2 years ago here at Silverstone, but it did very much feel like the band getting back together, or the circus on their first night, and it was so good to be around them all, and I'm just so glad that everyone had a clean and fun race out there. It looked excellent from our vantage point.
We are ready down here for our presentation after 24 hours of racing here at Silverstone. Hopefully you'll give all of the teams a nice big cheer when they come up to receive their awards from the CEO of Silver Lake, Alan Preble, who is standing by to make the presentation. Bubbly, trophies and caps are standing by. Reverse order onto our podium. Third place, car 312, Fake, Shake and Bake with Team Gas Shocks, Graham Coombs, Tommy Field and Matt Maxted. Up they come. Alan Preble standing by to make the presentation. 3 trophies, 3 caps, and they stand in front of Garage Zero. And the idea, that's it, gentlemen, on go the caps. And if you stand just in the middle, so we get a nice photograph of all of you. And Alan is standing by as well. They're asking for the mask to come off for our podium shot. And they all hold up their silverware for a very well-deserved third place for car 312. And they chink their trophies. Gentlemen, would you like to stand just to one side but stay on our virtual podium if you like, so we can have this socially distanced? Don't run away. You'll also get bottles of bubbly as well, because now we will welcome the second place car number 394, AB Motorsport, with Stuart Simmons, Brian Trott and Oliver Allwood. Well done. Congratulations. A nice big cheer for all 3 of them. And wearily they make their way over to Alan Preble, who is standing by with the spoils of victory, the caps and the silverware. On go the caps. And gentlemen, pose with your trophies. And that's it, smiles all around. So that's what they look like. There we go, unmasked they are in second place. Posing for the cameras, gentlemen, to one side if you please, just to one side when you've finished your photographs, to make way for our winners, and then we will have a wide-angled shot of all 3 of our crews on the podium, because now we welcome the victors of the 2021 Silver Lake C1 Challenge 24-hour race here at Silverstone. The winners, car 397, Hybrid Tune, Full Circle Racing, Stephen James, Sam Weller, David Meenan and Mark James. Well done to all 4 of them. They get a hearty cheer from the crowd. Trophies standing by for all of them. Alan Preble from Silver Lake hands out those trophies and the caps as well. And then all 4 of them compose in front of the garage with their trophies. Smiles all round. And there we go in the evening sunshine here at Silverstone. And then, if we can ask all 3 of our teams, please, to pose with your trophies, and we'll stand out of the way in order to get a nice photograph of all 3 crews. They've all got their champagne, they've all got their trophies, and they will now all pose with their trophies. Can we have that's it, with your trophies, please. Thank you very much indeed. And we get them all standing in line. And opportunity for photographs of our podium. A round of applause, please, for our podium for the 2021 Silver Lake C1 Challenge 24-hour race here at Silverstone. They've got bubbly, and I'm just wondering if any of them are going to enjoy the bubbly down here or save it for later. Yes, they are. So we are going to have a champagne shower to bring down the curtain on the 2021 Silver Lake Citroen C1 Challenge 24-hour race. Very wisely, the Fake, Shake and Bake with Team Gas Shocks are leaving their champagne for later on.
I saw a lot of people running out of the way.
And as we're at the end of our epic weekend here at Silverstone, a huge well done to the C1 Racing Club. Well done also to all of the officials of the BARC, the organising club, and as ever, a huge, huge thank you to all of the marshals right the way around the circuit, be it in pit lane, be it out on track. Whatever you do, we couldn't do it without you. So a huge, huge thank you. And if you are weary, don't drive straight home. Have something to eat, have something to drink, recover, and then start your little journey, because it's really quite a tiring event, isn't it? As I'm watching over the drivers that have poured their champagne into their silverware and take a well-deserved sip. That's it. That brings down the curtain on our 24-hour challenge here at Silverstone.
Alan Hyde, you legend, thank you very, very much. It's been an absolute pleasure. And Adam over at Beckett's, any final words from you, buddy, after this amazing event?
Oh, I've said more than enough, my friend Chaz. It's over to you to sign off for the weekend.
Well, thank you very much, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with both of you this weekend. Thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you, everybody, thank you to everybody that's been watching on the stream as well. It's been great to have you all with us. Thank you to any of the fans that turned up today as well. And, of course, yesterday. It's been brilliant to have some fans back at the circuit, and of all of our marshals, as Alan said there, we wouldn't be able to do this without you. Well done to all the competitors, race winners, and all the teams and everybody involved in getting those cars out on track and getting their necessary results. I've been Chaz Draycott with Adam Weller and Alan Hyde. Thank you very much for joining us this weekend, and we will see you again very, very soon. Have a safe journey home.
I've got a very sticky but very smiley winning team here, covered in some of the finest champagne Silverstone has ever seen. We had a chat just now to sort of celebrate, but now you've got the trophy in your hand, the drenched through racing suit. Just sort of sum up your emotions quickly.
Makes it all worthwhile, doesn't it? We've got some cheap champagne, so that was the main aim of coming here.
Hopefully you're not paying for the dry cleaning either, but brilliant race and 24 hours well spent, yes?
Yeah, fantastic racing, very close between all the top teams, and you know everybody in all ranges were doing a great job. You know, everybody kept it clean through the race, and it's brilliant to keep the race right to the end.
It's been great to chat to you all throughout the day. One of the overwhelming things is how much you've all enjoyed each other's company, you've enjoyed racing together. But it's all about winning at the end of the day, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Of course it is. We wouldn't be here if we didn't want to win.
And finally then, we had a great chat in the garage with 40 minutes to go, 30 minutes to go, 20 minutes to go. I kept saying, well, surely this one's in the bag now, and you wouldn't believe me, but here we are, trophy in hand. And is there anybody sort of outside of these four who you'd like to say thank you to on behalf of the team?
No, not really. No, all the guys at Hybrid Tune have done an amazing job throughout the whole event, preparing the cars and everything that's gone on this weekend. They're all absolute pros and absolute superstars, and I think we owe them a big beer to celebrate shortly.
Well, make sure it goes in your mouth and not all over your race suits and your clothes. Get to scrutineering, boys. Oh, no, that's one gone. And enjoy those trophies, enjoy the success. And that pretty much draws the curtain down on what's been a brilliant day's racing here. We've had an incredible race, over 24 hours. I love the sound of those clinking trophies like glasses of celebration. What have we learned today? C1 racing, it's accessible, it's absolutely brilliant, and over 24 hours we can have 30 seconds between two great teams. Keep your eye on all of the classifications here. It's the Silver Lake Series is here to stay. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring it to you. But until next time, goodbye.